Feeling as playoffs start here. That's right, the Oceanic League. It's kicking off for play day 2. This is where really the teams start to leave their mark on what has been it's been a stage. I didn't know whether I wanted to go aggressive or whether I wanted to be passive or positive. Instead, it's been a stage from the most region you could ever see. Speaking of the most region, how about I bring in the most commentators, or should I say co-hosts, for this opening segment?
I like co-hosts.
You like co-hosts?
I think all three of us are just hosting this desk. I don't think anyone's actually providing any kind of analytical commentary.
Absolutely not. Absolutely. Maybe. No.
I don't know
about that. You got me.
Sometimes maybe good.
But we are probably the most entertaining desk in the business.
If the business was completely stuck to Melbourne and within the Fortress Arena, sure, we would be the best desk that has ever graced esports, not including Devon Mandy, of course. But moving forward with the conversation, it's playoffs, Michael. This is where things start to get a little bit more interesting for the conversation. And guess what? We got 3 best of 3s tonight.
Yeah, straight into semi-finals for this evening. Obviously, we had the quarters last week, but now it's really coming to the tail end. No double chance here in O. So if you lose, you're out. Let's have a look at that said bracket as it stands. As I mentioned, Rob, we have 3 best of 3s this evening. We have the 2 games up top in the semi-final, and then the 5th place match to round things off, Jake.
Yeah, I mean, the 5th place match is probably not one that you want to stay up for. I don't know. Are we doing that one first or last? I think it's first, right?
Last, I believe.
Is it last?
I hope it's last, because we're going to be salty.
So I think it is going to be last. So it does mean we get the best games out of the way first. Man, Esports, Odium, I'm looking forward to that one. 2 teams that I think go into it pretty evenly pegged. I don't think there's a lot separating them. Should very much come down to the night, the map vetoes, what we get in the matches themselves. All the rounds are going to be super important. You make a mistake or two, either team can punish. Should be a cracking game. For Team Bliss and Antic, though, Rob, it very much is the David versus Goliath. I mean, Antic go up against a brick wall here, and we'll see whether or not they brought the sledgehammer.
Well, we thought that there was a brick wall in Circular Spheres last week, but it turned out to be a little bit less of a brick wall and more of like a paper mache wall. Let's go ahead and look at the games from last week to start breaking this one down. Antic Esports and Circular Spheres was really the opening match that we could have hoped for the playoffs. You know, a 2-1. It was a close series, mind you. I do say a paper mache wall. It definitely was anything but that, Michael. An interesting way for Antic to make their way through to Bliss, and most of us had Circular Spheres pegged.
Yeah, I mean, it was a weird old game. Odium panic off the bat, though, and it was pretty one-sided. In the end, 7-2 followed up by a 7-5. Odium made a bit of a statement in that match. We pitched Panic as potentially being able to challenge or at least push a 3rd map. Not the case. Odium and Panic, yeah, it was a weird old game. It was a little bit messy. I remember casting it with Jake, and it certainly probably wasn't the best siege from either team. Unfortunately for Panic, Karma did eventually get shut down. Then into that Antic circular match, as mentioned, 7-0 Consular. I mean, we don't even have any highlights from it. It was that quick for Circular Spheres, but Antic fought back a very close 8-7 map 2, and then able to close out Labs 7-5 in regulation. I'm still a little bit concerned for Antic and their aspirations to go to the major, of course, taking on Team Bliss tonight, but who knows whether or not they can pull it off.
You know what I learnt, Rob?
I love this.
I learnt that Bappen has got the potential. He's not there yet.
No.
But he's got the potential to be the best player in the region.
Oh, he's gone and cursed him. He's cursed him.
I'm just saying it. He was outstanding in the match for Odium last week. And I think, again, it's not a right now thing. It's not a this stage thing. He could still drop a donut here tonight, and I'd still hold that faith. But I'm more so talking long term. He is that guy. He can pop off in the big games, in the big moments, and get a lot of kills. For either of those teams there, man, LFO and Odium, though, it can't just be down to one player. It needs to be team effort. And that was the second thing I learned in that second series for Antic. It's a team of individuals. It's time they start playing a lot more like a team, and they did it finally. And especially in the 3rd map against Circular Spheres, they looked like more a team synergized together, all 5, and not just the Frixel show, not just the Killerman show, not just Logic. It was a team.
Did you go back and do your research? Did you just come in today?
I just watched the replays.
No, very true. I forget how quick you are.
They were right there in front of me.
But as the games do pan out, obviously, man, LFO take on Odium first, then Bliss. Antic, which that one should actually be quite enticing, just considering where Antic are at. We don't even know if they're going to be able to be competitive in the server, which makes things very intriguing. But the last matchup, which all the EUL and NA overlords will be up for, is Panic and Circular Spheres. Just that, honestly, I think sums up just how beautiful OCE could be is that final match. So if you are just tuning in now, don't worry about these games coming up. You only want to be watching that game right there, Panic and Circular Spheres.
Don't confuse them.
Don't. I think it's great. I think it's fantastic. You'll want to stick around for the first match, of course. Let's start breaking this one down. It's got all the makings of an absolute series. You've got Man LFO, after a bit of turmoil in the shuffle stage, if you will. They've come out, they've looked even better than they did last year, and now they're starting to gun for that number 2 position. The only part that might derail that conversation, Jake, is tonight's matchup.
Well, yeah, I mean, they can lose it.
Wow. What?
I know, shocking.
Can they?
I don't know if they will, though. I mean, I had actually gone and tipped Odium just to play spoil there, but I do think that for Man Esports LFO, they should actually be considered maybe the better team with the way that they've played, the fact that they got into that second place, therefore got the bye. I think that they embody very much those team characteristics that we see from the best teams in the region, which is that they play quite synergized. We don't really go off and see, you know, one particular player be the difference maker, although the player in general, who is one of the difference makers, is player himself. So
funny how that happens.
It is kind of ironic, but yeah, I don't think they've got much separation though to Odium. I genuinely do believe they're about the same level.
How have you felt like the shuffles panned out, Michael? Because obviously you've got 2 ex-Odium players here. This is the beautiful storyline about this, and we'll get into it once we start talking about Odium. But how have you felt like Man LFO have gone this stage?
I mean, really solid to finish second, giving themselves that advantage. Didn't have to play last week. They've been able to sit back, watch VODs, and really scrim in preparation for this particular bracket. A lot of teams talking about heading into the playoffs. They'll have a better ability to prepare and counter strat the opposing team. Unfortunately for them, Odium only presented the 2 maps in the last weekend, so I don't know how much they've been able to extract from that. But I think Man LFO will be prepared very well for this game. I'm still, though, hedging my bets on Odium.
Ooh, well, let's start talking about Odium, because that roster has really left a mark, at least in my mind. I have actually gone into this stage thinking that Odium might have been on the receiving end of some of the quote-unquote worse roster shuffles. You know, you lost Cairo, you lost player, 2 individuals that have been absolutely instrumental over the last 12 months. You picked up Quixie from a roster that was, you know, falling apart at the seams, and Dirty, who has only seen, I think, a couple of games in T1 prior to this. This roster has absolutely blown me out of the water, guys, and I don't really know whether, you know, they actually have rightful claim on second spot at the moment.
Yeah, honestly, a really well-rounded squad, and the EPS reflects that, right? Despite Dirty, it's being his first official stage at this level, 96, a very respectable score. President, we keep pumping him up. He has really stood out this stage as stepping up to the mark, especially when needed. As you mentioned, they lost player and Cairo. Funnily enough, in the regular stage, the top 2 highest rated players for Man LFO. Despite that, they've still remained competitive. Sure, they didn't finish top 2, and I think they would have been a little bit disappointed with that, but they've been able to basically make up for that. Very quick 2-0, confident win over Panic, and I think they'll be able to carry that momentum into this game. Expecting it to be competitive, but I think Odium have the pieces when it's gelling and working well, and they have saved working the entry, etc. To really be a strong performer tonight.
I kind of like the way that things have panned out with our 2 semi-finals here, because I unironically believe Odium or Man would be more than sufficient as being the second team. When it's all said and done, I don't know if either of them will be able to challenge Bliss enough in that grand final if they do manage to get there. But ultimately, because of the fact that Antic will be playing Bliss, if they do lose that, then they will play the 3rd place match. So the winner of this will be regarded, I guess, as second at minimum. And I think either of them, Odium or Man, would certainly fit that. But for Odium, I think when you kind of look at the Bappin saved Quixie core 3 in terms of the fragging roles, Dirty and President, more site anchor or hard breach or soft support, things like that. I think it's a well-rounded team. I genuinely believe that. Bappin and Saved as a duo, especially on entries, they get some good fragging kills. They can really open up good maps, and I think that if they're all fit and firing, they can certainly win this series.
Well, you both keep talking about saves, so why don't we continue that trend and look at the player head-to-head. Today, Cairo goes up against his former team in a best-of-3 to solidify second place in the region, and he's going to get past his former teammate, who was having an absolute barn burner.
Yeah, I had a look at the regular stage stats for both rosters heading into the evening, and I actually picked out the 2 players with the strongest entry stats. Now, that's a little bit surprising, especially when you consider Cairo and the operators that he's been playing. He's been far more supportive than we traditionally would expect from him, but he's been filling that role really, really nicely. Not only is he leading the entry stat for his team at a +6, has a really strong cost, but he's also, again, fulfilling that supportive role, even getting a couple of plants down as well. As for saved, I would argue he's been a little bit more hot and cold. That's really more sort of a feeling rather than the stats actually backing it up, to be fair. There's been multiple games where he has absolutely been farming the other team on entry, and he's been so difficult to take down, playing that Yana ARX ACOG combo, which he's become quite famous for now. Will Man LFO be able to shut that down? Probably one of the teams that could. So there's going to be pressure, I think, more so on saved in this matchup to continue that streak of strong entry.
That's a good word, pressure. Who's got more pressure really in this match between these two teams? Because, you know, you go to sort of the other match to come later today, which is Bliss versus Antic. Well, Bliss has got all the pressure there. They have to perform. They have to win that game.
Yep.
It's a travesty if they don't. I don't know if either of these two actually, and I'm more so speaking of teams than Kyra and Save, have actually got that pressure word. But I think that Guz is right when you're thinking about Sage, and I'll add Bappin into that. There is actually pressure for them to be the ones to unlock sites, to get entry kills, to put themselves in good positions to help facilitate a lot of those rounds, especially on their attack. Whereas for Man Esports, they're probably a bit more well-rounded. They're not necessarily as reliant on, say, two players. Very even stats, though, across the board. And, I mean, I guess it goes with the trope that we're kind of putting here, that this very much, to me at least, feels like a good coin flip, which is what I want in a semi-final.
It's like really to differentiate both of these teams, you're splitting hairs. And I do mean that. You might have two different play styles, but when they get in the server, they're incredibly close. And I think they're 7-4 against, I believe it was Odium who won that game against each other, was, you know, kind of part of that conversation. You really have to split hairs in these rounds to individually isolate the conversation. You know, you've got two newbies to the T1 scene in respects to, you know, where we are right now. You've got Scars and Dirty on either respective team, and both of them have stood up phenomenally throughout the stage. Both of them have done their jobs. You know, we heard President talk about, you know, the impact that Dirty's had coming into the roster. And likewise, when we were speaking to Chef Jeff and the likes of Man Esports LFO, their phenomenal pickup of Scars has really been a big part of the conversation. It's really hard to find new players to any league, doesn't matter what league, to find new players that can fit in and be consistent. Both have done well. So this really now turns to, this is just the second place match. I don't care whether they end up winning the stage. This is the big conversation now.
Yeah, for sure. And just on this graphic specifically, just wanting to highlight the difference in attacking win rate. It may look on paper like Odium are winning this battle by a significant margin, but it is important to note that they've played several more maps than Man LFO that tend to trend a little bit more towards the
Like
attack.
organic?
Shut up. Maps like Bank and Chalet played more prevalently by Odium, and they've had strong attacking win rates on it, which has just bolstered that number a little bit.
I also want to highlight the two players really standing in front of their teams. Chef Jeff and President.
Yep.
I think for President as well, what a stage he's had. I think we saw it was like almost 100 EPS, which is insane for a player that for so long has typically been clowned. There's been comments thrown his way that saying how can you win? You've got President on the team. Well, he's been able to, at the very least, go on and have a very good stage individually. He's had some really good clutch plays. He's fragging out a lot more. And Chef Jeff, we know what he's capable of. He really does kind of lead from the front line.
Yes.
He's a very characteristic player. He gets involved in the chats as well, the banter. We get his little whiteboard up every kind of night. So I think both of them have had great stages. I think they've led their teams really well. And I think for either team, they shouldn't be too dismayed either if they do lose this. I think stage 2 could still be, a good. I could think stage 1 could lead to stage 2 as being a good building ground. So the winner of this, as you said, though, I think very much will get that second place. I don't see either of them beating Bliss, but there's nothing wrong with that. And you get a free punch.
No, you do. You know what? I would actually liken both players. I would almost say Chef Jeff is the younger, newer Digital, because Digital decided to leave us alone. Well, have you ever seen Flames on a broadcast before? I haven't. That's all I'm saying. And I really feel like Prez is turning kind of into like a juicy figure of the region. You know, he's the next up-and-coming part of that conversation. It's beautiful. Speaking about the next part of the ongoing conversation, vetoes is where we head next to determine what maps are going to be played. Labs is banned out incredibly fast here. And Chalet! I don't mind this at all, Michael.
Yeah, I mean, first bans off the bat, that is the most banned map against Odium, so they're taking it out themselves, which is pretty intriguing to note. As for Chalet, it's not a particularly strong map for Man LFO, so that's not too unsurprising.
Target bans to start.
Yeah, followed up by the Club, good map for Odium, so a target, Man LFO, respond on Border, a map that they played once, had success, and one that they frequently ban out. So I think both teams at the moment would be, relatively content.
Yeah, just very quickly. Yeah. 3 of the most played maps have already been banned. Period.
Yeah, I mean, I think that when we get to best of 3s and you get to these kind of deep in the playoff matchups. This is where you're workshopping your maps and they come out, and you're going to also get very easy target bans. Clubhouse, for example, banned out by Odium. Yes, it's a good map for them, but Man Esports are undefeated on that map.
They've played it a ton as well.
So why would you want to realistically go there? It's the same kind of storylining for Chalet, Labs. These kind of maps we'll see a lot more during these best of ones where teams want to keep it quite neutral. We go to Bank, we go to Skyscraper. The Skyscraper one is absolutely intriguing. Man Esports have only played it the once, whereas we haven't seen Odium on it at all. And then for Odium themselves, Bank has actually been a pretty good map. Whereas we haven't seen it at all for Man LFO. So for both maps, intrinsically, guys, the other team we haven't seen for on the opposite side of it, and Oregon is the decider. I mean, this map veto process to me screams we go to 3 maps.
Yeah, I definitely agree with that. I mean, both teams would be prepping hard. You got to remember we've had a week since our last best of 3 for teams to start preparing maps even more kind of isolated veto systems, guys. I am really intrigued by that Bank and Skyscraper. I did not expect to see both, let alone one.
Yeah, maybe it's my Odium prediction bias, but I do think they've probably just edged out the veto. They've had a lot more experience on Bank. Now, that could go twofold if Man Alpha have counter-stratted them, so keep note of that. Man Alpha, again, only the 1 play on Skyscraper. That was against 6 targets. Only 8 rounds played, though, so how much of that are you really going to be able to extract for Odium? I'm not too sure. Cafe, Consulate, 2 maps that both teams have tried to avoid as much as possible, so that's incredibly logical. Neither team wanted to ever go there, and so Oregon the logical decider. A map where they've both had 100% win rates. So.
Yeah. Now I'm just looking at this because over the last week or so, we've kind of dived deeper into the way that these best of 3 vetoes play out at the moment. So to me, it looks like Odium have won the coin flip. Man LFO then chose to actually be Team B in this situation, which basically means they get to both teams choose their sides first. That's the way it works at the moment, and that is very much in the rule book. So that means for Odium, they get to choose defense first. But it also means for Man LFO, they too get to choose defense first. And again, I think that further compounds into my theory that we go to 3 maps. Yep. Both teams should be pretty strong on their respective picks, and they start defense as well first. We know what the meta is right now. Yep. Defense is going to be favored.
I mean, it's the veto meta, right? I'm pretty sure teams are just content to have a free shot on the opposition's map pick. You're not starting on the favored side. You sort of just take as many rounds as you can get. If you lose it, whatever. It's a best of 3. So
who wins the Oregon, though, if we do get there?
Again, I said it at the start. We're splitting hairs between these 2 teams, and it's time for us to get underway with Bank. The battle for second place starts now.
Thank you, Rob. Yeah, this is the battle for second. A big opportunity for Man LFO and Odium to show what they've got. And I don't know who's going to take this one. It's difficult to separate these teams, both of which at various points during the stage have looked like the second best team in the league.
Yeah, absolutely. I think Man have certainly been on the rise since the beginning, but Odium, they just came in and they surprised us so much. You said it right at the start of the stage. We thought they got the short straw of the roster moves, right? But they've come in and they've absolutely smashed it out of the park. You guys divided on the predictions as well as we are, so I feel like this game could seriously go either way.
Yeah, that is an insane dead 50-50 split between these 2 teams.
I don't think we've had that.
I don't think we've ever seen an absolute 50-50 before, but that is really telling the story of this game. Now, of course, we did see these guys meet in the round robin phase, and Odium took that win. It was quite a strange game, if you remember. I believe we casted that. It was on Chalet, and it was really tight in the first half. And then Odium just ran away with the end of the game. There was a lot of smack talk in the chat. There was a lot of mental game. And I think that that was what Odium ended up winning. You know, Odium, I think, an emotional team themselves, but they kind of won that emotional battle, that inner game, if you will. And Man really fell behind. Now we're talking a BO3. We're going to Bank. It's a very different beast entirely.
What did he write on the whiteboard?
What's he got,
He's
Chef?
trying really hard to show us.
No whiteboard today.
Oh, okay.
That's kind of contradictory.
When did I ask? That's all I'm saying. Anyway. Okay, so we're on Bank now. Monty got banned out. Now, Monty, these days, in this era of Rainbow Six, has become quite a popular pick alongside Bliss and just about anyone that can bring a shield. Even like Osses and stuff like that, right? So I think banning it out, I don't really want to say or know what that means. Probably makes your direct takes a little harder, especially on Bank where getting some of those direct takes down is actually quite possible. So yeah, I suppose that going out early on the side of Odium probably means they're not really willing to deal with those. but that does leave in a lot more. Now, Hibana being bound out is another bit of a boon to the attack as well. It does make opening hatches and your long lines of sight and stuff pretty tough. Range hard breach, especially for that top and ground floor, is really important. So there are some challenges here for the attack, especially with these two bans coming out. They do have some of their options cut down for them.
Very much so, and as we finish off the ban phase with Fenrir, it does leave in a lot of big hitters. I'm thinking about Valkyrie mainly on bank. Such a good operator, enabling flanks, a lot of vertical potential on this map. I would love to see a lot of Valk picks. And funnily enough, we're actually seeing an IQ teased out by player. I think that's also a great counter pick to the Valkyrie and potentially a lot of other util like the Kaid that's been brought to the table.
The thing is, the more things that you leave in for the defense, of course, you can only ban out 2 when there are so many good... Hey mate, how's it going?
Wow, that's a bit... He's calling you out on the cast.
Yeah,
he doesn't know that you said who asked, does he?
No, he doesn't. He really doesn't. Yeah, no, that's not how the delay on the broadcast works. So that's super weird. That is really strange. Maybe he knows.
He knows. Chef knows.
Cool.
He wants to cook.
Yeah, that's super weird. Anyway, moving on from that. Yeah, I totally forgot what I was talking about, to be honest.
We're talking about operators. We're talking about Valkyrie, IQ, Fenrir, the ones that are banned, the ones that remain.
Yes, that's right. The ones that remain. The ones that remain can be quite challenging to deal with, I think. And so it's really important that in this drawing phase, Man LFO actually pick out the right operators to make sure they can deal with all the problems. Especially on bank, there can be a lot of tough things to deal with. Now that Mira and Goya setup that's gone down in server will be countered by the Twitch on the side of Scars. So what we're going to be watching through the mid-round is probably to see what he can achieve to try and break down as much of the bomb site as possible to then go and set up for the execute. That's going to be a really important part of the round.
That mirror right on the wall into sight we would usually breach open and plant is quite an old one, quite a one I personally haven't seen in a very long time. Teams used to do that to prevent the attack from opening up a walkable hole. I think Cthulhu, you're about to show us again if we can have a look. This mirror right here is actually being used as a normal mirror window. Dirty can peek off of it, but in the late round, the defense can actually open that up, and then it's really hard to put any breaching charges or hard breach of any kind on this wall and actually making a way for the attack to get in and plant.
Now, something to keep in mind, though, for Man LFO is that they don't have a whole lot of hard breach. The only amount of hard breach they've got is 2 sets of tin can openers. So it's going to be a bit tough to then go and make a big breach on that server wall. The mirror might actually come in to help them a little bit in making a larger walk-in hole. Now, they've spotted out a player inside the ground floor. Cairo is going to make his move off the back of that info, going for the peak on the top of main stairs, and Cairo gets a headshot to the face, and Bappin goes down.
Yeah, that was a very ambitious peak there for Bappin, but he is an ambitious player. He always goes for those early engagements, especially when he's running MP5 with a magnified scope. I don't blame him, but Cairo, despite being one of the main hard breaches, he's so confident at taking that fight. And you really shouldn't be surprised as to why. He is a very strong player, very good fragger. I just noticed that the Vault Hatch is actually soft as well, so that can be easily opened up by Chef Jeff's Buck. And I think that this has been a really good start from Man LFO. Not only have they got the opening pick, but they're opening these hatches with plenty of time to spare.
Now, like you pointed out earlier, Dev, even though this mirror will be exposed by the hatch being opened up from Cairo eventually, the hard part will be then converting it, because by the time they get down there, like put the breach on that same mirror wall, it's going to be pretty tough to execute from there on out. It's about the late game denial, really, for the defenders. So this mid-round, it's not really for them to be playing too much. They're just waiting for the time to tick away, try and burn through, use some of those Goyo canisters, use the smokes, 2 sets of C4s, well, 1 now, to try and delay the plant. Now, there's only 45 seconds left to go, though. So realistically, the defense should win it out here just based off time. If Prez can land everything and that C4 lands too, Man have probably waited too late.
That's the hard thing when you've got Smoke, Goyo, and Nitro cells. Trying to execute in more of a typical fashion, going for a plant on bank basement is so challenging, stacking up against that utility. Realistically, Man Esports need to leverage this numbers advantage to go deep.
This is their opportunity now. Cairo on the main stairs is going to look to backstab.
However, he is smoked out. 2 flashes and an opening for Quixie. And this is where it may be the beginning of a capitulation for Man, as a 4v4 is not going to be easy, dropping down the hatch, but at the end, apparently a team kill is what kills Cairo. Hunter goes down quickly in response. Man Esports knew they couldn't plant. There was too much util, so they tried to go deep, but it simply did not work out for them. Very solid lockout in the end for Odium.
Yeah, solid stuff there in the late game. They knew that what their strategy was, just full off, play all that utility in the last 30 seconds of the round. And I think ultimately Man LFO probably not doing enough work through the mid-round to expedite that roam clearing process and actually start burning that utility on the site quick enough. They spent a long time over on the ground floor. No one was really in server till right at the end, and that was player. From then on out, they realized, oh damn, we don't have enough time to burn through the fire and the flames. Let's just go. But the rest of Odium were there and they were waiting for them to go for the flood. They took those engagements, they won them out. Really solid defense in the basement from Odium.
Yeah, I'd love to see it. And Quixie as well, I just want to highlight him for a second. He's
been good.
Yeah,
Very
he's been
good.
great. And get this, he's actually the 10th highest rated player in the league at the moment. Believe it or not, there are 3 players in Odium that are in the top 10 at the moment. Saved the 3rd best player in the league by EPS right now, only behind Oda and Brendo. It really just goes to show how successful these Odium players have been in this league at the moment. Like, they've been hands down like the 2nd best team so far. And I think Bliss even said that in the interview. Oda made a point after these guys took a point off of Bliss in the regular stage.
Yeah, absolutely. I think these guys have absolutely risen through the stage. Like, they've shocked me. I don't know how much they've shocked you, but yeah, they look really good.
To be honest, like, just jumping on that, I actually thought these guys wouldn't make top 4. Like, I thought
right.
Odium last year, they were just on the outside of top 4. And then I thought, oh, well, they've lost their 2 best players, Player and Cairo. They would surely be even worse now. How wrong I was. Quixie's been so good for this team, and Dirty's been a real consistent performer as well.
I agree. I feel like the 2 players that they ended up getting was actually a massive upgrade. And speaking of the players that they lost, right, on the other side, Cairo, he's jumped over to Man LFO, who you could argue have been struggling a little bit in stage 1 in comparison to the rise of Odium. And yeah, I feel like especially with Quixie and Dirty, I feel like Dirty is like true to his name. He's kind of the guy that will like do the dirty work, right? He's playing the operators that no one really wants to play. He's jumping on Thatcher. Thatcher really sucks to play these days. He's really slow.
He's slow as.
L8's a bit bleh, you know? It's like, yeah, he's one of those players that will just do what it takes to win, really. And that's a great mindset. Same thing with Quixie as well. He's just been smashing it out. More on the frontline roles, but he's been really consistent at doing that.
Even though you can argue Man Esports has been struggling, when you look holistically at their stage so far, the only 2 teams they actually lost to are Bliss and Odium. If there's any teams you're going to lose to, I think that that's probably forgivable. They did drop points to Circular Spheres, which I guess is the only other blemish on their record. But they, as a whole, I think, have been a more consistent team than Odium. Because Odium, on the other hand, you know, they lost to Antic. They did get a point off of Bliss, but then they also lost to Panic, which just... How do you lose to Panic, right? You're Odium.
Hey, come on. Panic, they done way better than we expected as well.
100%, but this is Odium. Like, if they want to be a claim to fame, the 2nd best team in the region, it's a crazy upset for them to not even go to overtime against Panic. And yeah, Odium's just, I think, been a little bit of a less consistent team than Man in this stage, but I feel like they've had higher highs, but also lower lows than Man Esports.
Yeah, that's fair enough to say. I would agree with that. And we turn our attention in towards the round for Man LFO on their 2nd attempt at an attack, and this time around it is in the top floor. Now the lineup would suggest to me that they are looking for a direct take. They've got the OCE on Hunter, not just that, but they've got all their zoning and execute-based utility on Cairo and on Chef Jeff as well. So it looks like just right now, putting the pressure on the repels, making sure they're shutting down anyone inside a lobby, trying to look to claim some of those kills. That's why players just jumped on this repel here to try and cut down on plays inside of reception as well, to see how they can shape up to get that OCE in through top square, get a breach open if they can. Actually, can they even get a breach open? No. Like, if they want to do a direct into the site, they kind of have to repel straight in here.
Yeah, very awkward. And ideally, you want to find some picks from these windows before you commit to anything like that. And dispatching with that castle barricade will certainly enable that a little bit here. I think this setup from Odium is going to be really hard for Man Esports to actually find any picks. Like, so many castle barricades still up, a lot of cover available. The Azami's being batted away by this M249 from Cairo. Not a frequent pick here on the Capitao, but a good move to counter that Azami.
I think that Man LFO have made this quite hard for themselves by not bringing something like Ace to try and open up the walls and actually make a safer point of entry into the bomb site. Because from this point, if they actually want to make a direct take work, Hunter's got to repel straight into the bomb site. Now, it's quite dangerous. Nevertheless, Scars is going to help things out, but taking down Saved early on. A minute 15 left on the clock. They can still do it, but I think it'll be tricky.
There are 4 players repelling right now here for Man Esports. As I say that, Hunter's actually just swung into the site on the back of this util, but there is a C4 down below. Quixie, 4-0 in the game so far. As we move into the second round, Man Esports stalling on out. Sheffy's been taken down as well, as Prez will finish him off. There might be some form of a refrag. Player looking to finish off this player at the bottom of square, and Scars eventually swings in and takes down Quixie. 45 seconds, numbers advantage for Odium, and they've caught Prez out of position as well. This might be the moment where they can make it possible. Cairo needs to deliver, though, as he swings into sight, and Scars takes a hell of a lot of damage. Player finally finishes off Dirty. All up to Bappen now. It was the opening death last round, and he will need to close this one in a 1 versus 3 that he quickly makes a 1v2. Plant down. Player with the DMR on the long angle. Bappen needs to try and isolate these fights, and that is very possible. Oh, there's the angle, but he doesn't quite react in time. Player knows where he is. Cairo's got him cut off. Well played from Man LFO.
That was really solid micro there from Man LFO. A series of good pinches through the mid-round to actually cut down on the defense and punish some bad positioning there from Odium. Really secured them that round. Yes, the plant didn't quite go down from Hunter. He was unable to get it down, but they realized, oh damn, there's a C4 below. They sent in Scars, and they sent in someone else, whoever it was, on the Twitch and the Ash together to go and pinch that player in the ground floor. At the same time, Cairo came in with a pinch that was on the rappel onto a player inside of reception. They found President, who was sitting in an off position. There was just a series of really good 2-on-1s that Man LFO found in really fast succession with great info that really secured them that round. It even came down to a 1 versus 2 of all things right at the end there to secure the round once the plant had gone down as well. So I think Man LFO just keeping good pace there with Odium and not freaking out at the end. That's something that they're really good at, Dev. I don't know about you, but the one strength that I think that Man LFO really has that stands out from a lot of these teams is that they know how to reassess. They don't overcommit to a plan once they think of plan A. They know, okay, if plan A doesn't work, let's pull back and think of a plan B on the spot real quick, and they're really good at doing that.
Yeah, how many teams would see their plan to get C4'd and just be like, oh my
Freak
god,
out.
what's going on?
Panic!
Panic. But no, not the case here for Man. Like you said, we just had a quick pinch from top and bottom square. We've got that refrag onto the C4 player, and now the defenders are caught out of position because they overextended to deny plan, etc., etc. Like, really beautiful pivoting from Man Esports. And it does force Odium to reconsider their defensive site choice. They're actually going to go over to open area and cafeteria now. And to be funny, like, Man Esports could technically start this attack in almost the identical manner to what they did the last one.
If I'm watching this game at the moment and, you know, you could potentially be playing Man tomorrow, I'd be watching and thinking, like, you really don't want to end up in those, like, 2v2, 3v3 situations, because a lot of the time, Man LFO have got just such good problem-solving skills that they really do come out on top a lot of the time. And I think finding that early advantage in the early game where they sort of stall out and struggle a little bit and then trying to compound it from there is probably the way to go against these guys. Odium need to be really careful not to make mistakes through the mid-round because they will be punished. So here's the entry that looks like it's going to come in from Cairo all the way at the top inside of the chamber next to CEO. There are 2 players to meet him on the other side of Odium looking to hold the crossfire for a little while before falling off. Actually, there's 3 players in the top floor. It's quite a commitment, but sort of a necessary one if you're going to be holding on to the ground floor.
Yeah, typically the linchpin of this defense, Roam, tends to start in janitors. I couldn't tell. I think Dirty was actually down on the site, if I wasn't wrong about that. There's one in stock. Yeah, Dirty is down on site. So I believe it's only 2 upstairs, if I'm not wrong. There is 3. Oh, it's because Saved is here as well. I didn't quite catch him. And he's holding on to a very strong position. Ooh, Chef's going to take a bunch of damage. At the moment, Man are playing very patiently. As I say that, Chef has got himself into the building. And the defenders seem to have just pulled back. They're not looking to overextend here. However, Saved does lose his life. Now, 1 player in the elevator, 1 at the top of main stairs. Hunter. Oh, still 1 in exec. And Quixie finds a big pick, looking for more. President's gone down. Chef looking for this trade, but Quixie continues to be a dominating force for Odium. They just can't find him. They can't put the bullet between his eyes. Eventually, Scars does finish him off. And with that, numbers do favor Man Esports. Time as well. But Bappen is still hiding on that top floor.
Bappen as well. Not able to... Oh, yes, he is actually able to fall off from this position. Oh, but look, player's even there for the frag. If he does look for it, he's looking for his cutoff. And now he's got the hatch, and player takes him down. Really well thought out there from Man LFO to try and convert this one. 30 seconds left. Dirty looking at the hatch drop for now. He spots him. He's going down, and that's the diffuser on the floor.
Yeah, that's really dangerous now for Man Esports. They didn't push him together. This is where Dirty shows that Even though he's a new
Players wanna
player,
push.
he does have the resolve. The Holders know. Oh, he spots out one. Takes a bit of damage, goes back for more with the shotgun! Big headshot, but Cairo pulls through again for Man. Another attack. They're looking very solid on Bank.
That's what I'm telling you, man. You don't want to end up in a 3v3 or something like that. Something situational against Man LFO because they know how to think a step ahead and they're just so good at that. Even though they killed the top two players in the top floor, they managed to keep track of Bappin, who was still inside of Elevator. Players ready there for the cutoff while his players were going in for the entry. Not just that, even though that top floor push was scrappy, Man LFO were willing to throw bodies at that problem. They realized, like, yes, we're going to lose some of our players on the entry, but we need to be there for the refrag. They were sitting back. We were on board with Chef Jeff, for example, who was being, really disciplined, waiting for the swing onto Meaning because he was waiting for Hunter to go for it, and then he went for it. And even though they didn't get those kills, Cairo was then there for the refrag. It's just these like well thought out sequences where Man LFO are just willing to wait for their teammates that are then going and punishing Odium.
That's right, and patience bears so much weight in the current meta, right? You have to have good entries, but what's the point in having a good entry who moves on in and then overextends and dies after getting you an advantage?
Exactly.
You need to have the patience to wait for your team, and it's a strength that Man Esports really demonstrate in this game so far. However, it does get a little bit difficult from here on out as they go back down to the basement. Odium should be able to find a little bit more success here. However, I do just want to recontextualize how the game's gone so far, because Manny, this is Odium's map pick, right? And they are on the defensive side where they should be favored. Man Esports have never played Bank before. Like this entire year, never once. And Odium, on the flip side, their most recent memory playing this map was 7-0ing Circular Spheres. Quite a more difficult fight that they found for themselves today.
Well, I think that's the beauty of the best of threes right now that we've actually hit the best of threes. We're in the semi-finals, for goodness sake.
Yeah.
This is where all the cards start to come out on the table, right? There's no point in hiding anything back now. This is the competition for the spot at Manchester. You do not want to be hiding maps anymore. You have to throw everything to try and win these games. And Man LFO, even though they haven't showed us Bank, they clearly know how to play this map. They've shown us that now. It's only been 2 rounds, so I could be calling it way too early. But they've certainly hid this one in the bank for a while.
I see what you did there. And yeah, it is crazy to remember that both of these teams, none of the players on this entire server right now have played at an international event before, let alone a major. And they are just 2 best of 3s away from booking their tickets to Manchester. Step 1 is to win this best of 3, and step 2 is a date tomorrow.
Oh my gosh, there's a player in there.
With either Bliss or Antic. Yeah, there is a player here on the roam. Quite a few roamers on. I really like that, but the Vault Rush has been called. President, though, is still caught unawares, and now Odium must look to recompose. And there is a good shot from Chef there as well, as he's dueling so many players. He catches one coming down the main stairs. The defense has become the offense now. Quixie trapped inside of Elevator in the 1vx, but he's suddenly got a 3K and made it a 1 versus 2. This guy has been phenomenal today. 4 rounds deep, and he's almost hit double digits. As the plank goes down, he looks to make this another 1v1 on site with Hunter, who has forced that diffuser down. This would need to be an ace for Quixie to win it from here. The newest player on Odium, at such a difficult position to be in. He decides to pop the Goyo and he wants to go for a flank. Hang on a second, he heard player above. Is he going to get the timing? Because time is ticking away on the clock. Player's got the read and the impact comes out. What is Quixie going to do about it? Player's got him dead to rights, surely, and he does. Nice final shot there. Man, 3 attacks in a row.
A really solid attack there for Man. They realized that the top floor, or sorry, the ground floor had been segmented off onto the other side of the map in towards open area. And they realized they could just capitalize on that. Instead of opening up the barricade inside of archives, and instead of trying to push down main stairs, just go through lobby instead. Now, the one caveat to that was that there was a Valve cam that was watching them, but it didn't matter because by the time they went for that rush, Odium were like, well, geez, we've caught them in 4K, but it doesn't matter because the entries weren't in the way of Man LFO anyway. By the time they hit the bomb site, they completely shut out the retake as well. It was a really great call there for Man LFO to try and punish the segmentation of the roamers over on the other side of the map and just hit from a lobby side.
And President there was the first to fall. Unfortunately, he wasn't on the smoke like he was in the first defensive round, because had he been, he might have had just enough time to put a gas babe underneath that vault hatch and give a favorable fight against anyone that was dropping it. Instead, he was on the mirror, as we saw a little bit of a switch of operators around. Strange decision from Odium. Like, they actually changed, 3 of their operators on that basement from the first basement defense that they won quite handily. They dropped the Qaid, which then in turn allowed that hatch to be opened very quickly. They dropped the Malusi, which enabled faster entries.
5 seconds left.
I'm not exactly sure what the mentality was behind that, but it's something that Odium are already paying for, as Man Esports have well and truly guided the momentum on their side. 3 rounds straight, they've got par for the course on attack of Bank, and they're hungry for more.
And the Odium now look to do a repeat of the basement. Not much of a roam extension this time around, except for Bappin, who's holding onto stock early. This is a cheeky position if he doesn't get droned out. Prone right
So
beneath
classic.
the double window.
This is so dirty. I saw this work against, I believe it was G2.
Of course it did.
Yeah, of course it
Oh,
worked against
God.
G2. G2 versus ITB in the playoffs of Europe. I think I saw this one work out. Also, I believe it was in the Atlanta Major. There was a big play. I'm
I can't
struggling to remember, but
Okay.
yeah, it's a bit of a classic rat spot. Like if you're a rat, you know and you love this little spot underneath the window in
They're
stock.
droning. They do be droning.
Are they going to drone him though?
Oh, they've seen him.
Wow, got the down as well. They already know about it. That is very,
Diligent.
yeah, very dangerous play to make if you're Bappin. 1 and 5 at the moment for, realistically, the second to star
And
fragger.
they know there's a player
on
on the
Odium.
ground floor too.
How do they have all this info?
They have so much info. Players in. Kairo's going for the pinch. Surely they get him. I don't even know who that is, but surely they get him. Oh, and there's vertical above as well.
Wow.
Wow. They are being so diligent about this roam clear.
Now, Odium are struggling at the moment. Saved, the best player on Odium, 3rd best in the league. Yet to find a kill so far in the 4 rounds that we have played. And he's tempted to fall off. Him and Dirty both now relocating near the hatches. Dirty falls off, but saved once more. He doesn't want to fall off just yet. He's going to hold on to his position for as long as possible. But man, are playing this so well.
Now I suppose the punishment of
been drawn.
diligence is time, right? And the longer that saves can hold on to here and the longer that they loiter around on the roam clear, the less time Man LFO were going to get to start to burn all the utility on the bomb site, which we saw was so successful the last time around. But here goes Cairo into garage.
Yeah, 2v1 him. And they do get it. Good job from President, pushing deep, punishing the best player so far this game for Man Esports. 4v4 now brings this back into the realm of possibility for Odium.
I think it was always in the realm of possibility for these guys. It's the basement. We've seen Man LFO struggle on this before, and it looks like they're going to falter again.
Oh, but Scars, he's so good with this DMR in this game. Not sure where he found that kill, but it was on a quick C. A very dangerous player for Odium, and Saved has managed to refrag that. So 20 seconds to go and ticking away very quickly. This plant possibility looks extremely slim. Hunter may just have to be desperate about it and may have to go for something, and Saved, yeah, well, he's firing up. I called him out for being on the donut, and he finds 3 kills, looking for a 4th. Hunter has no chance in the round. Odium finally get a reply and lock in a 2nd basement defense.
Yeah, well punished on the roam clear as well. Yes, Man LFO were really diligent about it, but they were too slow ultimately. And in the end, if you're going to attack a basement, you need to leave time for redundancy for clearing some of that utility that's there, burning out smokes, burning out glue canisters, baiting out C4s. There's a lot of stuff that needs to be done in the late game that I think Man LFO are just not leaving enough time for. And even though Cairo tried to go in for the backstab through garage there to try and ease things up a little bit for the attack, that didn't land either. So all of the avenues that Man LFO tried to get into the bomb site were shut down by Odium.
Defuse bombs.
Still now, Odium have that bomb site locked out, and they have one final round of the half to get a defense win. And they haven't had success on exec, they haven't had success on this bomb site staff room open area before. One final chance. And I'm not confident, to be honest. Like, Man Esports, their attacks have been vicious, especially when it comes to taking ground and roam clearing. They do lack a little bit when it comes to executing into the basement, but you don't have to execute into the basement on any bomb site other than the basement. And of course, that is locked up here. They do, however, have to take control of the top floor. And we've seen Quixie do a lot of damage from this position in exec lounge before. He still hasn't hit 10 kills yet, by the way, which I called him out, I believe, on round 3 that he was about to hit 10 kills. He hasn't got a frag since.
It's been up to the rest of the team, but Odium instead to try and stand up and find something. You pointed out last round. Saved having a big round, finding his first 3 as well. Now we turn our attention to Man LFO looking for the roam clear on the top floor. Now last time they played this really patiently, and they really cut down on this top floor nice and slowly, but they put themselves in a great situation come the execute. We'll see if they can repeat the same success. Floro's drone to try and take out the fortress inside of Stock. Does get shot down, but Saz is going to look to repeat it.
Yeah, I mean, these Roteros could clear basically all of that util. He's going to be very low on time, and good job from Scars to get quite aggressive there. Sorry, good job from Save to get quite aggressive there. Yeah, he's playing that as army really well.
Two players on the main stairs this time around as well. They're looking for a safer fall-off route, Odium. They realized last time around that they didn't really have a way to get out of the top floor if they actually wanted to delay time. And I think now they've figured it out against Man LFO. If they can hold on to the numbers advantage come the late round and delay as much time as possible, it kind of doesn't really matter because Man LFO is struggling a lot with the executes. So I think playing the more cautious game here and being able to fall off is the right thing to do.
Well, Quixie's found his double digits, but now he's really feeling that pressure. Resident does, though, get another one, and Quixie goes to 11, goes to 12. Oh, Quixie! He really is quick on the sticks, isn't he? A massive round from him. Double digits, carrying Odium through this game.
Oh man, that was a big round there on the top floor as well. This time around, the pinch not really working out in Man LFO's favor. I think a big part of that was actually being able to hold on to stock. If you remember last time around, we had the entry come in from Hunter. That put a lot of pressure on the players inside of Meeting, inside of Janitor. I think Quixie must have called one of his teammates to be over there and said, okay, you know, we can't just leave the entire top floor vacant except for like the part in the middle because then we're going to get pinched. That's how architecture works, right? So I think holding on to another point of entry for as long as possible really meant that the entry that came out from Man LFO eventually was pretty linear. And that really allowed Quixie to go and shine there in his 3K. Solid shots.
Yeah, a much needed round as well for Odium. As we said, 3-3 at the half is the bare minimum that they could have found after Man LFO got their 3 attacks in a row. And of course, rounding out the half with 2 solid defenses. That'll give them a little bit of momentum moving into their attack half. I'm still like not 100% sure where Bank sits because historically I do think it was a little bit more of an attacker favored map, but in this meta like everything is defender favored. Of course we have no stats for Man LFO, and funnily enough, like Odium have actually played this map 7 times this year. 7 times they have played Bank. Now admittedly a lot of those were farming teams in the open qualifiers, but they actually have a 100% attack win rate across those 7 games unless my stats are cooked. I think
okay.
How is that right? That can't be right.
Interesting.
They've won 5 games and only lost 2.
Oh my god, is it because... I mean, it's probably inflated, right? Because they got the 7-0 against...
They got 7-0 against CS. They played Chum Bucket, they played SDO, they played Altered Zelios, they played Big Dog. So a lot of teams in the qualifiers that you'd expect them to do well on, and perhaps they start on defense and then just like won the last 2 attacks, for example.
Yeah, right.
But yeah, like Odium... I guess if there's any stat, even a ridiculous inflated stat like that would help them out, there you go. If you want to huff some copium for Odium right now going into the second half, they're pretty damn good on their attacks, apparently.
This might be theory crafting a bit too hard in the current meta, but Dev, I got a feeling that as the meta ticks away and people start figuring it out more, there are more maps that I think will be attacker-sided than we think. That's my theory, especially a map like Bank.
I like that theory.
I think there are definitely ways to crack into this map, especially with the way the attacker repick works at the moment. That could really lean itself into the attack if played right.
Well,
similar to maps like, you know, like your consulates could lean into the attack side as well, the way that it gets played out too. I think, yeah, same with Border. Like, there's a few maps that I just think in the current meta, they could be really attacker side once people figure it out.
Yeah.
But that's just me theory crafting too hard, and it's probably not that relevant for this game. Okay.
No, I think it is relevant because Odium, the pressure is on them, right? Like, you could argue they lost their half, but I've actually just had a look, and Odium are the best attacking team in the league. 59.26% attackers win rate. That's essentially a 60% attack win rate overall of the 9 maps that they have played so far. That's even better than Bliss. That is impressive.
Okay, another thing that's been pretty impressive so far for Odium is that they've actually got down into the basement with relative ease and pretty quick. There's a whole minute left to go, so if they can actually start burning out the utility now, they do have an opportunity to get the plant down. Now, the plant is actually on Prez, who is up above on the hatch, so that makes me think they're going to try and plant in an off position, even when that utility gets baited out. I imagine they're probably just going to wait for this glue canister to go down. That's really being efficiently cleared at the moment from Dirty. From here on out, even though the breach is not open, they could try and land a flood from here. It's very possible. Man, LFO need to be paying attention here.
You know, often in the late round, like the biggest enemy of an attack, flood or plant, tends to be these Vulcans, and so clearing them out is great. That smoke is extremely shallow, and it does require a second one to deny
any form of an entry. Now, there is no opening on this reinforcement. That's all of the smokes down. And, well, a player is deep into side. Priz, he's planting in an unusual spot. Saved has found an opener. Saved has found two. The plant is confirmed, and they completely farm. Saved has found 6 kills in the last 2 rounds. 7 kills for Saved. A flawless attack to open up the half for Odium.
I'll tell you what, President is cooking at the moment in this server. That guy was on the hatch waiting for a flood drop and to plant in a really off position super early on. Never did we see that diffuser go down in server at all. They knew what they were trying to do there. They knew they were going to have to bait out the utility. They didn't have hard breach, so they weren't going to be able to bait it out in default. And they planned for that particular execute a whole minute before it happened, right? So yeah, I think really good thinking ahead there from Odium, realizing that to be able to catch Man LFO off guard, they would have to do something unusual, especially with all the stuff that was going down on the bomb site. And they executed that to perfection.
Oh, that's just genius. I love that. Not that we've never seen it before, but yeah, you said it, right? Like, you flood the site with smokes, you plant it off position, and then you tell you're a million insane fraggers on your team, just go kill them. And they did, like, suppressive fire, impressive fire, you name it. Saved is on 7 kills now. He was what, 0-2 at one point, 0-3 at one? He was 0-3.
I can't remember.
Yeah, no, I remember.
Yeah.
He was 0-3. And now, I mean, he's had a 3K and another 3K. He's farming, really loving what Saved has achieved.
I'll tell you what, we've been like kind of ragging on about Bappin throughout the whole stage. Like he's been the one
forget
stealing all
about
the kills.
Bappin.
It don't matter in this series so far. Blood is 1-6. The rest of the team is absolutely showing up. Something for Odium, yeah, it really doesn't matter who shows up because all of them can seriously frag out against Man LFO.
Yeah, and they got the brains to back it up as well. President, great calls from him. Now let's see as they move on to their next attack. We're going to the top floor this time. So Man Esports deciding not to deal with that basement again. I'm sure at some point they will go back there. It is the favored site for a very good reason. And this top floor can be very finicky, but sometimes it's better to just change things up. And Odium are going for a bit of a lurk to start with. Bappin downstairs. I wonder if he is going to catch someone rotating, because we do have a few roamers. Like, I'm thinking mainly of Player, who's all the way down here in the basement on his Valkyrie cams.
So the thing that I'm thinking about for Odium that Man LFO did not have is hard breach on President, right? They look like they're going for the same strat. They've got OCE in hand. Now, they don't quite have the zoning utility that Man LFO do, but I think that's the purpose of Bappin down below, right? He's going to use his Ash Charges, try and land something vertically, vacate Janitor, so they can then go for that execute, right? With the OCE shield, with the breach on the wall. Dirty down here is going to play flank watch for Bappin to do that very purpose, right? Making sure that from down below, their execute is going to be clear. No one can play inside of Janny. No one can play in any positions that could cut off this execute from coming in through. Saved as well on the rappel, putting the pressure on is going to help things out. And that's the player in Janny going down early.
Yeah, and that means that mirror is now nullified unless if a player can rotate in. Bappin's watching from the hatch, and indeed a player has rotated in. Also, it's Scars, the most important player to be in a position like this, because any flashes or stuns that may come his way, he can disregard.
Man LFO, Odium rather, are actually looking to put the pressure over on Stock instead. It's making me wonder what they're actually trying to do with this OCE setup. Now, this is a big long line of sight in through meeting, but where's the execute going to come down? Prez has got the diffuser in his hands. That breach is open now, and I think Quixie's rotating over his OCE shield too. So the main thing they need to worry about now is that there is still a player inside of Janny at the moment, and that's what they're trying to clear at the moment from down below with Bappin. Now they know that no one is behind that mirror, and they can start to think about the execute with some time remaining. Great pick as well from down below. That is the mission critical pick that they need to make the execute work. The rest of the players on the rappel just need to cut off the retake.
That is a C4 down. That is your Warden down. That is an opportunity that goes begging for Man LFO, and Quixie's found his 14th kill in 8 rounds. This guy is seemingly unstoppable. And Player, well, he's got to live up to his name right now. A 1v5, and he only finds a single kill. The timeout is called because Odium are looking untouchable on their attack.
Yeah, super well thought out attack that was, in my opinion. Like, in my opinion, way more well thought out than the Man LFO attack of the exact same style, right? That time, they knew what the win condition was for the execute to work. Clear out Janitor. Make sure there are no plays that can go on the retake with and then putting a replay on the cutoff for that. That was saved on the repels. Not only that, but they even had redundancy in the ground floor as well to make sure that Bappin could do his job. That was what Quixie was doing, or sorry, that was what Dirty was doing on the Nomad as well. They had all the pieces of the puzzle that really just fell into place once Man LFO tried to go for the retake and tried to deal with the problems that Odium had put in their hands. Janitor kept trying to be retaken over and over and over again from those Man LFO players, and every single time it was shut down, and the plant didn't even have to go off in the end. President didn't have to put the bomb on the floor at all because Man LFO just ended up walking into all these cut-off positions that Odium were holding on to. Seriously, well thought out attack.
Oh, that's a big lead to get here. Odium are so good at attacking Bank. And yeah, I've gone back and really dived into the stats. They do have an 100% attack win rate on this map. Now, a couple of those 7 games that I said have not got the stats filled out for like the rounds. So maybe in some of those, there might have been some attack rounds lost, but
nevertheless, it's really high.
It is. And all the ones that are tracked, which I think is at least 5 of them, they didn't lose an attack. How insane is that?
That's pretty insane.
Like, this is, I think, potentially Odium's best map. It is by far their least banned map. They've only ever banned it in 1 veto all year, and that was against Kelton's Knights. Now, you probably do want to ban Bank against Kelton's Knights.
They learned.
They do love that map. But every other veto they've played this entire year, they've left it open. They've won it 5 times now this year. They picked it twice in BO3s where they've had a chance. They love this map.
10 seconds left.
Sorry, we're just getting a little bit of photography done by our good friend
it's
Michael
so
Guzgari.
It's so exciting.
Shout out, the boy in the blue shirt. We're all wearing blue today, actually. I quite like it. I like your jacket. Is it actually blue? It looks a bit black to me.
It's navy blue. Do you
Navy
see this?
blue.
This is like the green pants argument all over again. My pants were green on the day that we did green.
Yeah, but when we say, hey, today let's wear blue, you tend to like, or whatever color we choose, you choose the darkest possible shade of that color.
That is not true. That
is so
not
true.
No, it's not.
It is so true.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Okay, you know, we'll settle this argument later. All I'm saying,
We'll keep the domestics for off broadcast.
Oh god, you can't be saying that on the broadcast either. Okay, so Odium, they've been looking really good on their attacks, and now they have another opportunity to attack into the basement. Man LFO, not looking to roam at all, just holding on to the bomb site, trying to lean into the denial late game 2 C4s, smokes, Goya canisters, all the stuff that you need to deny the late game. But on the side of Odium, they've shown us that they've been pretty good at reading into that type of defense, right? So roam clear is going to be pretty efficient as well from these guys. They've already made their way in through the top floor. They've got a whole 2 minutes. The ground floor is completely vacated, so if they can figure this out quickly, they can plan out the execute with plenty of time.
And they're good at making plans. We know that full well.
They do make plans.
They do make plans. They do execute those plans. But of course, you can't always go and attack this site the same way that we saw them attack it last time. If you just go for an off plan, well, now that Man Esports defended against you last time, they'll know where you're planting, and they'll think of it, they'll pre-C4 it, they'll pre-smoke it.
Interesting problem as well. They have Thatcher to try and clear things. Oh, actually, I think all the hatches have been open. Never mind, not a problem. I thought Hunter was maybe going to trick some of these hatches with the key clause, but I think everything's been open now. Oh, no, it hasn't. Oh, no. Has the one in the box been opened? Like the admin box? No, not this one. Go back.
You mean in admin? That
one.
was the one that was electrified?
No, it's closed. Oh.
Wait, how many hard breach do they have left?
No more.
They brought... Did they try and bring a Hibana? They think they brought a Hibana?
No. They brought the secondary hard breach charge and Thatcher
Yeah, but
together.
only on one operator, which means you only get 2 hard breach gadgets. That's 2 hatches. That's not much.
Odium, what are you doing here? What is the plan? Okay, the plan looks like a garage with lobby-sided take. That seems to be what they've dedicated themselves to. Now, with the hatches being closed on the other side of the server, dude, Man LFO, you have to be knowing what's happening right now. It's fairly obvious what they're going for at this point, right? So Chef Jeff is going to hold on to blue here. I really don't think Odium have that much of a way in, to be honest. Man LFO should surely secure this round. There are not that many points of entry that Odium can actually land comfortably.
No, realistically, the only way that Odium win this round with 20 seconds to play is by having some insane entries. Hunter is on this long angle. Now, Cairo, he does get the first one. Dirty, a really nice shot there from him to take down Hunter. But unfortunately for Odium, they seemingly drop 1 by 1. Scars has found a 2-piece this round. And yeah, poor Dirty, the only player in Vault. Well, he does find 1, but really just a consolation prize at this point. Odium, look, we praise their attacks, but that one really did lack a lot of punch.
Yeah, I think they may have miscalculated in the repick phase in the attack.
If you have 2 operators with can openers, I can see that working.
But even then, I'm not actually sure if Hunter managed to trick the one on going into serve or not. He was holding it in his hand and he was juggling it, so it made me think that maybe he intentionally tricked that.
Was there only 1 hatch open at the end of all that?
I think so. I think they. Oh well, they might have been able to get both
Maybe
if they dedicated
elevator
themselves.
and-
Yeah, to elevator and also to the lobby hatch. But the
Yeah.
elevator hatch might have been open anyway as a fall-off. You never know, really. I think for Odium, probably not bringing enough redundancy in the hard breach to actually open up their options for them. And then by the time they hit the late game, there were so few points of entries that Man Alpha could just hold on some good crossfires and shut them down.
Oh, it's good. I mean, that'll be a nice confidence booster for Man. Obviously, had they lost that round, that would be match point for Odium and quite a dominant statement on their attacks. Man have a shot at looking to tie this scoreline. I do feel like, hands down, Odium has been the better team in this game so far, and I want to see a lot more from Man to prove to us that they can play Bank, because as I said earlier, like we actually haven't seen, while we've seen Odium play this map 7 times this year, Man have never played it before, which is quite a funny contrast. But Man did elect to leave it in through the ban phase, and so Odium are absolutely going to pick it. Next up is obviously Skyscraper, which in theory should be a much better team for Man, but again, we haven't seen Odium play it. It's their insta-ban, their most banned map this year. So it really remains to be seen. Maybe Odium will have cooked something up for map 2.
The BO3 is really hard to tell how much preparation has actually gone into it and how well integrated it is into the map pool, because yeah, it's just so hard for us in the broadcast when we haven't seen it, but it's the players in the background that these guys scrim each other, they play each other week to week, like, you know, they should know each other's map pool basically inside out at this point.
I'd hope so.
Unless they're really smart at the way they plan their scrims or something like that.
But even then, you can't get too clever when you're planning scrims. Like, I hear a lot of teams that are not at the top level get really, like, precious about, oh, we're not going to scrim this map against this team, or we're not going to scrim that team because they're too close to us. Like, man, you don't have much scrim competition in this region. Scrim the best teams you can possibly get, even if they are your direct competitors. I just think you need to do that to even practice your fundamentals. Now, it looks like this is a mini execute on the top floor from CEO. As the attack starts to breach open this mirror window, Jeff's not going to fall off yet. And player, I think, is waiting, biding his time for one of these attackers to repel into CEO, and he can look for a C4 opportunity. But Scars has actually gone down. Quixie, can I just say, 15-5. This has got to be one of the biggest performances I've seen in OCE this season. And it's from a rookie like Quixie.
He's been doing seriously good so far for Odium. He's just doing what needs to be done to win it out. Exactly the same as Dirty is, to be honest. I think Odium have got the right combination of players at the moment that will just know what they need to do to win the game. And that's it, right? They're not looking to be your superstars or anything like that. They're just doing the essential things that they need to do. Here goes Dirty on the ram, looking in through the top floor now with the Boogie drones. He can try and break apart some of this top floor and then play the vertical. Prez as well is going to repel on in to try and use some of those Chelma charges where necessary. He's only got 1 left in his hands, actually, which makes me think he might have tried to work a hatch open or something like that. Actually, it was pre-open. I have no idea where they went. Saved is down here, putting pressure on the bomb site as well. So,
Ooh, play close.
yeah, I mean, Odium
There's a
really,
flash.
he knows that he's there, surely.
Oh, he does get the better of Cairo. Uncharacteristic. Cairo doesn't usually lose those. A little bit of an overcommitment to the pre-fire there. Oh, Sheffy, he's trying to hide under the table.
I reckon he dies here.
He
Surely
should
this
die
doesn't
here.
work.
He surely should die here, especially with his teammates dropping like flies. This is such a big risk here for Chef. He's being so cheeky, but time is of the essence. He spots 1, he spots 2, but he doesn't have enough bullets. Round in the corner, eventually the Ram will take him down, and Dirty can force that plant. Player now in a 1v3, but he doesn't have a lot of information. Does he know where this plant is? It doesn't seem to be the case. Saved another big pick for him as he eclipses double digits on the Yana, covering his teammate to perfection. Odium have got map point on bank.
They look really solid on the attack. I mean, the collapse on the top floor was super good, forcing all the players off it, putting the pressure on the repels as well. Like, Scarf looks super uncomfortable in his position inside a reception. And yeah, I think...
I love President's reaction to that technical pause call.
Yeah, look. And I don't know. I don't want to say too much about this because, like, I mean...
You don't want to comment on the technical pause call from Cairo? You sure?
Yeah, that...
I think we have commented on it now just by saying that.
That and, like, you know, Chef sitting under the table, it's like, it's a bit... it's a bit like...
You only play under the table like that if you think that you're not going to win the round and you're like, I'm going to throw a Hail Mary. It's like,
I don't know.
it's quite a bad play. Let's be real.
I don't know. Guy has 3 smoke canisters in his pocket. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
It's like 3 smoke canisters, 30 seconds left. That's like a way of winning that round, you know?
Yeah.
And
If he found both of those kills, it'd be a bit of a different story. I think Save would have eventually traded him anyway, but...
I mean, he might not have had to find the kills. Smoke
If he
under
had
the
smoked
hatch,
it,
you know?
yeah.
Like, smoke on the hatch, smoke main,
True.
watch Printer jump in,
Very
play
true.
the power position there, you know? Like, yeah.
Yeah.
A few things that I think that Man LFO could have probably done there to try and bring that one back. That's all I'm going to say. I think, yeah, Cairo there as well, falling on the main stairs, going through his peak as well, was pretty unfortunate of a boon, I think, to the defense too. It really left the remaining 2 players on the side alone. And I think, I don't really know what play was doing either. He was just like really far away from the action. Like, what
ages
was going
away.
down. He's so far away.
Yeah, he should have had a
know.
quicker read, I would have thought.
Yeah,
Maybe
they
he was
just-
trying to make a play upstairs.
I don't know. But they, honestly, Man LFO just don't look that keyed in to what Odium are doing. I think in that last basement defense that they landed, it was more Odium messing up on their attack than it was Man LFO looking good on the defense. And I think it's sort of carried through a little bit to the round after that as well. They don't look as on pace as their opponents.
It's funny because Man Esports, I think, like I said before, I think they've actually been the more consistent team in this stage, right? Like we said, they
Yeah,
only
for
drop
sure.
games to Bliss and Odium.
Absolutely.
Whereas Odium dropped a game to Antic, a game to Panic, and a game to Bliss. And they also went to OT against... no, actually, never mind. I thought they had an OT win against someone, but no, never mind. So they lost to Antic, Panic, and Bliss, right? That's, in theory, like some worse opposition than Man Esports, just losing to 2 teams. And so, yeah, I would have really backed in Odium, backed in Man Esports to be a better team at this level, but I actually am starting to craft a bit of a theory, Mandy.
What's the theory?
I think there's a little bit of a rivalry between these teams. Obviously, Cairo and Player abandoned Odium to go and join this ex-Mammoth, now Man Esports roster. And I have a feeling that when it comes to that mental game, like we saw it on Chalet in the round-robin phase of this season when these 2 teams faced and Odium ran away with the end of the game, I think we're seeing it here as well. I think that Odium, whether they try to or not, even when they're not lipping up in the chat, I think they get in Man Esports heads.
Interesting theory.
It's just a theory I've got.
A theory.
Just
Very
looking at the way the
interesting
game's going,
theory.
look at the faces of these players. Look at the plays, like Player being on the other side of the map, like Chef being under a table.
Interesting theory. I think that when you're in control of the game, it's very easy to look like you're in control of the mental as well. And I think
Very true.
for Odium, that has stood true. Now, I think the proof of your theory is probably to watch Odium when they're struggling, right?
Yeah.
To see if they can actually hold on to that same strong mental game.
Well, I don't think that they do. That's the funny thing. I think that when we saw them play against Panic, when we saw them play against Antic, we saw them struggle with the mental. I don't think Odium are perfect in that regard, but I think that for some reason, there's something about this matchup, something about Odium versus Man, that I think Odium get in Man's heads more than the opposite.
Yeah, that's fair enough. I think absolutely fair enough.
I
to
think
say.
that happens, though. I think that there are teams out there or specific players, and they know each other a little bit, or they used to team together, and it gets in your head a little bit.
Yeah, for sure.
And it does put some weight on the game, some extra weight. The only kind of relief, I guess, for Man here is they should just chill. Like, they should not care that they're losing on Bank. It's a best of 3. And this is Odium's map pick. You're meant to lose your map pick. They should just chill out and have confidence that moving on to Skyscraper and Oregon, they can sweep.
That's the Harambe mentality.
Bro, it
isn't
worked for them.
It actually worked out
It
crazy
worked great
well.
for Direwolves.
That's
Who'd they
nuts,
beat?
man.
Was that... I'm trying to remember.
Jalita, right?
Jalita, yeah, that's
Yeah,
right. Like,
that's
they
crazy.
lost the first map. They got spanked, right, on Bank?
Yeah, and then we interview Harambe, and he's like, "Yeah, I told them we were going to lose on back." I'm like, what are you talking about, mate?
Yeah.
Like, you're intentionally losing map 1, or not intentionally, but like you know you're going to lose map
I mean,
1.
it's a 300 IQ strat. You just tell your players, guys, we suck at this map. We know we're going to lose it, so just don't care. Just use it as a warm-up map and then sweep the other 2.
Oh
And it's that mentality that really unlocked it for Direwolves in the Asia League. And yeah, I don't think that Man Esports are necessarily approaching this with the same mentality, because if they were, I think you'd probably see that on the cameras.
I don't know. I don't know.
I'm theorizing like
I don't
crazy
know.
over here.
I don't know, Dev.
We did get an interview with Sali last week, right?
Okay,
Which
yeah.
was which was nice hearing from the coach of Man Esports. But I don't think he really spoke much to the whole mental aspect of the game.
I think he spoke only about the mental aspect of the game.
Well,
didn't
I
he?
think I have a goldfish memory then. Do you remember what he said?
So as I understand it from the last interview that we did with him, he said that he doesn't really do a lot of strategic stuff.
Right.
That's what Hunter does. 'Cause
Okay.
Hunter's the big brain of the team, right? Sully said what he does is he kind of like mediates the conversations about the strategy, because
Right.
he said that on Man Out of Foe there are a lot of players with
Lot of
differing,
opinions.
yes,
Yeah.
a lot of opinions and characters and game philosophies that need to merge into one somehow, and that's where Sully comes in as the coach and tries to assess all of that and make it work, right? So
Yeah.
it's good having a lot of ideas, but it works even better when you've
Wow.
got someone mediating it. Scars with a really nice shot onto Bappin to kick things off in the round as well. That's going to help Man LFO in the attempt at a comeback.
Yeah. Oh, good start there. Bappin's having a shocker, I got to say. This is just not at all up to the standard that we expect.
That's all right. Quixie's doing it instead.
Oh, yeah. Not that he needs to have an impact, but, you know, Bappin's 6th best player in the league at the moment. He's a real gamer, a real fragger, real entry.
Ball's player.
Yeah.
Oh, it's actually
it is-
player.
It is player the player. Saved gets him. Oh, almost a refrag there through the wall. That was cheeky. Saved is stepping up in the absence of Bappin. Quixie is exceeding expectations drastically.
Scars looks like he's in a pickle right now. He looks like he wants to fall off, but doesn't really want to fall off at the same time. Oh, he's actually going to do it anyway,
just gonna
and his
get a kill.
takedown saved. Okay, that's crazy. Oh, and
What
Hunter's
is
going to
that
go
from
around. For
Hunter?
what on earth is going on?
Okay, aggression upon aggression seemingly from Man Esports, but it does somehow work in their favor. The two newbies on Odium now look to clutch out this match point. Scars has had a pretty good round though. There's no one top square that he's aware of. He's a bit worried.
I think Scar should get out here. Oh no, he doesn't have to. He's got his mate up there too, Chef Jeff.
Oh, here
Oh no,
comes
but that
Quixie.
means that the player on the site could be in a bit of hurt. Oh, Scars has fallen off. It's probably the right choice here.
Hang
oh, the
on.
bomb is on Dirty. They can plan.
They actually might be able to here. Scars, though, does take down Quixie, means it's up to Dirty to clutch up the 1v3. Scars in a great position. He doesn't have the read, but he should be able to get the audio call in just a second. Round the corner he comes. And as Chef Jeff was flanking as well from behind, it is a pretty easy lockout for Man Esports. And as a result, they hold on for just a little bit longer in this game.
Good defense there for Man LFO, especially Scars in the top floor. Not only did he find the first pick, but he realized he wanted to get back to the bomb site and help out a player who had just, died from the player inside a lobby. And he was really patient about taking that 1v1 onto Saved. Actually won that one out, and in my opinion, I just really shut down the attack of Odium from there on out. They didn't have that multifaceted pinch kind of push that they were looking for. And then right on the other side of the map, Hunter as well went hit for his play as well. So both points of entry, or both of the main points of attack that Odium tried to do, got shut down by two individual plays happening across the map. And yeah, essentially winning it out for Man LFO there.
Yeah. Oh well. Aggression upon aggression sometimes works out, especially when you leave Odium to their own devices. Like, they know how to shape up a really solid execute. So I think it was probably the right call. But of course now in what could be the final round of the game, and is definitely the final round of regulation, Man Esports have the basement unlocked again. And that's why that last round was so essential for them. Just staving off elimination, staving off defeat until they can push back and go basement again. But let's not forget that basement was actually won in the very first round of this half by Odium.
Get more hard breach, and I'm not going to do it.
It's the lack of hard breach that was the problem last time, and they're picking off the ace.
So
We don't have a Hibana
no,
here.
I think Dirty got lost in his pick, to be honest. So Dirty flexed from Nomad to Buck to Thatcher. I don't know, man. I think they're giving him too much work, to be honest. The rest of his teammates got to do something useful.
Saved has got to get off the
Get off. I don't know. Either
Bappin's got to get off the Ash,
someone
man.
get off Ash, someone get off Yana. Do something, because Dirty has just flexed 3 essential operators. That's all I'm saying,
yeah,
right?
Prez is the only hard breach here, and he's not even a dedicated hard breach operator.
No. Oh well, it's okay. If Odium can land something else off the back of the 2 hatches that they actually choose to open and then dedicate themselves to the push, they might have enough utility to do it. Flashbang's really important here. They can use the EMPs to mask a lot of stuff like your Malusis and whatever, so, even if they manage to land an EMP onto wherever Scars is as well, if he's playing in an essential position, and they can do it vertically or they can roll it down the hatch or something, that could be really good too. So I think Odium, with the pieces that they have to work here, they just need to have a good think, to be honest. They've got this really early entry going on as well, so 2 minutes to have a think and have a plan. Very doable on the attack.
Ironically, it feels like most of the operators that Odium brought are to deal with the roam, which is the opposite of what Man Esports are doing. They actually, is it almost everyone on site? I see 4 players. Where's number 5? Is there
Probably
one involved?
Garage, right?
I didn't catch number 5.
Didn't.
Am I blind? 1, 2, 3, 4.
Garage.
Yeah,
Yeah,
5. Nice call. Yeah,
yes.
there you go. Good job. All right.
So,
So
smart.
it's why they pay the big bucks, Manny. All 5 on site, right? And yet you've got like your Dokkaebi and stuff like that. So it's a shame to lack hard breach, but Odium can still make it work. They've made very good time.
I think some well-placed EMPs and well-thought-out hard breach could do it. Especially when Cade is off the board as well, and the hatches can all be opened. They just need to make the right choice here, really. But on the side of Man LFO, in my opinion, this is really their round to lose, especially with the way that Odium have sort of like handicapped themselves.
NS question mark from Saved. He's gone down early. A big problem now for Odium. Lacking hard breach, lacking new avenues into sight, and lacking a player as well. Easy now for Man Esports to smoke them out of sight and just continue to let this clock run its course.
C4 as well on Scars could spell the death of the plant, even though Chef Jeff as well has got 2 smoke babes in his pocket. It's really not looking good here for Odium on their attack. They've got a flood if they want to make this one work. This is Man LFO's round to lose.
It really is. Even Garage is locked out by player here. Trying to be contested by Quixie, but there's just no chance he makes a play work here. President's gone deep for a cheeky plant. Oh my god, he has found the narrowest position to try and plant. He might be able to make it work. Dirty has to cover him. Prez gets that plant down, and Dirty has done a good job of covering him. Cairo and Hunter to step up, and the round is won by the defense of Man LFO as they push us into overtime.
Yeah, I think we called that one super early, to be honest. Steph, like, honestly, what are they doing on the attack? Like, they had all the tools that they needed with the attacker repick to make it work, and then they floundered around in the last, like, whatever, 15 seconds trying to decide what they needed. By the time they actually hit through the mid-rounds, they're all kind of just sitting there because no one has any jobs to do, right? And that's a big problem when you try and prep for the execute, especially when you're prepping against your Goyos, your Smokes, your C4s, everything, right? There is so much that you need to cut down on that you don't have the tools to do with. I think, honestly, Odium, both times of the attack on the defense, has sabotaged themselves. Yeah. That was really 2 rounds that Man LFO were gifted. And now we're at overtime.
Yeah, we had overtime. It feels like this game really didn't need to go this distance, Mandy. Odium had such a good attack and yet struggled twice on that basement when they really perhaps didn't need to.
Yeah. I mean, it's like, even they're
well,
going to
do it again. They have
another
chance.
So even if you're going to look for an execute here, right? I don't care about Yana. I don't care about Ash. You're bringing along execute operators. You got your cap towers up. Ying is on. Ying is on. Ying is up.
Ying is up. I can't believe that.
Blitz is up. Like, all of your execute operators are up. And then what do we have?
One hard breacher. He can only get 1 hatch now.
Why do we have Ash and Yana, mate? What's going on? Okay.
Even the Twitch. Like, I mean, man.
I mean,
Twitch is great.
Twitch is good here.
They're going OSA. Okay, well, let's have a quick replay of the end of that round. But yeah, this is a big question mark. Is like, what on earth are Odium going to do with their operator picks at the end of this round? Because, Mandy, like, they need more hard breach than just the Grim with secondaries. And now they've gone for 0 hard breach.
I mean, this has to be a server direct, right? Surely that's what they're looking for. But Chef is right here. What are they doing? Or maybe it's a Garage.
0 hard breach.
Maybe it's Garage with the OSA. But like, I don't understand, you know?
0 hard breach.
Dev, it's either we are really small brain, like we just don't understand, we can't comprehend what's going on.
So risky,
or they are geniuses, you know? Like,
with no hard breach, there are 3 ways to get into site. Down main stairs, through Garage, or through server. So which is it? And are you doing all of them at once? How are you going to dislodge, like, even just positions inside of A? If you don't open the hatch into CCTV, they can just play on the bomb. It's almost impossible to kill them there. What's the point of the Thatcher when there's no hard breach? Is it to try and EMP away C4s and Echo drones and smoke babes as you're going for a plant?
I gotta say, of all the operators here, your Twitch and your Thatcher, both picked by the newbies on the team, by the way, are honestly your most useful operators here. That's all I'm saying. Like, these guys are trying, okay? Safe, though. It might not matter. You know what? Win conditions on the map, we don't care.
Kill.
We do not care. If Odium can just brute force their way on into the bomb site, who cares?
Look at them all.
We could be wrong. We could be completely wrong.
There are 3 of them here in server. Nice that this wall is not reinforced, so no hard breach needed there. And already one of the Vulcan canisters has been triggered. Now, the plant denial here, Mandy, comes down to the Echoes, the C4s, and the Smokes. But the Smoke is dead! What? I just realized that was Chef who went down early. Hunter's on a roam, and he does trade out saves.
There's a player in E.
Oh, another one for a refrag! Bappin coming through when he's needed. This could be a good attack for Odium.
Oh, when they're creeping through here, the rest of Man, they've realized what execute they're going for in the back of server, and they're postured for it now. Player's got a Yokai drone still on the bomb site. There's a C4 on Scars, and Cairo is ready to go for the frags as well. This is still winnable here for Odium because they could brute force their way in with the numbers. But I think Man look pretty ready for it.
They've got to give that diffuser over to someone else so that Dirty can spam his EMPs, his 9 and his C4s while the plant's going down. And so he will drop it. It's a full stack here. I think Prez might indeed be the planter. There are ingredients to make this happen.
You know, the Yokais might not even matter. If they're EMPs and it's behind the OCE shield, it doesn't, you know, the animation doesn't go through, right? So Odium could really land this by brute forcing their way in. They might have done it even though we, like, ragged on them for being bad.
There are impacts as well on player that could take down the OCE shield. The plan is going down. It still hasn't been denied. How do they get away with it? In the 4v1, Scars left with it all to do, and he's got no chance of making this one work. There's 0 hard breach strat from Odium. Delivers finally an attack on the basement after 2 failed attempts. We said they needed more hard breach. They said, nah, we need less. Another map point opportunity here for Odium. They're 3rd in this game so far.
Dev, the only thing we learned from that last round is that we are small brain and they are geniuses. Like, how did that work? You know, how did that work?
I mean, it helps when you get a numbers advantage off the rip and you kill smoke.
Yeah, true. Hey. Like, oh my god. I just, yeah.
What was Sheffy doing there?
I don't understand. You know, I don't understand.
Yeah. I mean, that's well played by Odium, 110%.
Yes, 100%.
Like, they looked for like...
Credit to them.
This is so nerdy, but they looked for the minimum viable product of an attack. They were like, what is the least that we can do and we can sell this attack?
Absolutely.
They're like, no hard breach, an OCE shield, EMPs to cover, a couple of frags, a bit of displacement. Amazing. Still, there was so many failure points there. Like an impact from the Echo, the EMP's not going to stop that. You can't shoot that out of midair like you can a C4 or a smoke. That impact could have won the round, but in the end, Man Esports just didn't have the ingredients, didn't have the time or the knowledge to nail down that plant denial.
I'm a bit bewildered by that last round, to be honest. That is ridiculous that they've been able to win that one out. But, you know, nevertheless, turns out map win conditions don't matter. And if you nerd about it too hard, like we are, like I do every single game, yeah, who cares, really?
The team that wins the round, man,
yes, exactly.
regardless of what happens before that.
Exactly. The team that wins the round has won the rounds. Yeah,
That's my Will Buxton moment.
Yeah, that's the Will Buxton moment for the day. And you know what? Probably a necessary one to bring us into reality for this game, and that is okay. I'm very okay with that. Now Man LFO are on their attack. And every time that they have tried to attack into this basement, it has gone not too well.
Yeah, that is right. They did win one attack onto this site, and it was a Chef 3K where they went for a solid roam clear and found an early pick onto President, which is the smoke. Ironically, the smoke dying first seems to have a very high...
Who would have thunk it? Really?
Very high correlation with
you take down the late game utility early on in the game, and then the attack wins? Oh my god.
Who would have thunk it?
Revolutionary.
So Odium, it looks like they're actually playing really pass here. They're not... Yeah, is that 5 on site? Yeah, they're actually not even... Because previously they had a roamer. They had like the hatches and open area reinforced, opened, and then they would fall off. I think they played a bit of Kaid as well. We're seeing quite a flip now. Full on-site turtle for Odium. Does put a lot of pressure on Man to expedite this process so that they are ready for all that late round util.
And like once again on the side of Man, they also oh no, they have 2 hard breach. I lied. Oh, okay. Never mind. I was gonna say they can
Kara
really get 2
loves
hard
his Maverick.
It's so strange. Yeah, as well they have the Maverick as well. So if they want to get anything open, they can, but it's gonna take time through the mid rounds. That's the main problem. But it doesn't matter. I mean, there's nothing that's gonna deny this anyway on the side of the defense. So the main thing they need to worry about is all the utility that's gonna deny the plant. Now it's up to them whether they actually want to go deep here or try and bait it out. Baiting it out is gonna be pretty tough with the lack of hard breach that they have to get a breach on server, but like, I mean, it's possible here for Man LFO.
This is so cheeky from Save. Yeah. I mean, yeah, it is possible for Man LFO. There's tons of time on the board, and I think they've just burnt quite a few of those Vulcan canisters as well. Oh, they've even popped a mirror. How did they manage that? Did Scars get in with the Twitch drone? I think he must have.
Scars has been really good on the Twitch, to be honest. So is Quixie on the side of the attack. And they've got nades to swarm player. They can try and roll it into some of these power positions. Oh, Hunter's going to bait the plant. This is good.
Down
and
the
smoke
plant
hasn't
goes.
landed. The smoke hasn't landed from Prez.
Oh,
they can
no,
stick a plant.
Prez. How's he not done it?
Oh,
the
the
plant
glass.
is denied at the last second from Quixie with a good C4, but okay, sorry, the plant didn't get denied. The player went down, but the plant confirmed prior. And now a 5v3 retake opportunity for Odium, but they look red hot and ready for this. 2 players in advantage as they look to try and retake. 2 of the attackers, now defenders, upstairs. Odium are dropping like flies. Scars has held down the fort on this flank opportunity and said, no, you will not take us down. Not just yet. Not without forcing us to round 15.
Yeah, man, LFO really deserved that attack round, especially Hunter realizing it was essential to get in early and start baiting down the utility. Not just that, but realizing that the smoke actually missed his position, Prez not quite lining the lineup, and he actually continued to stick it right at the end, having the awareness that even though the canister's gone off, didn't actually hit him. And then the C4 got called out too. Like, Quixie didn't realize that the smoke hadn't actually caught him out, sent it through, and it was just a millisecond too late to take down Hunter. Really well held down from Scars. Dude, Scars has been so good in Stage 1 so far in 2024. He's so consistent. It's been excellent. Holding on to the flank as well, finding his 2K. Karo with the crossfire. He was so good for man LFO. Honestly, that's how you attack the basement, mate.
Yeah.
You get in the server quickly and you start baiting out that utility.
It helps when they miss, but yes.
That helps as well.
It does help.
But they did good.
There's an
They deserve
age-old...
that.
They did. There's an age-old debate, Mandy, which I'd love you to weigh in on, of particularly for this site, like, because this used to be so meta, like back in the day, back even in like 2019, like every round played out the same and the last 40 seconds was just baiting out utility. And there's 2 ways that you can either do it if you're a defense. You either use your smokes first or you use your C4s first. Now, which camp are you in?
10 seconds left.
You're undecided, are you? You're not sure? 'Cause I had this conversation when Fnatic were at their peak with Dizzle, who was coaching them at the time. And he was a firm believer that C4s come first. And the reason is that you're probably going to actually find a kill off of one of those C4s. And in the end, that is what happened. But because the C4 came second, it meant that, well, the smoke had already been missed and the plant got confirmed. The C4 comes out, gets the kill, doesn't matter. You have to retake anyway.
I don't know. I'm of the opinion now that these days flooding is like such a important... It has
Well,
become,
for some reason they didn't need to
it's
flood that
fashionable,
round,
okay?
but...
Flooding the basement these days is fashionable, right?
Yes, it is.
So, in my view, this smokes, because zoning, you know?
What came first, the chicken or the egg?
But I think you might be right with the order of operations for the burn attack, right? I don't know,
Yeah.
actually. I don't know. That's a good question.
It becomes a very different discussion if you're missing your smokes. Because if you're missing your smokes, just C4 it.
Yeah, right.
Unfortunately, it came a little bit too late. But now we're down to the final round, and it's not basement at all anymore. Odium have an attack opportunity. And wait, this is open area. So Man Esports have extended this roam upstairs.
Okay, so Chef is being pressured out of his position with the Selma charges that have gone on Janitor. So very nice work so far for Odium to clear out the top floor. I think that was the only roamer in the top floor as well, unless there's a player inside of E or inside of stock as well. There is actually one in E at the moment. Now, do Odium have the cutoff for Scars? They do. That's saved. Who's down below? He's going to take that engagement. He's going to win that one out.
Nice.
So far, so good for Odium. Karo's going to look to get aggressive as well on this main stairs position. Now, Saved has been really good in this position to be the linchpin of the attack so far for Odium, so I'd really be wanting to shut this down. Karo realizes that.
If it comes to the late round here, Man have so much good utility on site. It's going to be very challenging for Odium to form up and execute. We have seen them execute successfully onto this site before. And Chef is a player I'm going to be keeping an eye on. He needs to survive until the late round and get maximum value out of his gas.
They've got info as well on the player inside of main. If player and Cairo can double down here to try and take down Save, that's essentially one half of the push being taken away. But I don't know if they can do that now. With only 50 seconds left to go, Odium are really looking to make this go time, right? The vertical is coming down to try and vacate some of these positions inside of open. The drones are going in through the bomb site, so Bappin is fully informed where all the anchors are. That's a great pick there from Cairo. They can now flip some of that defense towards the main side of the map and try and hold on.
You had that read onto Saved. He was to be the backstab for this push, and Kairo's found another one on the President. He's low HP and he's taken down by Dirty, but Dirty gets traded back immediately as well. Odium evening the numbers now as this 2v2 execute forces Odium to recompose. Quixie's going big for it, but player's there. He comes through in the big moment. Man Esports, they look behind the whole map through, but they steal the map from Odium.
Really solid final defense there for Man Alpha. They knew what the conditions were. They played off the info. They played together, most important, and they steal the final round away from Odium and their map pick.
Wow. There was no doubt in our minds that Odium was
were the better.
Odium was looking
Absolutely.
like the better
The better
team.
team.
And yet, what do we say? Whoever wins the round won the round. It doesn't matter what it looks like before that. Whoever wins the map gets it done. And Man Esports are 1-0 up, having taken down Odium on their own map pick.
I mean, such a solid map there. Really, between the two of these guys, we saw some really awesome stuff and we saw some really strange stuff as well on the server from both of these teams. I think they've got a lot to take away from this. This was some very competitive Siege. I've certainly enjoyed watching this one, Dev. I'm really excited for map 2.
Oh, but who will take map 2? It remains to be seen. Man Esports pick Skyscraper, but Odium might have hidden something. They've got to have something left in the tank for a spot at keeping their Manchester dream alive. Map 2 coming up after this.
Attackers dropping. Protect the diffuser. Position compromised. Attackers activating diffuser.
Loading new mag!
Attackers.
Swarming mag!
Attackers activating. Attackers push with the bomb. Drop the diffuser.
I feel like you've started off easy, but this ain't easy.
I know the backdrop. I'll go Oregon security. That's probably way off.
I want to say the security room on consulate.
Doesn't seem like it could be anywhere else. I'm gonna stick bank lockers, like basement lockers.
I want to say like lockers on bank, but I'm not 100% confident on that answer. Oh, it fucking is.
How are you meant to get that? Like, what? Oregon?
Oh,
Oh, lovely.
Skyscraper helipad.
Yeah, this one's not easy. This is chalet. We're gonna call it rocks. I was never getting that one.
You're just gonna put a drone there, but
Jesus, they are hard.
Oh, this is bunker blue, Oregon. All right, these are hard. Oh my gosh.
Oh, that's Oregon, like outside bunker.
Oh, this is Oregon bunker.
this one's Oregon, and it's outside bunker. Now we're just looking at walls.
Oregon again. Would be White Stairs. Yeah, no, this is White Stairs. This is White Stairs.
This is Freezer Stairs, Oregon. It's a brick wall. Do I get a point for that?
I just want to go with Oregon again. I'm just gonna go freezer. Like I think it's like looking up the staircase.
Bank stockroom.
Oh, this is on bank, and I think this is on the main stairs.
Well, I mean, the map's bank.
This is this is bank in square, like the bottom.
Bank stockroom.
They're pretty much the same.
I think that's bank again and garage.
This is garage bank.
It's bank again. I don't know where it is. Maybe garage?
No, this is bank garage. Bank garage. Yes, yes. I was thinking consulate.
I didn't even know you could get your drone up there.
I'm on a roll now. Never mind.
Chalet dining room. There's no way anyone's getting that.
I'm gonna guess kitchen, Night Haven Labs. Skyscraper kitchen. Oh.
Dude, they are hard this time.
Oh, this is border. The drone is in tellers looking through the teller's drone into bathroom.
Well, this is the bathroom drone hole on border.
That's border. Tellers like drone hole to bathroom.
This is clubhouse.
This is also border. I want to say the waiting room.
No, it's definitely border. Actually, I like that top right little pattern. Maybe like break room and border.
Like you're showing me walls here.
This is in border. I think it's like on the radio next to like the office window.
Border and tellers. Oh, at least I got the map right. This is Clubhouse in Supremacists.
This is Logistics Clubhouse.
Logistics?
We have a call out exactly for that head.
Our team calls that Supremacists.
Is this Clubhouse strip club?
Clubhouse strip.
It's club again in strip.
I have no idea. I'm gonna say I have no idea.
What is this? What is this?
Oh my gosh. Surely no one's got this one.
Cafe meatloaf.
Oh, wait, no. I think it's Clubhouse in the meat room.
Oh, this one's easy. This is Freezer Clubhouse.
Like, I was right, but it was just the wrong map.
Yeah, it's cafe rating.
This is cafe. Reading maybe? I don't know.
Yeah, we'll go cafe cigar or piano cigar. Okay, I'll stick the piano windows.
This is where Deptra plays. Reading.
Oh shit.
This is games on Oregon.
Oregon games room, the foosball table.
That is Oregon, and that's in the foosball table.
I don't know what normal teams call it. We call it. Nah, I don't know.
I put my map camps on this, so how do I not know what the map is?
Nah, I have no clue.
I'm just gonna guess border. I have no idea what room.
I feel like, yeah, it has to be border. I don't know. Oh, no, this is border armory, I think.
Consulate, maybe? I didn't even know those were there.
This is my game. I don't lose this.
Jeff the goat, huh?
Welcome back to the Oceania League here. In the semi-finals, the winner of this match will place themselves into that grand final where they battle for a spot in the Manchester Major. Odium already down their map pick. It took 15 rounds, but Man Esports at the final moments clinched the win on Bank. Now we move on to Skyscraper. Mandy, we certainly hadn't expected Man to win that map. It looked like Odium for 99% of it, and then in the final moments of that final round, Man stepped up.
Yeah, absolutely. These guys have just been absolutely crushing it as the game went on. I think between those two on Bank, it was so tight. I think both strategically and in terms of like the way that the gunfights were going down, how back and forth some of the ideas were, it was just, yeah, it was a really chaotic Bank to watch. And it was Odium's map pick as well, and I think that's something we really need to stress by. We were saying that Odium were the masters of Bank in this region. They had so many attacking round wins. We were saying they were nigh and perfect on their attacks, but Man somehow showed up right at the end there, brought us all the way to round 15, and then pulled it over the edge.
I'm seeing an unusual couple of bans here, Mandy. We've talked a lot about very boring bans recently, but Deimos, Thermite, what is the play here? Really forcing some different hard breaches, and clearly Odium knows something about Man Esports Deimos that we don't.
I don't know. I mean, Man do have a tendency to pick it. Don't know how successful it is, to be honest. It's hard to, I don't know.
I don't really know what you're going to be using it for on this map. Is it like for vertical or something?
I mean, there must know something that we don't. They use it a lot on like, you know, like maps like Chalet and that type of thing, but
yeah.
I don't know. I feel like it's a target ban for Odium. They must know that Man played a lot. I think the main ban that I kind of want to talk about a lot is probably Thermite, I think Thermite's pretty essential on Skyscraper. Especially with the way that the physics works of the explosives, how you can open the adjacent walls and that type of thing. Thermite's quite unique in that instance, and there are a lot of places on Sky where that can help out. And I know, I think not having a solid entries is going to be tough for the side of the attack. We've seen it before, but you know, it means they need to supplement it otherwise in other places, and that's what Dirty's doing, that's what President's doing as well.
Yeah, I am starting to wonder how much Bank would have affected Odium. When these guys picked that map, they looked like the better team on it for pretty much the whole game up until that final round. And now they look to be running out of steam. I also said that I think that between the mental battle between these teams, that Odium seemed to have the read, seemed to have the upper hand, and they got in Man Esports' heads. I've no doubt that losing Bank would have flipped that on its head.
Got to reset between these maps. That's the most important thing. This is a best of 3. And if they can win it out in the next 2, then, well, they can still win it. It's not over just yet, and that's what they need to keep in their minds right now. Let's take it round by round. Reset every round. See what you can get. Now, the attack of Skyscraper is always a tough one to get through, and I think Odium really needs to push through, getting as many rounds as they can off this, and it's going to start out down here on the roam clear. Bappin is going to try and contest Scars from the other side of the restaurant. It's not going to land it. Odium are going to get control down below. Now, it's quite useful, especially if you're Bappin, who's got another Ash charge in hand and is willing to contest some of these vertical lines of sight too, try and catch some of these players off guard. He's been pretty successful at it so far. We saw him do it on Bank, and I would say that, well, it's not something you want to play against when you're on Skyscraper either.
Interesting. So the Grim is being used to try and displace these players. Oh, Hunter. Boss G in hand almost lands a good shot there. They seem aware of his position. That's a nice opener there for Quixie. Not sure where he entered from. Bappin, meanwhile, downstairs has found Scars after Scars did get some form of a refrag. Sade is in the building. It looks like Hunter's fallen back, I believe. I can't quite tell where he... Oh, yeah, he has fallen way on back. 3v3. Bit of an early skirmish, Mandy. Quite disjointed. But I don't think Odium would be too unhappy with the result.
I would agree with that, to be honest. I think if you're on the side of the defense, it should be fairly possible to fall off from there. Oh, that is a great shot from Chef Jeff. What on earth has he just gone and done that for? I mean, yeah, Bappin's just gone and looked for the rappel in, or whoever it was. I can't even remember who it was anymore. Yeah, Bappin, there we go. Yeah, I'm as shocked as you are, mate. I tell you what, Chef Jeff has just landed the shot of the rappel animation going backwards before it goes forwards. Oh, saved, mate, as well. What is going on in this round?
Well, Saved was a big hitter on the first map. Oh, Sheffy's looking for more. Big shotgun play from him. Oh, another one for Sheffy. 3K on the round. He's firing up. He's back on the shotguns. And Man Esports, pretty strong opening round of Skyscraper, continuing their form after winning Bank.
Yeah, it was a pretty scrappy round. I think Lou's considered that of the early rounds, Bappin getting control down below, was able to take down Scars, but then at the same time, the roam clear was pretty back and forth as well on the other side of the map. The sweep happening at the same time, of course. And then from there on out, the rest of Man LFO really falling back. Chef Jeff landed a crazy 3K at the end there, all things considered. I mean, a shot out the window, which we never expected to happen. Neither did Bappin. He had no idea that he wasn't safe on the rappel animation. I mean, like, that is a nuts shot,
gnarly,
mate.
bro.
Like, he's landed him between the flag and the little, like, wedge thing. That's so weird. Like, you know when you rappel, you got to go backwards before you go forwards. He's just magically found a headshot.
And just behind the pillar and the flag there as well. Oh, Saved hit a gnarly one-tap as well.
Man. Yeah, jeez.
A lot of good mechanics on these teams. I don't usually say that about Chef, but he's a very, like, cheeky player, right? He knows how to... I mean, it is mechanical, but he knows how to be a good shotgun player. It comes a lot down to movement. Obviously not quite as, like, precise as, like, a one-tap from Saved, for example, but it takes a huge amount of skill, huge amount of game sense as well to know that angle that he found out from Geisha. Very cheeky stuff. Big round from him. Good start from Man Esports. Odium showing that they have a tendency to lurk on this map, but they can struggle in that mid-round.
I like the idea from Odium. I think on Sky, teams do have a tend to make things a bit too linear and to, you know, really dedicate the 5 to the sweep. But I think opening up other avenues down below and trying to do like cross-map rotations, especially, you know, in areas like Geisha and like, you know, the top of backstairs and that type of thing is kind of essential. And a lot of teams miss out on that when they plan out their attacks. And so I think they're good signs, I would say, for Odium on the attack. I think, you know, they're trying to do things to give themselves opportunity, which I think is always a plus. But it's just really hard on this map, to be honest. Skyscraper is a really tough map to crack into, no matter what you try and do. And yeah, man, look good.
Skyscraper It's a map of lanes. You've got just a few avenues that you can march on through, and it ain't easy to brute force your way through them. So many tools on the defense for them to stall you out. Do you go for a direct push, or do you go for a clear? Both options equally unenticing. Odium trying to do a little bit of both at the moment. And while they haven't really had any clear progress as of yet, I think you can see what they're trying to do. They're trying to get Bappin in below. They're trying to lean on this lurk a little bit and trying to put some pressure direct on side as well.
I think direct take is the way to go here for Odium, as they're using some of that range hard breach on the side of QuickSea to open up a point into the bomb site. Not only that as well, but you know, they've used some of the Ash charges as well to create an entry on the wall that I believe was half reinforced. Now Bappin has actually made his way in down below, like you pointed out earlier, and is going to look to cut off the player inside of mezzanine, making that rotation back, but that is a really tight angle. It's going to be quite tough to land.
Oh.
That's good from QuickSea though.
Yeah, big player to take down. Player with the ACOG no less against QuickSea with a 1x on the holo here. Oh, he's so tempted to make a play. I think that mirror window is still up. Cairo is playing it as well. Scars from behind to support. There's a lot of good positions here for Man Esports. Despite Odium having that opening pick, how are they actually going to capitalize? Oh, Chef here with the shotgun. Beautiful shot. Save shut down. Scars, though. QuickSea has had a big round, continuing his form from the first map. And at the drop of a hat, Man Esports themselves are on the ropes. A 2 versus 4. Oh, but Hunter finds one. Dirty's on the ground. In a way, this is a 2v2.
They're going to pick up Dirty, though. That makes it a 3-on-2, although he is low HP. Immediately taken down. Chef playing off angle, but here goes Bappin.
Chef is still in that aggressive position. Hunter knows about Bappin's position, though. And President comes and looks to support. Prez is deep in sight, and he's taken Chef down. And Hunter should be able to hear that plant. Oh, the shots needed. They do land. And now in the 1v1, Hunter gets it done. 3K on the round for the IGL. He's looking cool, calm, collected, and he's keen for this game. 2-0 up on Skyscraper.
Very back and forth round once again there, Dev, between these two teams. But Hunter winning it out on the clutch. DMR in hand. Odium really looks like they were poised to take that one, to be honest, once they'd found the pick onto the bomb site. The entry that came through as well from QuickSea, it all looked like it was going their way, but somehow the remaining two players make good on the clutch there. Hunter finding his 3, and then Chef as well in his off position, finding the 1, trying to make the entry work in through the exhibition window as well. So yeah, the remaining 2 players of Man LFO just holding on as tight as they can. Odium, I think, just fumbling the bag a little bit in towards the execute, and yeah, not really capitalizing on the advantage that they had. Super unfortunate for QuickSea to go down the way he did, but I mean, Hunter landed some gnarly shots.
He really did. I'm a little bit surprised that Prez actually stuck that. Really gutsy to continue planting even after your cover player has died. He didn't look to push for a refrag. So many what ifs. What if Odium had consolidated? What if Odium had played a little bit more together, hadn't allowed those last set of 1v1s? I mean, that was just gnarly from Chef. Huge round from QuickSea. Again, this guy continues his form. But Hunter is not to be trifled with. 1v1 in the second round here. This really has been a tight series. It feels like for most of this stage, we've been wondering, we've been discussing, we've been debating amongst ourselves here in the talent team, like, who is the second best team in the region? Because hands down, coming in, we thought it was going to be Antic, and it became apparent quite quickly that that was not true. It's either Man Esports or Odium, but which one is it? And for a long time, we were convinced it was Odium.
I mean, Man Alpha really proved us wrong, I think, in the group stage, finishing, second, and that's how they've ended up in this position here. This is the first best of 3 that they're playing in the playoffs, keep in mind. Whereas Odium have had to crawl their way through the quarterfinals, which they did fairly easily, but nevertheless.
Still quite a feat, regardless. Again, Odium, I think maybe our opinion of them is biased because they were the first team this year in OCE to take points off of Bliss. And then Panic did the same thing in the final play day somehow.
But Panic beat Odium, so does that mean?
Oh, God.
No, I'm kidding. Not playing
Let's leave that where it is.
We're not playing King.
Oh.
Also Shields on the other side, QuickSea is going to try and deal damage onto Chef, who's in the top of the back stairs here, and he's going to fall off from that position.
He says, I got a shield of my own, though. Ooh, elsewhere, Scars has gone for a jump out and been traded. But it does mean that QuickSea's gone down.
Oh my God, the site is right there. Saved is right here. He's looking for the pinch.
Oh, he needs some sound bait. He needs one of his teammates to cover him while he moves up the stairs. He doesn't seem to have an inkling. Yes, he does. He's taken down Chef. And, well, oh, another one! I didn't think Kara was going to peek that. Saved has found a big opportunity now to open up this game as Player reveals his position by going for a jog outside. Hunter is still upstairs. These two defenders extremely isolated, but I don't think Odium have full information on where they are. That drone proves me wrong. Prez looking for the plant. Saved completely unawares. Player takes him down. Player doesn't know where this plant is, though. Doesn't matter. He takes down Prez regardless. Not another 2v4 for Man. Bappen doesn't want to allow it. All up to Hunter now, and he does get taken out by Dirty. Odium thankfully locking out that advantageous round on the back of early heroics from Saved. It looked like they were about to fumble it, but they recompose in the nick of time.
Yeah, good direct attack there for Odium. Honestly, I'm pretty bewildered that Saved was actually able to get into that position in the first place. I mean, he jumps in through bathroom. I'm surprised there was no vertical there to start things off as well for the entry. Not only that, but he gets to the back stairs and there's no like barbed wire, there's no player holding his cross, there's like, you know, Jeff is in such a high traffic area for a direct attack and it just feels like he's been left on an island there in the strategy for the defense, and that, you know, just really created this great hole that Saved like completely failed on the entry, finding his 2K. And yeah, I don't know. To me, that's a bit of a strategical blunder, I think, from Man LFO. It looks like a point of weakness that I think Odium really exploited there. Credit
to them for exploiting that. Because early on, like, Odium had said, okay, we're going to post our OCE outside this doorway, and Man Esports got really active about it. I believe it was Scars, the one that jumped out and found a pick. I like that. I like the fact that Man Esports want to have an active defense, but on the flip side, Odium also are going to be looking at the setup and problem solving it too, which worked wonders for them. Now, they found their first round, but Mandy, how much does it really mean when it is on a tertiary bomb site like Kitchen?
Attackers are heading out to defuse a bomb.
Something, I think, because I think no matter what bomb site it is, Skyscraper is quite challenging to attack, and I think between these two teams, it's honestly, I think finding attacking rounds is pretty essential. Now, I really like what Odium has been able to bring into the map, to be honest, ideas-wise. I think they're really good at seeking opportunity, and it's been up to Man LFO to try and match that.
Ooh.
Yeah, once again, great entry from Saved. The vertical is there, but no one's holding on to it early on.
He's looking for a refrag. Saved is always ready for a refrag. That's one thing I really admire about him. We've seen it in the previous round as well. He got one kill and then immediately was watching a second angle, waiting for that peak to come through.
I mean, I would be getting out if I was Chef Jeff as well, to be honest. Like, once again, he's stuck on an island. There isn't really, like, much that's supporting his back there, except perhaps the barbed wire at the bottom of the main stairs, but, I mean, Saved could play that pretty easily as well. Yeah, I think Man LFO need to be really wary here of the direct push that's about to come in. Monty's on the board. Blitz is on the board as well. I mean, sorry, this is Monty, not the Blitz. Monty's on the board, but they've got, like, all this stuff that's going to assist the direct attack. Loads of flashbangs, the gridlock too. It's a real shutout.
Well, at least the numbers have been evened up for Man. Thanks to Hunter, who's playing a Geisha at the minute. Oh, there's actually a roamer down below. Is player going to hear this barbed wire being smacked? He does have an inkling. He's going to start moving towards it, looking for a flank opportunity, but he's actually missed the chance as Saved is moving up the back stairs now. I don't think there's much flank watch, though, for the attack here, so he could potentially make a move.
That's a drone. That's a drone he's just shot out, though. So I think they know that he's in the ground floor. Yeah, Saved is going after him.
Has he got the read right? This could be a very decisive pick. Oh, there's the player. He spots him. Doesn't want to overcommit to this. Wallbang's a nice idea, but Saved is smart. He knows that he doesn't have the time.
Going in.
And yeah, Quixie is going extremely deep. He doesn't have the diffuser. He's looking to gain some intel. Oh, wow. A lot of damage done to him. This is so risky. Quixie going for the ADS fight here. On the other side, though, the perfect operator, Hunter, does come down. And with Kairos supporting against the Finker, well, Kairos going big, yeah, it's over. Dirty in a 1v4, and Man Esports, to their credit, they're having a lot of fun with this. Kairos had a big round, and there, again on the vert, Dirty is caught out. Player locks it in with the shotgun. Beautiful stuff from Man Esports. At the end of the day, quite a convincing round.
Yeah, really convincing, to be honest, from Man. Like, yeah, the early entry came out from Saves, but by the time that Odium hit the bomb site, I mean, Quixie's there, he's super deep, but like, I'm just sitting there watching Quixie on his POV and thinking like, why isn't the bomb going down? You know, where is the diffuser? The diffuser hasn't actually followed the Monty in for the entry. Neither has any of the players behind him. Everyone else is like, what, saved is down below trying to deal with the flank, fair enough. But like, what's everyone else doing, you know? It's just given Man LFO like a lot of room to go and like retake inside of like T room instead and play these gunfights. This was a really great way of dealing with the Monty too. Cairo especially in his position, like fantastic, you know, retaking into a position that none of the Odium players are following up on. Yeah, I think, you know, Man LFO just staying a bit of a step ahead there really against Odium for what was a pretty disjointed direct attack is what I'll say there. I admire teams that go for direct attacks. I think it's a really important thing to have in your playbook on this map, but it has to be well planned out, you know, and I think that one wasn't.
Yeah. Didn't have quite what it needed there for Odium, sadly, and as a result of that, they're looking a bit rough around the edges here on Skyscraper. Down 1-3, real good chance here that Man Esports locks in a solid 4-2 half or even a 5-1. I will give Odium some credit. Their tertiary attack looked really strong, but if you're only winning 2 tertiary rounds in a half, it's not a great look. If you're never really putting up a solid fight on either of the primary bomb sites, it's a bit of a red flag. And so I really want to see Odium go big here on Exhibition. It's their last chance at hacking a real attack against one of these defensive favored bomb sites. But they're going to have to start by getting some gradual progress on this roam clear, which is what it looks like they're intending to go for here.
Looks like a roam clear so far as well, for Odium, but also a fall off as well. I think there should be a position where Man LFO don't look like they're playing this to die. They look like they're playing this to fall off, I think. At least what Chef Jeff is trying to do. Now, this is a fairly interesting setup. They've really committed a lot to this. Oh no, maybe he can't fall off from this. Maybe Chef Jeff really is playing this to die. Him on the mute is making me think that there's a jammer setup inside of this room that is like almost unbreakable. Okay, never mind, he's just being droned out. I have no idea. But this wall being closed will mean that playing inside of this like nook and cranny inside of T room is going to be pretty hard to break. Not just that, but the players inside of Dragon, inside of Drum are going to be able to support him on the crossfire too. So that's the players that we're really going to be watching here on the defense. Who is crossfiring with Chef Jeff? Because Chef Jeff is in a pretty tough spot. Scars, that's one of them. And then who's his mate in Drum as well? That's the 2 players that we've really got to be watching because they're the players that are probably going to collect the kills here.
Yeah, Chef Jeff's just in such an awkward position. He does a real chunk of damage on a Prez there, the hard breach. Not a player you want to lose. Oh, they're going deep on him. Who's going to find this opening pick? There's the support from Scars. Well played. Prez does find Chef, but save going down. It's your main fragger. This could be a acceptable trade. Yeah, Scars is stuck, and we're actually seeing late reinforcements come out as well. Scars is a good operator for this, though, and if they miss drone him, he might be able to find more.
I don't think they're going to drone this, to be honest. There's none of the 4 players on drones at the moment, and they've really got to start turning their attention towards the bomb site. Yes. Oh, he hasn't got out.
Wow.
How do they know? Okay, well, yeah, I mean, Bappen's just probably heard him drop and has gone flat. Bappen's consistently been roaming down below, so, yeah, unfortunate there for Scars, really, but a lot of time has been wasted. 45 seconds left is quite tough.
Oh, look at this.
Yeah, this is a good mirror as well.
Yeah, it's not only a late reinforcement, but a late mirror that was kept in pocket as well for Cairo. And this is just another obstacle that needs to be dealt with now by the attack. Odium thankfully do have numbers advantage, and if they can secure this kill onto Cairo, it really does turn the tide of the round. He's trying to play on one of his mirrors now.
Oh,
It's an awkward spot. He's on the wrong side of it, going deep. He finds his kill, though. Bappen needed to win that fight. Is there a refrag incoming? Cairo! Big again. This player is always so dangerous. Quixie does trade it out, but it doesn't matter at the end of it because Cairo had done more than enough. Big round from him. Another very solid defense from Man.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, mate. Cairo's been really good throughout the entire stage, especially for Man jumping into this team. I want to give a bit of credit to Sali. I think a lot of what he was saying on the interview is like pretty relevant here, to be honest, in the way that Man are playing this. Like, Cairo is one of those players who is quite vocal about his ideas that he brings into the team. And I think just having a mediator there to make sure that like the essential ideas get integrated and like letting him shine and do his thing and be a playmaker like that is pretty important. And there are just times like that where, like, you know, they're in a numbers disadvantage, but Cairo's just so good at playing situationally with the positioning, and like it's just fantastic, really. The rest of Man LFO's roam, I thought like was an interesting idea, but it was broken apart by Odium. But what it did mean was that by the time that Odium actually hit the bomb site, there were just not enough time. And that's where, you know, you have your players like Play and like Cairo able to make their plays.
So did Cairo trade at the end there? I'm trying to figure out exactly what happened.
Yeah, I think there was a trade, yeah. So
Okay.
Cairo was killed and then player came along. And
player got. I couldn't tell if Kara actually landed that shot and like directly traded with that player. Really nice work though from Man LFO. Yeah, I'm a bit of a loss now for Odium. After such a lead that they managed to garner for themselves on Bank, they were looking like the better team and it wasn't even close.
I'm not. I just don't think that they can attack Skyscraper. And I don't really think that Man LFO are going to be able to do it either.
You reckon this is just going to be like Defender's Paradise?
Yeah, I honestly think that's going to happen with the way that these two teams are playing it at the moment, to be honest. I think, like, Odium, they've brought along some really good ideas and they haven't really worked. And they've tried to sweep and it hasn't worked either. I think it's just super easy to shut down attacks, especially against teams that are like probably not that well drilled on this map, right? So I don't know, I think this is going to be a really defender-sided Sky. And if I'm Odium here and I can land another attack, honestly, I think that's the map.
Wow. Imagine a world where winning 2 attacks is essentially guaranteeing the map win. I just can't see a world where 5-1 and Man Esports aren't filled with elation moving into this second half. Tertiary bomb site choice, though, for the defense, and that puts a lot of pressure on them to get it right. But an opening pick would be everything here. Good information, good C4, good buy, quick C.
I think it's playing cut off. Oh no, there isn't. Never mind. Prez is on drone. That's unfortunate. Yeah, Odium now looking to try and clear out through this top floor, but they haven't even been able to make their way into the map. Oh, there is a player in the map actually. It's saved. I think on the other side of Hunter, who's in and off angle. Oh, it's Bappin.
Does he know?
Hunter is in a pretty dangerous spot here, to be honest. Like, his fall-off route's quite tough. Yeah, they could definitely land it, yeah. Bappin's good.
Yeah, is he good for a second? Not to be. President, though, finds one. Oh, another big shot from player. 3K on the round. Scar's also tempting some sort of a flank here, just shooting flank watch drones and falling back. Is going to send Odium into a little bit of a frenzy. Saved and dirty. Only 5 kills between them so far in the 6 rounds that we've seen. They need to clutch up in the 2v3, but Cairo's been so good. And he's in an off angle. He is spotted by Saved, who now has to walk into a crossfire to try and take this fight.
I think if he gets a 1 here, they could win it. This is winnable, I think. But, oh, this is a great reposition from Cairo, actually. I don't think Saved is going to know about this. And a crossfire from Scars as well. Yeah, this is well played from Man LFO.
He's re-droning it, though. This is a good move from him. He spotted one player. He knows that Cairo's gone, but he doesn't know about the bathroom. Saved seems completely unaware.
He's going to walk in the crossfire.
He has indeed. Cairo's got him 4K on the round. 5K! An ace for Cairo. A quiet one, but it doesn't matter. The round is a round. 5-1 split on defense for Man Esports LFO. Just 2 rounds away from knocking Odium out of the bracket in a convincing fashion.
Yeah, look, I think if it would have been a 4-2, I think I would have counted Odium in, to be honest. I genuinely thought
it's GG?
I don't know. I don't think it's like full GG. Like, I think it's still going to be close, but one attack is a bit rough to work off, I think, on your defense half, but I don't know. I wouldn't say it's impossible. Yeah, there is definitely worlds in which we see 5-on defense completely mirrored on the flip side of the half. But yeah, I think overall, Man just looks like the much better team in positioning in particular, I think, on the defense. And yeah, Sky is always going to be a really hard map to break into, but Man have really exploited that, especially Cairo. In some of those last few rounds, he really turned it up in the way that he was positioning himself with respect to his teammates and playing some really good crossfires. I still want to believe in Odium, though. I feel like this is a real chance for them to try and come back into the series.
Man only clinched that second place on the standings in the final play day of the league. Odium were comfortably sitting there for so long, and then at the last moment they were jumped over by Man Esports right on that final play day. It's been a long season for both of these teams, both of them having to rebuild after getting their rosters poached. Man Esports getting 2 players poached by Antic, Odium getting 2 players poached by Man Esports, and we were stunned at how much better both of these teams looked with those roster reshuffles, and it doesn't feel like we're seeing 100% of Odium in this game.
Yeah, I agree with that. Odium certainly don't look like they're 100. They've looked really good, especially strategically this stage. There are some really good ideas that they've brought in. I mean, Prez has spoken a lot about it. He's learnt a lot, and I think has really changed a lot in his leadership style and the way that he views the game. And honestly, I think it's shown a lot in stage 1, and I would be disappointed to see them go out here.
It feels like they deserve more, but they certainly haven't showed it on Skyscraper, so we need to see big ups from them on defense. Man, Esports inching closer and closer. But what are they doing in this round? A lot of time has passed, a full minute, and as we are at T-Karaoke attack, there are a lot of options. It doesn't seem like they're really committing heavily to a clear here. You do love a good direct attack, Mandy.
I do.
But I'm not exactly sure what their plan is with this direct attack.
So they've got Hunter on the cutoff at the moment on Blackbeard, who's, you know, probably the right operator to bring here unless you want him range soft reach. It's also very possible. Never mind. So for the rest of Man LFO, what are they trying to do, right? They've got players poised on backstairs. Now, the one that I'm keeping an eye on is Player, right? He's the one with the execute heavy utility on Ying, and he's the one on backstairs too. So he's going to be the player that's going to initiate the entry for the rest of his players. So once Player sends out his utility, then I'm watching your players like Scars. He's going to be the one in the top of the backstairs trying to make a punch into the bomb site. On top of that, you've got the rest of your players looking for a pinch, like Chef Jeff. And there goes the utility. Scars is going to look to follow up on this.
He's being patient with it. Oh, but he gets taken down. Where is the potential refrag from Hunter? He's had his shield battered. He's gone into the site. He spots out one player using that mirror window. Oh, kill goes begging. He eventually locks it. Odium, a player down, but still in a bit of an awkward position. Hunter's the one with Diffuser as well.
Oh,
no! Straight into the frost mat for Chef. Odium have retaken the top of main stairs as well. Cairo, just misses two players he potentially could have taken out, forcing Hunter into a plant position. However, with Chef going down, I don't know how Man Esports can cook from here. Cairo and Hunter to try and stave off this retake. Hunter's lost his shield, he's lost his head. Saved! He goes down to Cairo, a 1v3 chance.
Cairo can win it.
For the most experienced player in the server right now, Prez is gone to hit that diffuser. Can Cairo deny it? He's got to deal with Quixie on the long angle. Round in the corner, plant denied. 3K, 4K! Cairo's bloody insane! This guy never quits! One more round!
That is round absolutely thieved away there for Odium. It was a 4 versus 1, what was it, 4 versus 2 retake for these guys. And Cairo just, once again, the positioning master. I'll tell you what, this guy, he just knows exactly what to do when it's situational. He's just got such a good game sense of the remaining couple players in the rounds and just keeps track of them so well. He goes and plays a position inside of Karaoke, realizes he's won his battle there, and then goes and flips his defense, playing on the other side of Karaoke instead, right? Playing behind that reinforced wall. It's just so smart, you know? Yeah. He's such a smart player, and he's really showed that in the series. Not just that, but I think overall, the idea for the direct execute, even though it was scrappy, I thought it was fairly well executed as well. The back of the Ying, yes, Scars lost his life, but that also allowed Hunter in off the back of the Ying Candelas to find some entries off the back of there, forcing the retake situation because they had to vacate the bomb site. Overall, I would say, a good idea, I think, for Man LFO.
We just talk about Cairo for a second. I think he has finally found where he needs to be. I mean, this is the guy that was picked up as a rookie from the old Overt roster as their star fragger and brought up to the big leagues with Wildcard. He always struggled with Wildcard. There were always a lot of questions about what is going on with this roster. He eventually leaves on not great terms from what I've heard. He joins this Odium, he forms this Odium roster with President, and he never felt like he was hitting his full potential. Remember last year, it was the big Cairo Logic rivalry that we had going on, and Cairo was bested time and time again. This time, not only is he bested Logic now with Man Esports, but he's currently about to knock out his old team from contention for going to Manchester, and doing it while he's 11-3 and winning a big 1 versus 3 clutch. This is the Cairo that we have been waiting to activate for so long.
I honestly thought that this roster was going to explode. I'm not going to lie. When I first saw this, I mean, you've got Cairo and you've got Chef Jeff.
Oh, so many personalities, right?
Yes, 2 very different personalities. And then you've also got Hunter, who's a great IGL, but is we don't know a lot about him.
Are there too many cooks in the kitchen, right?
Are there too many cooks in the kitchen? But honestly, once again, I want to give credit to Sally, man. That guy has somehow really mediated this 5-man roster. I don't know how he's done it, but he's really done it.
Yeah, and they're so deadly.
Yeah, they really are. And here goes Hunter as well. In the top, from the backstairs on the Monty. We've seen them do a direct attack once, and there is nobody in the bomb site. There is nobody in the bomb site.
Yeah, where is the presence here from the defense? Odium, there's a bomb site to defend. Where are you? It's match point after all. President finds one, but Hunter should be able to confirm this diffuser. And another retake opportunity prevents itself. Cairo shut down. Everybody listen up. Cairo shut down. This is winnable. Players taken out.
Wow.
Hunter 1v3 on the Monty, and the retake is successful. Fire up, President. The game's not done yet.
Oh, I mean, absolutely for Odium. They really need to come back here. This is a serious point for these guys. I really thought that they'd lost that one player. They just didn't look like they had kept an eye on the bomb site at all. But it didn't matter. The retake was so good. They were so on the ball really fast off the back of that. They realized, oh, damn, the bomb's going down. We've got to play the refrags. And they just absolutely sent it back. Beeline straight in. Took the 2 versus 1s on the plan to going down as well. I don't know who went for the peek on player on the rappel, but my god, that was brave, and he absolutely landed that with the slug shotgun. Yeah, really super fast call for the retake there for Odium. They win it out.
That was so needed as well. There was also a moment there, I couldn't tell which player it was, maybe Scars, sneaking in from Shrine, almost found that kill on the player in T-Room, saved by a teammate at the last second. Odium sprung into action, they were together, they were ready for it. They didn't stress out too much. I was going to say something I probably shouldn't say on broadcast. They didn't stress out too much. I understand that. They didn't shit the bed when the plant went down. There was a real chance that they could have, and that's what happened last time.
Oh, Rob's really funny. He's giving you a big cackle on the desk.
I sometimes forget that we are allowed to, you know, be a little bit edgy on those leagues.
A little bit edgy. Oh, God. Jeez. Okay. So this is essential now for Odium to keep winning out on these defenses. They've won 1, but they've got to win 4 more to be able to keep themselves not just in the map, but in the series. Keep in mind, this could be them sent out of Manchester contention.
It'll be 4 more defenses in a row.
Just playing bathroom. Oh my god. That is so scary.
Does Save win this? He wants to go for it.
Oh my god.
He heard it! Oh, Monty down! The hunter becomes the hunted. Nice work from Save there. And the linchpin of this attack from Man Esports has been thwarted.
They are really looking for this refrag. I don't think it's going to come to them that easily, though. Save has been like fairly sharp in the series so far. Don't overpeak this. Oh my god, it doesn't matter. He's going to win. Get out, get out, get out. Don't do this again.
This is the saved experience right here. You say don't peek.
Don't do it again.
Yeah, he wants it, mate.
He's doing it again. I'm so scared. I'm so scared for Odium. Look, this is like match point, right? Like, do you really want to be making mistakes? Like, that's so scary. But it's okay. He's confident. That's what matters.
Oh, you saw for a split second did Bappen where that line was. After you activate the E1D, the line themselves, like you can see the, I guess the UAV gadget or whatever that he holds, and you can detect that for a few seconds.
I'm so nervous for Odium.
It doesn't take much, does it?
It really doesn't, honestly. Roam Clear is coming out, though, for Man LFO. They haven't really been able to find a good point of entry here on Sky, as sort of characteristic of this map. It's quite tough to get your boots in the building, and that's, I think, a big difference between these two teams. Odium were quite good at finding a hole in the defense and making an entry happen, whereas Man, I think, leaning a lot more on the direct attacks to make things work means that you don't need like that solid of an entry, but there's good President as well, good crossfire. Cairo's gonna get 2.
This is
straight
Cairo.
in.
He's traded back though. Good work from Quixie. Numbers advantage back in favor of Odium. Is the Cairo experience though, isn't it? Sometimes you just see this guy go big. Saved has found 1 more. All up to poor Scars. It turns out that perhaps it's very different beasts on your attack. Odium are starting to fire up now, build that momentum on defense. But there's a long way to go to force us into overtime. Man Esports still have 3 more match point opportunities.
I mean, I said it before. I would be tremendously disappointed to see Odium go out early here.
Especially in a 2-0.
Yeah, in a 2-0. I mean, if they end up going out in 2-1, like, you know, fair enough. Man LFO looks like the better team so far in the series, but, like, you know, Odium are competitive, and I think so far the scoreboard has really not shown that. Yeah, I think continuing to win out these defenses is essential from here on out. It's absolutely mission critical to the run for Manchester. That was a good round though from Odium, like really well composed in the end there with the numbers advantage. Even when Cairo tries to go for the play, yeah, well hold on to.
Yeah. And for a map that is so defensive-sided like Skyscraper and has been all but unattackable here for both teams. The fact that Man Esports won their first attack on the back of Cairo getting a 4K and a 1v3, I believe it was, in that post plant earlier at the start of this half. It really does go to show how inseparable these teams are, but all it takes is one miraculous round and the game is over, right? That's all it took at the end of Bank, right? We went to full 15 rounds, one miraculous defense from Man Esports, and it's over.
Okay, extension upstairs for Odium as they look to defend their tertiary bomb site. And direct attack once again
Very
for Man
pacey.
LFO. No Monty this time around, so Hunter's jumped back on the Blackbeard, which has so far been pretty successful, actually. And yeah, Odium are going to feel quite the resistance on the defense, especially upstairs with all these vertical lines of sight that they're holding on to. They will have to be careful of the explosion in the top floor if it does happen.
Good thing about that Blackbeard, oh, here's nice timing here from Press. Unfortunate there for Chef. He's like, this looks free.
Bane!
Bappin wants to jump out here.
Okay,
Oh, here's the repel. He spots the player. Oh, that is
Bappin.
very awkward. Unfortunate. He ends up taking more damage than he deals. Kyra's gone down, though, peeking delivery door. Quixie's having a big one. What a series he's had, by the way. He got, what, 15+ kills on the first map. Already broken double digits now. 10 rounds into the second.
A lot of vertical gain going on between these two teams. Of course, they want to claim this top floor pressure to try and make full use of Buck. Try and clear out the bomb site from there on out. Hunter's really holding on to this, trying to look for the cutoff as well of the players inside of Geisha and inside of Tea Room, but hasn't seen anyone just yet. Man LFO really stalling out here, I think, on the direct attack, trying to look for an opportunity, and that might be it from Scars.
However, Quixie's not done.
Dude, Quixie is so good. What's going on?
Yeah, he's really found his form. Talk about players that have really found their stride and found their place. Odium is clearly the home this guy needed after being on Desire last year. Not a team that he could find much success on. But talk about players in a pinch. It is dirty. Oh, but he springs up on the back of that goo mine, takes down Scars. Man Esports have really collapsed. They've fallen apart on these attacks. Odium looking to lock out even a tertiary bomb site win. They're starting to build that energy, build that momentum. It's 3 rounds in a row and only 2 more required to push us into a second overtime in this series.
They can definitely do it. Odium look like really composed on this defending half. I mean, yes, they lost out rounds, but
it was on the back of a clutch, right?
Yep,
You can almost put that aside.
Yep, they're looking like they're bringing this one back for sure. If we don't see overtime in this game as well, I'm going to be very disappointed. So I really want these guys to bring it back. And I think this is a good opportunity for Man to take this tactical timeout too. Like you pointed out, all it takes is an out-of-pocket attack strategy for them to actually win out the series and send themselves into the grand final. That would be absolutely nuts.
And that's what makes me wonder, should you be going for like a cheese attack? Like a quick execute, whatever, Glaz, Monsi, Smoke, whatever it is that something you should be leaning into? The less and less a normal attack is viable, should you be taking these big risks?
I don't know.
It's a hard call to
make. It's such a hard call. What do you think?
I don't know. I like the idea of like poising something like that, and then even if you don't commit to it, you might bait out a few picks for it. Like you put your smokes in, you make it look like you're going for something, a C4 comes out to deny it, and I don't know, maybe there's something you can cook with there.
But like, you know, there's that argument too, and I agree with that to an extent, but then there's also the argument of desperation, right? If you're at match point, the hurdle that a lot of new teams go through, or at least like maturing teams go through, is the match point hurdle, the one more rounds mindset. That one more rounds can come simply if you don't overthink it. You know, just play how you would normally play on the attack, stop looking at the scoreboard, just go, let's land a solid attack and do the right things, and that can also put you over the line. Sometimes if you get into that desperation thinking where you need an out-of-pocket strategy, that can also cost you rounds as well, right? And we saw, I feel like we saw that a lot on Bank, to be honest, and I'm worried that we're going to see this from Man LFO on the attack too. It is very possible for them to win here, but I would like to see Odium push this one. I think the series deserves it.
Well, my concern here for Man Esports is like, if you do just keep doing tried and true attacks, you know, clearing or lurking or whatever, like it's just never shown any merit in this game so far. Both teams have struggled on their lurks, struggled on their direct attacks, struggled on their roam clears. It's so hard to do any of those things on the attacker Skyscraper, especially with the way that these teams are defending it. You know, your castle, your goo mines everywhere, your late round util in the smoke. And so I think that we might actually see a little bit of an explosive attack here, as we've got both the Monty and the Ying present here from Man LFO, and I quite like it. I hope it can work for them.
I mean, they brought it along last time. This looks like an identical lineup to the last time they went for this direct attack. Now, keep in mind, it was won out by a clutch from Cairo. This time around, they're going to have to be a bit more careful about the way that they execute this attack. Quixie as well has jumped onto the smoke and is going to sit on the bomb site, or adjacent to the bomb site as well, which means that getting this plant down inside of Karaoke is going to be made a little harder too. So, in my eyes, Odium look a little bit more ready this time around for the execute that they're going for, direct into the bomb site. And they've got Dirty in the perfect position too. Sorry.
True, but he doesn't have a C4, and that's the main concern. Like, if it comes down to Plantanar, we have no C4s. We've only got the gas. And when there's a Monty up, there's not much else that you can do. Very early gas expended here by Quixie.
I like this from the rest of the defense of Odium. They're relying on the players on the bomb site to hold out for the execute. They're going to play adjacent and make sure that they're safe. Chef Jeff has just caught Quixie in a real pinch though. Save though, he's going to be the one to help out.
Yeah, and he's retaken from top back stairs. And it seems like Odium can just cruise to this win. Cairo 15 kills to his name, finds 1, 2v3. Chef needs to support, he needs to help out. He's here in Geisha and saved under the pump. Looks to back out of Karaoke. Chef Jeff's got 2 stuns to work with, but not a lot of info. Big long shot from Cairo.
It's happening again.
Saved has gone down. Dirty though. Good refrag. Chef's down. And up to Dirty and Bappen now to withstand Cairo. He's already nailed a big clutch in this game, but Bappen won't let him get another one. Odium are running this back. 4 rounds in a row. And Dirty's looking animated as well. You can't simply call it until it's done.
They look so composed in that last round as well. They're dev. They realized, okay, it's a 2 versus 3. Cairo is still up, man, and it's still losable from there on out. Odium, they just hold their ground. Play the crossfires. It's all coming together. They're keeping their heads in the game. They're resetting every round. It's happening.
And again, Man Esports went for one of those more aggressive, cheesy pushes. They got in the building really quick, but then Save slipped through the cracks and ripped the rug out from underneath them. Big 2K from him. Valiant effort from Cairo, not enough.
It takes a lot to win an attack on Skyscraper. Like, really, it takes so much. And both teams have brought along some really good ideas for their direct takes and their sweeps, mind you. But it's just one of those maps where no matter what you do, there is often a simple solution to it. On the side of the defense, it's not that the teams are bad at attacking. To be honest, I think
it's just so bloody hard to attack.
It's just really hard, to be honest.
Yeah.
It's just a very hard map to break through, and I think that these teams are utilizing the map in the best way possible on the defense. To be honest, to be able to make that work.
Well, it impresses me that Odium, for example, in that round, like we saw the top down pretty early on at the start of the action phase. Man are droning outside. They're like, hey, there's almost nobody here. We might be able to execute. And that's because Odium have entire map presence, like ground floor, top floor, exhibition office, back on site. Like, they've got players everywhere. You're 5 players all over the map. And so Man Esports are like, maybe we can really force our way through and actually make something happen. Now, we've got a stat from Guz here. He's just tagged me and said only 4 out of the 11 entry kills have been converted in this game. And as I look back at the match tracker so far, yeah, that is insane. Up until 3 rounds ago, only 1 of the 8 rounds prior had the opening pick actually been converted to a win. So these teams are winning a lot of 4v5s.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's sort of the nature of, like, you know, the map, but also I think the way that these 2 teams are playing, you can never count out the remaining 4 players left in the map. And yeah, I think overall, like, it's really tough. You know, even if you find that first pick, it's really hard to go and, like, compound off the back of that. Yeah, I don't know, really, between these 2 teams. It's a really tough one to play out, I think. Yeah, Skyscraper, I think, is a really risky map to bring in, especially into a BO1, let alone a BO3. But, you know, the willingness is, yeah, you have to admire the tenacity.
Yeah, it takes a huge amount of tenacity, especially because we didn't really discuss this, but I think we might have talked about this, I don't know if it was last week, or I think it was in Asia League perhaps it came up, but this map veto system, There's a peculiar map veto system at the moment where if the teams allow it to happen, it can play out in a way where you get to pick the map and you get to pick your start side. Now, that used to never happen back in the day, but now it can happen. And that means that Man Esports got to choose defense on their map picker Skyscraper, which you'd think in theory would actually increase how much it's favored to them, right? Like a map when picked by a team is already going to be favored to them because they're the one that picked it. When they get to pick the start side, it's going to be even more so. They went up 5-1, and then they found their first attack round. They've had match point ever since then, and yet they have not been able to convert that into the game, into the match, because all they need is one more round. It's all they've needed for the last 4 rounds that they've played.
No, if I'm not wrong, that was a technical?
That was a technical.
Okay, so keep in mind that...
We did have a tactical at one point, but I think that was...
A technical.
Tactical. A technical? Yeah, we had a tactical and a technical, I believe.
Cool. So, yeah, keep in mind that in the tactical timeouts, you can talk to your teammates and your coach. In the technical timeouts, no one can talk to each other on either teams.
Except for us two, we're allowed to talk.
Yes, we're allowed to talk.
Imagine we weren't allowed to talk in technical timeouts.
That would, honestly, that would help us out a lot.
I would love that.
That, if only, mate. I'll tell you what, if only, that would be incredible. It doesn't matter though. So yeah, the main thing that matters for the players is like it's a bit of an awkward couple.
It is.
Right, where you're kind of just looking at each other on the player cams and you're like, so.
Yeah, I got to wonder as well, like a lot of these players, everyone's got different things that get them like in the flow state, in their personal flow state. Like some players want to be like high energy, buzzing. Other players are more like just chill.
Yeah.
Right? There's different, I think it's telic and paratelic, something like that. Digital told me years ago, I don't know, whatever. You just need to know, in a technical timeout like that where you can't talk to your team, are you like listening to some tunes on the side, doing a little dance, doing star jumps, whatever, or are you like taking your deep breaths? Are you getting into your zen?
Yeah, I guess you're right. It's different for every player, but it's important, right? Because in a long series, energy management is important. Not necessarily energy, period. Energy management is important, right? For some people, hype means like they're going to go absolutely ballistic in the server. For other people, hype probably means that they're going to make a load of mistakes.
Yeah, exactly.
So
lack of patience.
Yes, for everyone, it's different. It's about managing the energy throughout the entire time. And therefore managing your focus as well. So I think, yeah, you've pointed out exactly correctly. In that break, they needed to do what they needed to do to keep themselves in the right headspace to play the game. All right, so here we go. This is a sweep of the map for Man LFO. They've dedicated 4 of the 5 players doing this. Meanwhile, Cairo on the other side is going to look for an opportunity in towards the bomb site. Doesn't look like there's much resistance on the side of Odium. They've really dedicated themselves to holding onto the bomb site and directly below it with C4s as well. So for Man LFO, they've been afforded a lot of map control.
Oh, Candela goes out. That usually spells disaster. Oh, I didn't see that. There's actually been a breach there on the bar wall. I think this is the first time we've seen a proper commitment to a map clear here from either team. And Man Esports have taken good ground as a result of it. However, they haven't met much resistance yet. Odium potentially on the card for a retake. Saved. Now, there was a player watching this rotation in Kitchen earlier, but I don't think they are anymore, so he might be able to make that work.
I don't mind this from Cairo. So what Cairo's trying to do here is he's trying to pull a reaction from the defense, try and collect a kill, or try and force them back onto the bomb site. The more players that they have vacated on roam, okay, so here goes player on his flank watch, saved to sound blows, taking some health, and is going to walk away. 50 seconds. Oh, Save has done good work here, honestly. He's wasted so much time. They have to turn their attention to the bomb site.
Wow, Cairo just jumps on in, but Dirty does have a C4 prep for that and must have heard the vault. And now it's a collapse into sight here. Scars finds his entry, though, and Chef Jeff's holding down the main stairs. Doesn't matter what Saved has done on the roam, because have a look at what Man has done on the site. They've taken it for themselves. They've got that diffuser down, but Bappen can take the revenge kill at the final moment. Odium collapse! Man Esports! It took them 5 tries, but finally, the match point is converted. They take down Odium, revenge a dish, best served cold, and we will see them in the grand final.
And what a solid way to end things as well. Cairo has just been such a star in the series so far against Odium, and with a great idea for the execute right at the end there, calling it, enabling his team, and the rest of them collapse. What a way to end it for Man LFO in regulation on map 2.
Well, map number 1 needed overtime. It looked like for a second that we needed the same thing on the second map, but holy moly, what a game from Man Esports. Cairo firing up like we've never seen him before. A huge series, and big ups for Man for making it to the grand final. Our first grand finalist has been determined here in the Oceanic League, and they'll be fighting tomorrow for a spot in the Manchester Major. But of course, before then, we got more games to go, and we've got a desk that we've got to get through. So enjoy, Rob.
Thank you very much for that. And a good game. There is no two ways about it.
Great series.
Full regulation, overtime, magic has been created here in this battle for second at the moment, Michael. But I think it's well and truly in the hands of Man LFO.
Man to man. Is that a possibility? Did we see enough in this game? Look, map 1, impressive, taking their opposition's map pick. Second map, Skyscraper started to look a little bit iffy, losing a lot of those entry jewels, which eventually started to get converted, as Dev mentioned, on the desk. They had to grind away at getting that win across the line, but sometimes that's just the nature of Skyscraper, so I wouldn't read too much into it. Cairo, phenomenal game. Absolutely huge performance from him. I feel like his numbers have been good this stage, don't get me wrong, but we haven't seen this level of performance from him. That's what he's capable of, to bring it out in the playoffs. Perfect time. And going forward, I don't know, do we put them in that conversation now?
It's all about minimizing errors in these big games. And I think in that first map in particular, Odium struggled to minimize their errors, and they got punished. And there were certainly some moments, I think Devin Mandy alluded to many times, that they probably should have won that first map, that they were very much the better of the two teams, or at least they looked better on Bank. So, and I agreed with that sentiment at the time. And would you argue in some ways that Man kind of stole that first map? I don't know if stealing is the right word, but they certainly got over the line just barely. And then the second map was, quite clinical. We saw, as you mentioned, Cairo just went to that level, though I think we know he can get to. Yeah. But we haven't really seen it. It maybe hasn't even been required of him to do so. They go up 6-1, and I'm just thinking at this point, how have we labeled this a 50-50 coin flip? Social media was 50-50. Everyone's basically saying this could go either way, but it looked like Man. And the comeback probably then justified that. So 8-7, 7-5, I think very much sort of highlights that. It's a couple of rounds here or there. It could have easily been an opening map that did go the way of Odium, and we'd be sitting here getting ready to go to Oregon, but not to be. And that's the difference in these best of threes at the top end, semifinals, the major on the line. These rounds are so important.
Going into it, I'd mention you have to split hairs. And I think on both maps, literally you're talking inches, you're talking milliseconds there that change complete rounds, turn them on their head. And you have to give credit where credit is due. Man LFO really did dig their heels in, especially when we got to map 2, obviously a phenomenal first half. Led them to having just such a massive advantage. It's kind of hard to claw back from that point. I mean, we've seen enough from both of these teams now to really start to put this conversation to bed. Guz. I mean, yes, Odium still competitive, still had so many great moments in that game. Quixie on map 1, saved throughout the whole series, has been absolutely phenomenal. But does this now end that conversation?
It's tough. I mean, as you mentioned, right, Quixie 18-9 and then +3 entry on that second map. So on that first map, sorry, and then positive entry again, top rated once more, map 2. So Quixie was phenomenal today. The rest of the team did stand up to the task as well for the most part. Both maps were so close, but this is the test of the best of 3 format. I think Man LFO probably in selecting Team B probably got that advantage as well, which compounds even more after winning the first map. So does it change the discussion all that much for Odium? I mean, obviously not top 2 realm now. I mean, that's official. So they'll be a little bit disappointed in that regard. Can they build on that for stage 2? I think they can. If they can, of course, get over this particular loss and hopefully regain some confidence.
All right. Well, it's time for Yappers to speak to the Yapper of all time. Chef Jeff, welcome, my friend. A massive game. There's no two ways about it. That was an incredibly intense series. I think, we're sitting there watching the player cams for the vast majority of that game, and I think they probably told the picture that we could never put into words. How did it feel for you guys sitting there, round by round, watching this game that was so close, just, very, very inch by inch get closer to your hands?
Look, I think with Bank, it is very much their map. We just kind of it's just got to throw things at the wall and see what sticks. Skyscraper, we were very confident going in. We got that 6-1 lead, and, Skyscraper attack is rough. They played some defense as well. We played some attacks badly, but it's a very scrappy game. It could go here nor there. They're a very solid developing team. They have developing players, Dirty Quixie, showing a lot of promise, and I'd love to see them again next stage.
Now, one thing we were talking about, Chef, was the veto a little bit. Obviously, this year, with the way the rules being interpreted, you can select your starting side on your map pick. What's the thought process behind that, and how much confidence did it give you guys being able to win map 1, especially with that starting deficit?
I mean, we were like so confused. We were talking to the admins throughout the week. We were like, "Oh, what is expected of us in like the vetoes? Like, what does what?" And it was just like, "Oh, they can pick their map, and then they can pick their starting side." And we're just sitting there. It's like, how is that fair? But they picked Bank, which is not like a like overtly sided map. So we really got an advantage of them going Bank. We don't hit a deficit early, and then we get Skyscraper. We pick defense for it, and then we get that advantage early.
Very quickly, Jeff, do you guys celebrate this? You got your top 2, that's locked in. You can't, fall lower than that. Do you kind of just celebrate tonight, or is it all just about the focus now on the grand final? I mean, which is quite literally tomorrow.
There's obviously celebrations. I think that top 2 was an expectation of us after maybe like week 1. I think like everyone's like saying Antic would be top 2, but we really like after seeing all the teams play after the first week, we were like, okay, we can definitely take this, and we've shown that today. We're going to be celebrating for a bit, going back to VC and watching the Bliss game and preparing for tomorrow.
I've got to ask you, this is obviously, we've touted this as kind of a grudge match. Obviously, you've taken 40% of their players and 2 of the highest rated players from their team. You obviously lost your respective players, but as you get into the best of 3, there is that element of friction between the 2 of you. How did you feel like that kind of played out in the server? Do you think that had any impact at all today, or was it purely business?
In the lobby, it's purely business. We're trying to win, but I have all the love and respect for people like Prez and Dirty. I'm very cordial with Bappin and Saved as well. I don't know much about Quixie, but he's playing well, so credit to him. But for the lobby, it's just focusing on the gameplay. We know what Saved is going to do, and we got to do our best to counter it.
Yeah, he's still tore through for much of that. But look, you guys
he's so good.
Yeah, well, I mean, hey, you guys have got to get credit where credit is due. You've played absolutely phenomenally today. A very close series, but ultimately a clean sweep, which is a huge check next to the Man LFO roster. Is there anything you'd like to say before we let you go?
Shout out to my team. We've worked so hard. We've come so far since we lost to them 3 weeks ago, and yeah, it's just been great. Shout out to our analysts and our support staff and everyone behind the scenes that does all the work for us to succeed so we can focus on our gameplay. We are LFO. We still are. It's probably not going to change for the next 24 hours, but, also a real big shout out to you guys on the production team. This is really fun.
Well, look, we try to make it as fun as we can, but sometimes things go right. Today, it did not. My friend, you are one step closer to the Manchester Major. Congratulations. Best of luck in your game tomorrow.
Man to Manchester. See you guys tomorrow.
It is. Man to man. That is what is... I mean, that's the storyline now, right? This is an incredible roster that's shown great progression throughout the last 12 months. I genuinely thought coming into this Xenox that the changes that were made throughout the off-season really hindered them, hamstrung them even, but they've just shown that they're not here to mess about.
No, they're certainly not. The harsh reality is, though, the likelihood is they're going to play Bliss, and if that does eventuate, then they're going to be the complete heavy underdogs, which some teams don't mind. There's no pressure in that grand final to perform, and there's no expectations, but they can't just be satisfied with top 2. They have to give everything they've got tomorrow night in that grand final. Major on the line. You don't know if you'll ever get this opportunity again.
You really don't. And, I mean, the fact of the matter is, right now, we don't know who the grand finalist is going to be versing them. We've got Antic. They go up against Bliss, and it's coming up after this short break.
Gia Sao Paulo, you have waited 5 long years for Siege to come back to Brazil. Now,
Welcome back from the break. I now have a changing of the faces. I got Dev.
One face.
Hang on a second.
It's Dev.
An imposter.
What? He's shrunk a bit.
One time
Yeah,
show
I was
match
thinking that
superstar.
He's changed his hair. He's dyed his hair as well.
He has.
I'm going through a midlife crisis.
Corner life crisis. Unfortunately, James has shrunk, grown a beard, and has had a kid all in the time that we went to a break. It's all changed. Life changes quickly. If you don't check it out, you'll miss it. Mandy, an interesting game. I'm upset for Odium just for their storyline, but honestly, I really am impressed with Man LFO.
Yes, I'm very impressed with Man LFO as well. I think going to Sky, it was pretty brave, all things considered, but they went and they did it and they won 2 attacks and that was all they needed to do, right, once they got there. Odium, I'm honestly really disappointed to see them lose Bank because I thought Bank was an incredibly strong map for them. But nevertheless, Man, I think have really impressed us. But yeah, I'm kind of sad to see Odium go out in a 2-0.
Yeah, and unfortunately that just ends their entire storyline for stage 1. A commendable story though, James.
Yeah, you know what the LFO stands for, right? Looking for Odium.
Oh,
they couldn't find them because they weren't in the server. 2-0.
Wow.
No, look, commiserations to Odium.
Can't find Dev either.
I mean, I said it. Looking for Dev.
LFD. Let's move away from that acronym real quick.
Let's move on as well from the game. We've said enough about Man LFO and Odium. Over to Bliss and Antic now, which I think very much, I said it before, and we've all been saying it, for Bliss, there's no way, surely they're going to lose this semi-final.
No.
Heavy, heavy favourites. They've been around the block. They've been here before. But for Antic, they do get a bit of a free punch here. Like, there's no expectation on that roster.
No, not at all. I feel as though Antic as well have... Look, they've been building up to this. I feel like the start of the stage, there was so much turmoil around this roster. We were actually genuinely worried, Mandy, that they might not even make playoffs. Up until the last day, we were worried they might not even make playoffs. But they did come in. They showed that they deserve to be here. However, they are going up against a gigantic team in this region.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. I think, like, to be honest, I feel like there is still turmoil a little bit in this team. Like, oh yeah, I'm surprised that they've made it this far and they've still managed to keep it together, especially in that Circular Spheres view. I thought that was going to be the rematch that crossed them, especially after Circular Spheres took that match in the group stage. But nevertheless, they've overcome their greatest demons of Circular Spheres, and now they're here against Bliss, who are arguably even greater demons. These guys, though, they've looked like fairly solid in the server. I think things are starting to come together for them. Juicy was really showing up a lot in the early stages of stage 1, but I think the rest of them have started to come into form now. They're starting to play their roles really well. I'm kind of surprised to see them all below 100 EPS, except for Tuhan, who honestly I think has been the most consistent player on the roster. He's filled in his roles well, more on like the supportive side, which is a necessary evil, unfortunately, with the pickups that they've gotten. But he's been able to do that. He's been really disciplined and has done that really well.
But the big thing for me as well is the entry kills, 21% for Killerman, whereas the others are all quite low in their statistics. Almost got you, Dev. Mandy has obviously pointed out the EPS numbers too, which I think at least shows that they're all consistently on the same kind of level, around that 90s mark. Tuhan a little higher is actually quite intriguing when you've got Frixel, you've got Killerman, you've got Logic, you've got some top fraggers. So look, I think this is, again, a roster that should have little to no expectations in this particular match. I think, though, they will be quite disappointed to have not gotten top 2 this stage. So ultimately, they have kind of fallen short of their pre-stage prediction. But alas, they get a big opportunity tonight.
They've got some big names on the roster, but we actually have a big name joining us on the desk. It's Jake Xenox Venditti coming back from the desk.
G'day, guys. What's going on? Hey guys, I'm Jake Xenox Venditti. I don't know how to do a Jake Xenox Venditti voice.
You say words like capitulate.
They really capitulated.
Organic. You talk about the organic matter of the game.
So are we casting on this planetary day or the next planetary day?
This planetary day we are casting on. And as well, you need to say words that are so big that they don't need to fit in the sentence.
They might obfuscate the sentence.
Yes. Yeah. It's almost as though it's diabolical. To
discombobulate.
Yes, that's the one. That's the one.
Sophisticates us.
All of a sudden,
so much.
I'm
overwhelmed already, and I've only been on this couch for about 30 seconds.
You have grown though, Jake, since I last saw you. So I'm really glad that we
dimensions?
finally. You've grown in some dimensions, shrunk in others. Let's go ahead and start talking about this Bliss lineup that really has just absolutely torn through this stage. Now, there is an asterisk next to them a little bit here, Mandy, and the asterisk is really only that they were pushed OT twice, which were, I mean, I thought after last stage, the near miss they had at the start of stage 2 of 2023, just to contextualize that, I thought this roster won't have anyone get close to them. But this stage, they've shown that they aren't completely untouchable.
Yeah, that's true. I think these guys, especially after coming back from SI, they found it really hard to readjust back into the OCE playstyle, the Oceanic brand of Rainbow Six, which has a tendency to be a lot slower, a lot less on the really advanced tech side and more focused on the fundamentals. And I think Team has sort of got in their own heads, really, probably overthinking a lot of their games, especially when you're playing against your teams like your Panics and like your Odiums as well. I think for Team Bliss to take that step back and actually be able to not overthink it and just play some really solid Siege has been quite tough for them in the last couple of weeks. But nevertheless, an overtime loss doesn't mean a win when you hit best of threes, right?
No.
6 points isn't enough to get you a map win. So for Team Bliss going into these best of threes now, they can feel a bit of that buffer of not dropping points to these teams anymore. They just know that they need to bring the map over the line.
You can win the beast, but you can't kill it. They have been absolutely immaculate all stage long. They have not dropped a single game. Dropping only 2 points, of course, as we're alluding to there. But at the end of it, at the grand scheme of this conversation, you have Team Bliss probably at the peak of what we've seen them at, Dev. And not only that, we're also seeing them just achieve different heights in terms of the individual prowess that we're seeing. They're looking more together. They're looking gelled. They're looking confident. They're looking dangerous.
Yeah, 100%. This is the best 5 players that you could possibly ask for at this current moment in Rainbow Six and potentially of all time. In OCE, I don't think we've really had many players that would top this 5 roster right now.
No.
And you see that backed up in the stats, right? Brendo's the best player in the league. He's got 126 EPS. He's a pretty flexible player while still being such a good entry, such a good tip of the spear for this roster. Oda, believe it or not, is the second best player in the league. A year ago, he really had to change his form when obviously Jigsaw went out. This team went through quite a few iterations. 1 year ago, we were saying he was technically the best player in the world according to his stats because he did have the best. But I think he's really found a new home on this role where he does a little bit of entry, but a little bit of everything else as well. And I think that he's fantastic. Also, Wedable's the newest guy on this roster. He's a 4th best player by stat in this region, and that is while playing so supportively. It's exactly what Team Bliss needed, was a little bit more support, funnily enough. It wasn't actually the crazy fragging of Jigsaw. Jigsaw leaving the team actually enabled Brendo to reach his full potential. It also enabled Oda to play a little bit more of a hands-on role. And Wedables, this soft support, this extra Sufisho guy, I think has been exactly what they needed. And honestly, after their performance at SI, after coming home and having a few tight games, I think they're ready to take the next step and really make serious waves, not just here locally, but overseas as well.
Well, this is the first time we've seen them back in BO3s in the OST1 scene for...
Since the BO3 Bliss curse.
It would literally be 3 years now. 2021, 2022 was the last
Since they got
time we saw
reverse
it.
swept by Chiefs in a BO5.
You're just going to keep bringing that up. Let's bring up the vetoes as we start to talk through these BO3s. For those of you who might not know what we're referencing, Bliss used to have a curse about them, which was that they would dominate in the BO1s. But when they got to BO3, that's when they started to trip and fall a little bit. Obviously, it's been so long since then. They used to hate us for saying it, but of course, they're well and truly... They do. And that's why I'm kind of alluding to the context here. They'll be brushing any conversation off because this is where their bread and money, their bread and butter is. Sorry, this is where they make their money, I should say. So we've seen Skyscraper, Border, Oregon, and Consulate gone. Mandy, where are we going for the first 2 maps?
I am surprised to see Antic ban out their own consulate, to be honest. Antic have been consulate enthusiasts in the region, and I would say one of the only consulate enthusiasts in the region, maybe outside 6T or something like that. So I'm pretty surprised to see them ban out. Cafe! Oh my god. We have not seen this map in a long time. Something is cooking. I'll tell you what. Something is cooking. How have they started defense as well? Oh no, the new map system.
Yeah, it's the new system. Come on, Mandy.
Sorry, yeah, wow. I mean, Dev, have you got much to say here?
Yeah,
I'm surprised to see it. I don't know about you.
We haven't seen Cafe played by Bliss all stage long, and it has not been a favourite map in this region at all. We've seen Cafe played not once in OCE League.
The only map.
Yeah, this is the only map that we haven't yet seen in the league so far, and Bliss straight out of the gates are going to pick it. Chalet is a classic. Great map for both teams, and I'm not too surprised that we'll see it. It's funny, Antic did manage to hide it last week. They didn't end up playing it against CS, but I do think that that's going to be a tough one for them because Bliss are pretty good on it.
Mandy,
too.
what you see?
I'm shocked, honestly. I'm shocked to see Constant gets banned out, but Chalet is in. Mate, have you seen Bliss on Chalet? Do you really want to be taking Bliss to Chalet? Whereas your Constant has been fairly, okay. If you're Antic, that's pretty shocking to me, to be honest. I mean, they do start out on the attack of Chalet, which, is arguably the better side. And Bank as well to finish all things off. I don't know. I'm scared.
You're choosing two lessers of the evil on the last two maps, if I'm being completely honest. You want to take Bliss to Labs because we know how confident they are. But one thing that Mr. Jakes and Oxvenditti decided to yell from over in the Abyss is, yes, Antic are starting out on the attack of Chalet. It probably just goes to show where the meta of Chalet is at, especially in OCE. I know, internationally, there's a difference in opinions. I know Asia League, it's heavily attacker-sided.
55% in OCE at the moment.
And Japan, it's not. So, But
Chalet is the interesting one for me because, firstly, it's a rematch. These two teams played each other on Chalet in the regular stage. Of course, Bliss won that. And in general, Bliss are pretty good on this map. However, they did drop a point to Panic on it not very long ago. And so perhaps Antic have not only thought, okay, well, we have a one-to-one match to look at for us playing Bliss. We can shore up everything that we learned from that game. But also, we've seen them bleed a little bit on this map, and we think there's something to go in on there.
It certainly does. Bliss have made every international event since the start of the Blast R6 ecosystem, but they've only done it through BO1s. Now it's time for them to be truly tested, and we head to an untested map of Cafe.
Yeah, massive semi-final. Antic very much going up against it here against Team Bliss, as Rob pointed out so illustriously. We've never seen Bliss not qualify during the Blast R6 campaign. So this is going to be a big opportunity. Antic go in as the heavy underdogs without any questions. There is no buts. There is no ifs. There is no what if this happens. It's going to take something miraculous for Antic. I don't even know what that could look like. And then the fact that we see the map vetoes. Chalet being picked into Bliss, which are notoriously amazing on Chalet. And then they chose attack as well to begin it. We go to Cafe first. Now, this in itself was also quite surprising. I didn't know we were going to get this from Bliss.
I didn't think we were going to see Cafe and OCE, to be completely frank. So.
Oh my god, 100-0. Started choking.
Yeah. Well, hopefully Bliss don't choke in this game. I think even if we went into this with Antic at their very best, Bliss are still firm favourites, and Antic have been far from their very best.
Now, I guess the only caveat I can find is that very recently for Bliss in a couple of those best of ones to close out the group stage, they did get pushed to overtime. How much of that you really want to put stock into? I'd say don't put much of your stock into it. I wouldn't worry. The fact that they're also starting defense to begin here on Cafe, they picked it for a reason. I don't imagine Bliss is going to be the kind of team that is going to take this very lightly. I think they're going to treat this very seriously. But I do wonder, for Antic, right? I'm looking at Logic right now, and he kind of just looks like he's jamming out, listening to music, having a bit of fun, chilling out. And that's a fine vibe to be in, where you're not putting pressure on yourself. There is no expectation. He gets to just chill. He gets to just have a bit of fun there. Listen to some music. Everyone can go through their little warm-up. But you also don't want to be too loose, too relaxed, and not focused enough on the game. You need to put some kind of pressure on yourself. I mean, Logic said it best last week. Everyone else was talking about second. At the end of the day, you need to beat Bliss if you're going to go to Manchester, so it doesn't matter if it's in the semi-final. And truthfully for Antic, if they win this, if they pull off the upset of the century in the Oceania League, they go in as the outright favourite in the grand final tomorrow. So this is still a really big game and a big opportunity. Antic to attack here on Cafe first. Second semi-final. Man Esports LFO awaiting the winner of this series.
So in terms of the bans that have come through, Ying was the most banned operator throughout the regular stage and throughout the stage thus far, and so that will be taken out. Grim follows in about 4th position, roughly, sitting at 15%. So we've seen the strength of Grim post rework, and not going to see that play a part in this particular game. Team Bliss go for their very favoured ban of Solace. I believe there's only been a singular map so far this stage where they haven't banned it, and it was the 2 Brow in exchange from memory. Fender as well will persist. So nothing standing out as being too egregious in terms of operator bans. But on the topic of selections here for round 1, the Don on the Monty. We know how dangerous of a combination that can be. Logic as well can sometimes play that particular operator if needed as well. So there's some flexibility around that. But Monty and Blitz, both the shields post-rework, have proven to be quite viable here in the competitive environment.
What do you think it would take for Antic here on Cafe to start to imagine a world in which they could pull off an upset? Now, they start attack first half, so do you think it's going to be a couple of attacking rounds here to get you excited?
To get me excited, it needs to be something like a 3-3 half.
Really?
Minimum.
Minimum. I feel like even 2 attacking rounds here for Antic would actually kind of just get me to take notice of this particular game a bit more than just the expectation that Bliss should win it pretty comfortably. Little interesting exchange here. Weddable's already highlighting how switched on they are for this game. Good headshot onto Logic.
Dining defense round 1, mind you, as well. So they're already going a bit off meta here. Bliss clearly prepared for this game.
Yeah, I think Bliss are going to go into this with a mentality where they're going to just treat this super seriously, not really going to mess around, not allow Antic to have any kind of momentum at all. Cigar shot extension here with the castle barricades. Once you're inside of the server, though, yeah, that music gets switched off, that relaxation, those thoughts of the fact that there's no pressure, all just starts to dissipate. And the realization is you're in a semi-final and you got a chance to go to the grand final and a chance at the major. Big opportunity for Antic, but up against the best team this region has, well, just about ever seen. Top 8 at SI not that long ago. Now looking to head to what would be their 3rd major in a row. But it is Juicy. It does eventually get a kill back for Antic. Juicy also somehow just barely alive at the hands of that Nitrocell. 1 HP, quite literally. 90 seconds left, 4 versus 4.
Yeah, I'm a little bit concerned for Antic on this particular map. How much scrim time do they have on it? We know it was a roster. They came together a little bit last minute. The overall experience is quite low, and as much as Logic will say in interviews that they've got a 9-map pool, I very much question that. And so Team Bliss, tertiary site off the bat, clearly well prepared. If Antic can break down this round, bring it back from this point in time, it would be quite the round from them. Unfortunately, though, walking into this crossfire, the brothers of Brendo and Sage. Sage finds a very low Juicy, gives his team the advantage. Castle barricades still up. Azami keep it barriers as well, and Sage can play into that. Good for 2 in the round. Clean headshot from him. Decent trade from Killerman with the 4-1-7, but Brendo to apply counter pressure. 40 seconds on the clock here, and Bliss pretty happy and eager to peel back. Diffuser will be collected. Antic going for a red stairs hit.
Yeah, very aggressive there from Sage, over swinging towards Lounge. Did get that initial kill, but also gave his life away. Oda over towards 90, spots 1. They know exactly where they're coming in from, though. Goes for the rotate through in towards Train. 1 player left, that's Frixel, very low. And I don't even think he's going to get an opportunity to get this plant down. Oda in already towards Train, gets the kill in towards Mining. Good start for Team Bliss. Cool, calm and collected on the player cams and inside of the server. That is the start that the reigning champions would be hoping for here in their first best of 3 of 2024 in the Oceania League. Of course, they had the bye, so they didn't have to play last week. All right, now the other team that had the bye and didn't have to play last week has already qualified for the grand final. Of course, Man Esports winning 2-0 over Odium. Waiting to see who they will be playing in the grand final tomorrow. If Chef Jeff and co are watching, congratulations once again to them. Keen to see how they go in that grand final, who they will play. Right now, Team Bliss 1-0 up on their map pick of Cafe.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, Antic didn't do a particularly bad job at fighting back into that round. We cast our mind back to the very beginning at that 2-minute 34 mark. Wedables did get a pretty cheeky spawn kill onto Logic, who, again, fulfilling that Ash roll, will be pretty eager to play entry. And his ability to hit shots on top of the explosive Ash charges would have been very useful in clearing things like those castle barricades, which were left standing, keeper barriers as well, which were left standing. Perhaps then maybe an oversight from Antic not having backup in clearing that util with additional explosives, but this time around they'll bring a couple of counters, namely the grenades, although no Azami in play this time around. Not a trap util though. Legion in combination with those Goyo canisters from Wet. Bit more of a traditional site selection this time around for round number 2. In we go. Team Bliss not electing to go top or bottom, which historically would have been the more favoured sites for the defense.
Once again, Juicy on the Montank, wasn't able to make great use of it in that opening round. floor. Defensive extension from Bliss, regardless of the site choice. They will look to hold once again up above, keep their key positions under lock. Red stairs being watched at the moment. Oda in a good position. Drone spotted out. Brendo gets rid of that. Pre-rip Nitro, just in case anyone wants to pick, and then makes the move. Antic know full well they have to give a lot of respect to Bliss, but at the same time, you don't want to over-respect them. You need to play aggressive if you can find little avenues. Into top red now for Juicy. Does have the kit. Secondary hard breach available if required, and they are very much looking to take a bit of this piano lounge control through Pixel. Juicy can now go. They avoid one Nitro Cell, 90 seconds left. Not a whole lot of map control, but just starting to make a bit of a push through white corridor. The Vulcan canister to delay, courtesy of Sage, who still has 3 gas babes. Delay is going to be the end of the game. Team Bliss in this round.
I mean, time management not too bad from Antic, and again, they can make up for the shortfall in time by using that shield to march forward and play for live info. Sage pretty aggressively holding white corridor, so there's a big emphasis on Bliss holding this position. Oda doubles down on the stairs for a potential trade opportunity. Goomines as well flung into that position. Mute Jammer on the wall in towards Stock does fortify this position quite significantly for the defense, so breaking this down for Antic is probably going to hedge on Juicy, getting a forward position. As you can see, Antic tried to open the wall, but muted out. Once the smoke dissipates here, things could open up for Antic. 45 seconds, they get the first pick.
Oh, good swing through from Killerman, despite just kind of ducking there in through the rotate, gets the headshot onto Sage. Oda to retake white stairs. So, I mean, to be fair, Antic don't actually have white stairs control. 30 seconds left, eventually have to make their way down to site, of which Bliss, I think, are still in pretty good positions. Juicy's taking the kit over towards default, in towards reading. Killerman over towards Belk. Good positions here up above for Antic, but in terms of on-site defense, there is still enough here for Team Bliss to deny Oda aggressive position and still have that white stairs control. I think Oda wants to go for the timely swing. Spotted the shield. Red ping up above. Knows the player holding balcony. Big kill from Logic. Needs to get that plant down now. Juicy with 2 seconds remaining. Fisher guy close, but watching the doorway with Killerman. Lovely positioning. Down from Oda, but immediately loses his life to Logic. And in the second round, Antic have been able to crack this defensive code of Team Bliss. They will make it 1-1.
Yeah, that was really clean there from Antic in the late round. A Goomine almost posing being the win condition there for Team Bliss, but we saw Juicy able to pull that out, get the plant down with, I think, about 0.2, 0.3 seconds on the clock.
I feel like that was a misplay, though, from Team Bliss, the way that they kind of overplayed white stairs, especially when you're going for a default plant. Why is no one going up through Whiskey towards Brown and then maybe going for a flank? Oda's by himself trying to take Pillar, but...
Well, they had... Brendo was on a Vault Cam in that pillar position, giving off those red pings to Oda.
Yeah.
So yeah, perhaps positionally there, they couldn't actually play off that information as much as they would have liked. Fisho was on site to play Denial, but he had already used his Nitro earlier. Had he have kept that in pocket, it would have been a very different story. His was probably, I assume, the one that was pre-placed Lounge earlier, or it was used at some point in the round, but yeah, without that plant Denial late, without Oda hitting the flank cleanly,
yeah, and all the gas babes as well from Sage used towards Pixel, which is understandable, I think, in terms of what they wanted to do, which was deny that white corridor position.
Well, he didn't get back to site as well, so there was a slight mistime there from Sage. Ideally, he wants to be able to peel back and fall down Laundry, but that was, really quick, snappy trading from Antic, so plaudits go to them for round number 2.
Yeah. Now, I'm not a fan of the lineup they're bringing for this round, which is going to be the Glaz Sense combo with the Blitz. Now,
I want to know the Sense win rate in OCE. It's got to be shocking.
I can understand it's a group stage mentality kind of lineup where you can have a bit of fun, but this is a semi-final. You're going to have to be so clean, so perfect. There's a Warden on the board as well with Fisher Guy. Can't help but feel like this is just such a reach from Antic on the back of already finding an attacking round win. And let's be honest, on Kitchen 2, this is a bit of a vulnerable site on Cafe at times. Will this catch Team Bliss off? Aria goes out. Logic actually plays behind it. I don't know if he's been spotted. That was actually really well worked, that they were able to hide the Blitz. Fisher Guy then had no idea what was chasing him down. That's a really good kill in towards VIP. Killer, though, he gets a freebie. What is Sage watching? It's an easy push in towards Small, and he gets a second as well in towards Bake. The round is over. I'll take it all back. Everything I said, eat it and throw it onto my face like an egg. That worked out beautifully. I mean, they've been cooking something up behind the scenes. That was really well worked.
Yeah, and you think about the conditions for Team Bliss to win that round out. Again, a large portion of it hinges on the Warden staying alive. Who was the first to succumb to the pressure?
Yeah, no idea though.
Warden VIP. Logic able to sneak up. Sense Wall to cover that entry Obviously, the Izami cover and the deployable shield at that range offers absolutely nothing. The rest of the team then snowballs, converges into the correct positions. Obviously, Killerman, really sharp double kill from him with the ACOG. Team Bliss never given an opportunity to fight back into the round, which is the perfect way to play against them. How many Team Bliss 3v5s or even 2v5s have we seen them bring back over the last 12, 18 months? Way too many to count. So.
Well, the other thing as well for Anti there, they didn't overload on that one position. It wasn't just all about...
It was split through.
Honestly, it was probably the most split we've seen in terms of Oceana Siege in a long time. 2 attacking rounds for Antic. Well, you said 3 rounds would get you excited. They're only 1 round away. I'm already up and about thinking that we could have a potential series on our hands. Round 4, 2-1 lead for Antic. On the map pick of Team Bliss, we go to Bar and Cocktail, which at times is statistically, I think, actually one of the worst defensive sites on this map. It's not great in the new age of Siege, but Team Bliss will certainly be more than capable to defend it. Shop extension available with the castle barricades, mute jammers employed, so they'll keep it pretty low-key basic. Once again, Juicy on that Montaigne. Good start, though, from Logic and Killerman. Now, I want to highlight those two because during the group stage, those are the 2 players we maybe expected more out of.
Yeah, I mean, we kept highlighting them for underperforming, so I agree. I really like that Antic are just sticking to their guns and sticking the shield because for me, that's one of the huge conditions that have been enabling a lot of this map control for them. And up until the point where Bliss work out how to counter it, just stick it. I mean, it's working at the moment. Keep backing yourself in. Juicy's so experienced. Phenomenal communicator by all accounts as well. So having him on that role, so valuable. And the onus is on Bliss to counter. I mean, they jump off the Legion for this particular round. Only 2 impacts. Oda just gets absolutely sideswiped.
The pace of Antic, I think, is catching Bliss a little bit off guard here. Antic are going fast. I think Bliss would have anticipated with the Montaigne play, slow approach, expecting full well that Antic would give the respect to Bliss. They're going to have to match the pace that is being set right now from Antic. So far, they're actually playing the best Siege I think I've seen from them all stage long. Big Nitro Soul from Brendo. He gets his 2nd kill of the game. 4 versus 4. Keeps the Warden alive, but they don't have much more utility available. A couple of Kiba barriers and impact, and that's about it. Still 90 seconds left in this round. And I don't think Juicy needs to do a whole lot here. Logic trying to play off of the shield. Fisher guy up close, shotgun in hand. Well, this is an interesting little dance happening between these two. Where's the swing eventually going to come from Logic? He still hasn't really made a move. I think the idea is to try and bait Fisher guy into getting back into this position for Logic to hit those shots, but it has all fallen apart. Wonderfully played from Brendo. There's a reason why a lot of players are starting to regard him as the best player in the region. 3 kills in this round and has been able to salvage it despite the opening kill for Antic. Bliss might just be able to still take it from here. Big kill from Logic. You can see what he was trying to do off of Juicy on the Montaigne. It just never quite worked.
Yeah, I don't hate that idea from the attack of Antic trying to get the Monty to feed information and try to bait Fisho into mispositioning, but it's Fish. I mean, he's one of the most, he's the most experienced player in the server, firstly.
Well, it's Juicy.
Fisho's been around since day dot.
Well, they're close. I don't know. One's the Don, one's the Fish.
I don't know. They're both pretty
I'll
good.
take the Fish, though.
But in terms of like anchoring hard positions, Fisho, he knows how to play that.
Yep.
He is anticipating probably the hatch drop or some other pinch from another position or some other part of the defense to break down. Just never presented itself. So that pacing was great. I mean, Logic completely caught Oda off guard. Then played super static. Don't know what the other remaining attackers were doing. Maybe they were trying to cook something up to actually force
Probably just trying to find
Fisho
entries
out.
elsewhere.
Yeah, it's just stalled out a little bit there. And Bliss didn't have to really do a whole lot to stall it.
And it really shows the power of Team Bliss, right? Just in a round where you think, oh, another opening kill to Antic. Oh, 2 attacking round wins in a row to Antic. Is there form and momentum being built? And then just like that, Brendo finds a 3K and the round is over. And we don't even really get to see it. And that's not a slight on our observation there, Alex. Sky McCullum doing a wonderful job as always.
Can he hear us?
He can.
Yeah, he can.
And to Cthulhu as well. Shout out to both of those two. 2-2 scoreline here into the 5th round. Exactly what we want from this matchup, though, is competition. It's to be competitive, and so far it has. I think Antic will, probably feel as if they could have done a little bit better in that round, that they got good position, that they got that opening kill, just couldn't quite compartmentalize what they wanted to do after that from that position. So once again, we go to first floor. I don't imagine we're going to see Juicy on anything other than that Montaigne for the remainder of this half and into the next round as well.
IQ in play then round 5, so good direct counter onto the Valkyrie, which persists for Team Bliss.
Ooh.
They've played it in all but 1 round so far. Juicy to play frontline, clear utility. Valkyrie camera probably next on the agenda alongside the default at 90 where possible. Rest of the team is likely looking to squeeze out above. Selma's deployed, I'm presuming. Oh, that's actually in towards Train. So Oda will play the back line there, and Fisho to aid from that 90 hall position.
Yeah. And I really do like these side choices for Team Bliss because it forces Antic to clear above. They want to go probably fast. We saw that in the round prior. But you can't just hit sight here. I mean, Juicy's getting some good information. It's valuable, but you haven't cleared above. They haven't done enough progress above. They should have been pushing and clearing above. Now it's going to come back to bite them. They still haven't cleared out Lounge. Sage in a great position here. Sure, it kind of looks like he's on a bit of an island, but he's playing his arm. He's got plenty of keeper barriers just about everywhere. Oda down below. Maybe he's got a couple of sightlines he could certainly play off of. And there's only just over a minute left. So, I don't know. To me, this is the kind of round where, for the first time in this half, Antic have looked a little stalled out.
Bliss not playing the smoke this time for Whitehall. So they've got in control of Lounge. Maybe Juicy will drop and go direct. So no Whitehall pressure.
Oh no. What is this? I mean, maybe if he was playing a different kind of operator, but on the Montang, I'm not sure if that was the right play in the end from Juicy. He does lose his life, got stuck on an island on site, 45 seconds left, and only just now Frixel repelling into Piano. Logic loses his battle against Brendo, who's 6-3 now. 1 versus 4 for Frixel. The round has indeed fallen apart for Antic, but they never really got going. At no point in that round did they kind of look like they were cooking.
Yeah, I think it's become pretty evident that where Antic aren't given space to make fast plays and overwhelm defense, if they're forced into that more slow methodical style, and we've seen it a couple times through Lounge into the likes of the Azami or the Smoke Stall Util, that's when they start to, I think, look to manufacture plays. Now, the pinch onto Oda wasn't all that bad, but then you think about Juicy's position, right? How is he actually going to then provide value from the team? There's no one then to play the front line clearing top floor with all that util still standing.
They're going to clear above this time, I think, with the Buck and the Montang, and then look to flush out with Capital. Hopefully. Because I think that would certainly, if you imagine that same position in Lounge, play off of the hatch control that they got, instead of dropping down, you get the Capital, throw a couple of smokes out in towards Fireplace, maybe Incendiary over towards the other side of Train. Could certainly help kind of grab that position.
Yeah, I mean, maybe we're seeing also elements of that Grimban come into play. I call it the displace util, you know, gaining information or trying to force a defender out of a position or at least apply direct pressure. The Capital succeeds that just in a slightly different way. We're not actually going to see it assist though, so back onto the IQ.
Bliss do like their Grim though. I do understand the ban.
Yeah, it's an enhancement tool, really. If you're a team that has really good structure.
Okay, so they changed it up quite dramatically. They bring the Brava instead. IQ once again. No Capital.
I do wonder
no
if they've...
Buck.
I do wonder, have they picked the IQ because they haven't spotted the Valk? Otherwise, I don't really understand why you would be bringing it. At least into this composition that we can see, again, privileged information, but...
Yeah.
I think Frixel's going to identify pretty quickly that they're not running the IQ this round, if they don't know already.
The Valkyrie.
What did I say?
The IQ.
Well, he is definitely running IQ. He knows that.
He definitely
I'd be
is
concerned if he
IQ.
doesn't know that, yeah.
So final round of this half, Antic looking for their third attacking round. Certainly been competitive in the earlier portions of this half, but Team Bliss have been pretty strong in defense. There's an opportunity though. Brendo goes for a peek in towards the skylight. That's very risky. Punished. Nicely found from Killerman. Gumine stepped on early from Juicy. Best time to really step on that and take it out while there's really good space towards top red. One of the better starts to a round that I think we've seen from Antic since the earlier portions. Gumine spotted again as well towards shop, and they can start to open up some silence above. I think they really do need to clear out that pixel position over towards washrooms. Really get themselves good control up above and eventually then look for a mining plant.
Juicy hasn't spotted any of those rotations that we could see through outlines. If that makes it a little bit more challenging to push forward. Fisho is aggressing a little bit. Cocktail, Sage supporting. So 2 up above for Team Bliss at the midpoint of round 6, final of the half. An opportunity for Antic to reach that 3-round target, even out the scoreline. Equally an opportunity for Bliss to just edge out ahead. Logic takes a chip of damage off the back of, I believe, a Goo Mine, and Fisher uses that as an opportunity to reposition forward. Logic, meanwhile, though, has gotten a kill. Sage, aggressive, spots the backside of one, but in the mint position, Tuhan should be able to find that kill. Sage, he gets it in the end. It's a melee from Juicy.
The Don
might be enough with Wet in the 1v4.
Yeah, I was going to say, I think Logic would have got that kill onto Oda on site. Oda's been playing site. So I wonder if he just got him from the balcony and then was able to then push in, get side control. 3 attacking rounds and a half for Antic has got them pumped up. They won a path, they won on site, they won both of their battles. Something we haven't really seen too often in that half from Antic. They go into the defense now of Cafe. Again, this is Bliss's map pick.
I'm a bit excited.
You're excited now?
A little bit.
Well, you did say 3 attacking rounds will get you excited.
Yeah, doesn't take much to get me excited,
It doesn't take much, no. Very easy. Very excitable. Cocktail, bar, we go to begin this half now for Antic. And suddenly, you know, this is where it's not about the pressure, but suddenly things do change a little bit, or at least for us externally watching on. For them, their mindset can stay the same, which is, hey, don't worry, you know, we're doing well, but like, let's not start to think like we've got to suddenly keep this up. Like, it's okay, we're just having some fun. They'll probably go in with that mentality, but I mean, truthfully, they're up to this with every kind of opportunity to maybe steal something here.
So there's one key operator that Bliss are picking here that we didn't see once at all from Antic on their half. I was going to comment on it, but I thought that maybe they could make up for the lack of explosive util. And that is the Flores on Fish, and he switches off. God damn it. But that utility, again, in the face of the Azami could prove to be critical. So we'll see if that does come back into play maybe later on in the half.
The Twitch is more important than the mirror on the board, I would say.
Exactly, leads on to my next point. We only saw the mirror once from Team Bliss. That was in round number 5, which they did get across the line. And so that pick forcing the hand of the attack to bring the Twitch. Ash is back up as well. And so I don't think Bliss are going to have too many issues in clearing that utility, considering Antic aren't bringing any catch. So no Wamai, no Jaeger.
1 and 5 for Oda, 1 and 3 for Wettables, and I'd say I'm probably more shocked by the 1 and 3 for Wettables. He's been a tremendous player so far at this stage. We looked at the APS numbers for all 5 of these players of Bliss, 4 of them over 100. The only player that wasn't is Fisher Guy, who we know is essentially hard support. Opening kill for Killerman onto Fisher. What is that? Is that just a spawn pick? Well, that's wonderfully done from Cocktail.
To stop on the boost.
And that's
on the
Kit
Cocktail
as well.
Yeah.
Despite the Claymore being planted down, Fisher Guy has lost his life. Bliss down to 4. And Antic have every opportunity now to really capitalize in the opening round of this second half. Killerman is having a tremendous performance, 7 and 3 for a player so talented. 2023 Stage 2, remember, he was one of the up-and-comers and risers of the stage. Has started a little slow here for 2024, but making his mark known here in the playoffs, in the semi-final. Down the skyline we go here in the 7th round.
I trademarked this one. I did this at the rec campaign.
Can you do a little spiral as
You're
well?
copying my free cam. What the hell is that? No, it looks good though. There's only been 1 round so far where entry has not been converted into a round win. So that actually bodes very well for Antic to kick things off. And you think about the value of Twitch in this round. Mirror's now fortified. It's going to be really tough.
Oh, Killerman!
For Bliss. Eventually a trade. 2 in fact. So 3 versus 3. Never count Bliss out.
No, certainly never. Even in 1v3, I'd probably still back in Oda at this point. Minute and 15 seconds. Duhan still inside of washrooms. Knows there's a couple up close. One thing to keep mindful of. 3 Nitrocells available for Antic here. So Bliss to eventually go for this plant, which, by the way, Kit's still outside balcony white corridor side. Something to keep in mind. They do not have Kit, and all 3 players of Bliss are actually not close to getting the Kit. I think they're going for kills here.
Gonna have to. Switching to Thunder. How are they going to clear out these positions? I mean, they've got 3 frag grenades, so that could prove useful. Limited info with 2 drones, though.
E1D, final one from Oda. They don't get a lot off it. Not gonna lie, that's a big piece of utility that has been wasted, expended. Nitrocell thrown out, 2 hands to protect in towards backstore. Oda and Wet both low. Logic can't win the battle in towards Cocktail. Oda. Well, I mean, he did get the knock at least onto Edible, so in theory it's a 2-on-2. Sage, big kill onto the Don. Juicy's down, and suddenly 2 harm with it all to do. Even without the kit, Bliss will make it work. Oh, somehow. By the barest of margins. But that's what is the difference between the best in this region. Those fine margins in this semi-final. That certainly is a round that Antic will rue missing. Should be 4-3 to them, but it's not. Bliss just willed their way into that round.
Yeah, I mean, that's one of those rounds where Antic are going to look back at the VOD and be shaking their heads, allowing that round.
5 versus 3.
And Diffuser on the ground, then Team Bliss entirely going for the kill win condition. That was a fair enough trade. That one there was okay. The others are a little less forgivable. Bliss are just so ruthless in the late round. Any mistake punished. That round proves it. And that is now only the second round so far where the entry kill does not convert into a round win. It was a 5 versus 3 diffuser outside other side of the map.
Yeah, and holistically as well, as you kind of mentioned with the diffuser outside the map, there was also the Twitch that was dealt with immediately. So no Twitch drones, which meant all the mirror windows were up. There was no real destroy of any of the kind of utility that we saw in that round being placed. Yeah, that was a real opportunity for Antic. I think really the first time in this match that they would be kicking themselves for giving a round up. But they certainly looked like the favoured team. You're not going to get many opportunities against Bliss.
No.
So when you do get them, you have to absolutely take them with both hands. Run away. Don't look back. 3-4. Bliss have taken the lead once again. And those are also the kind of rounds that just for Team Bliss, if there's any kind of micro pressure where they're like, ooh, shaky start here, internally maybe thinking to themselves, maybe not out loud to the team, but saying, oh, you know, if you're an Oda and you were 1-5, now you're 3-5, that just releases the nerves a little bit. Same with Wettables, you know, 1-3, now 2-3. So it's the kind of round that, for a lot of the individuals of Team Bliss, just gives them a boost of confidence. See the Deimos as well being brought into this round, being ran by Fisher Guy, which I find that quite intriguing because fundamentally you would think of, you know, your fraggers would be playing a Deimos, but I think he's going to use it in what a lot of pros are now starting to do, a very supportive manner.
What do we have here? Who are they going to target though? Is it Logic? 9 kills? We've seen Bliss play the Deimos to directly counter the likes of Karma in the past, one of the top fraggers in the region, against Panic. Could be a similar storyline here where they identify that Logic and or Killerman are proving to be a threat off site. That said, they pretty much have full control up above now, Team Bliss, so they don't have to worry too much about flank threat. That will alleviate a lot of pressure and maybe some of that Deathmark util can use later on in the round to snowball an advantage. That's where Deimos is, of course, quite powerful. Groundwork being done here by the attack. Ram, Buck combo will leave no stone unturned. Brendo gets the first kill. That's outside Garage.
Wow.
Now we do see the open freezer hold here from the defense. Fortunately, that angle goes both ways, and it's Brendo to capitalize.
Yeah, and really good usage of that for Team Bliss, understanding if that's something they've kept open, that's something they're probably going to peek and keep an eye on. Brendo, patience pays dividends. That's his 7th kill. Here in the 8th round, good floor work done up above for Bliss with player advantage now suddenly in a really good position. And most importantly, the Warden now gone. Oh, and another big kill from Brendo. Well, he's torn this game apart. Oh, he's again, head spotted. The open hold has been completely unsuccessful for Antic Esports. Bliss have just torn it to shreds. Brendo all by his lonesome. Now looking for his 4th and then maybe 5th kill with the round playing out the way it has. Frixel has been targeted, but he is the mute. Can go to those jammers. Will block the Deathmark. Does actually spot where he is. Being tracked at the moment. Of course, Brendo can't see the ping that was being put on Frixel. But eventually loses his life to Sage, who steals that kill away from his brother. Brendo then eventually does get his quad. Was honestly on for the ace. Fisher's happy with that round and the way that it did play out, and Bliss have certainly now retaken full control of this cafe.
Brendo, such a dangerous player. Cracked open that round, put so much pressure through that VIP corridor. Antic sensing that they had to try and fight back. They would have known that those peaks were low percentage, but also with all the groundwork that had been done off-site, playing the objective was going to be rough. They had to kind of gamble a little bit that round. Does not pay off. Brendo just looks so sharp, that one there, so clean.
I just wonder though, the 2 rounds in a row now for Antic, where they take the tactical timeout, rightfully so. Yeah, I mean, even the next one too, underneath the Kiba barrier here, there's not much of that Azami actually being shown. He's just so sharp and understanding the positions that are being held. The game sense is otherworldly. But I just wonder, looking at these cams for Antic, you know, at 3-3, a very solid first half. Then you start your defensive half with a round you probably should be winning, up 5-3 in the round, and then you kind of just succumb to the pressure. And then you lose a round like that in which you clearly had a bit of a set plan, and it just gets completely unfolded by what Team Bliss are capable of doing just through sheer gunplay mechanics. Just makes you wonder. Yeah. You are in a good position to start with, but look at what they can do very quickly. This game has just turned from what looked like an excitable start for Antic to Team Bliss now kind of doing Team Bliss things.
Yeah, heading into the night, And these stats also include Odium's previous game this evening. Team Bliss actually the second best attacking team at the moment, 58.82%. Odium at 59.26%. So very close, but Bliss just trailing behind in second. Funnily enough, defensively is way stronger for them. Just shy of 80%. And so that's why at 3-3 we're quite excited at the prospect of Antic maybe being to, at minimum, push overtime. If they don't win this, though, it very much looks like that will be an impossibility if they can't find one of these objectives. Funnily enough, I mean, we do go back to the top floor, so they're not going to attempt the likes of second floor like we saw from Bliss. And again, maybe that goes back to the discussion of preparation on this map. Yeah. Antic just not as comfortable, not as well prepared here on Cafe, and that's why Bliss have brought it out.
Yeah, I think they also, I mean, in fairness right now for Antic, the biggest thing is you've got Killerman and Logic finally playing to their full potential, but then Frixel and Tuhan have dropped off quite significantly. When we saw the EPS numbers to showcase this game, Tuhan was the only player on this roster of Antic above 100. He's 2-6. So a player that has been so beastly in the group stage leading up to this moment. Yeah, not quite having the game that he would like. Same with Frixel. We know how talented he is. So they all need to somehow find a way to get on the same page. Killerman, speaking of him, is taking a big chunk of damage. Nitro through the skylight, avoiding everyone. In fact, it's only Killerman that has come off second best there.
So Brendo on the Flores. We'll see how much util that's able to clear. Double drone specialists with the Brava as well in play from Fish. He can counteract quite a decent plethora of utility. Default cameras on top of the likes of my magnets. Mute jammers. No shield play from Bliss. So a stark contrast to what we saw from Antic on their attacking half. I think the shield was quite successful, but Bliss not sensing that they require that front man. Minute 30. Do you wonder if Bliss have gained enough information here? Only 3 drones remain. A decent one in Pillar, but I don't know if there's many else providing good information here. Bliss goes without saying, thrive in that information environment, and if they don't have it, I need to just trust instinct for this push.
Yeah, and I don't want to lay it on Juicy, but 2-6, and he's a player that we know can frag and hold key positions like Shot, make it very difficult for players to push in, take these positions. Flash, avoids it. Good reposition, second flash thrown, drop down the gun. The timing is everything in this game. Everything and more. Nitro Salt doesn't hit. Brendo very fortunate.
Oh, you're kidding me.
And then Juicy eventually dies to Weatherable as well. Had he just held on a little longer with that initial peak, he would have got a free kill, would have kept good position, would have been able to challenge the next player. Elasto, Sage eventually does lose his life as Frixel and Logic trying to undo the damage, but the damage has already been done with the kit now down, and it's a double kill to close the round. Bliss will get themselves match point here. So far, a very clinical attacking display on Cafe. Not much that Antic could do. They have just been completely undone.
Yeah, things just unravel so quickly when you're versing Team Bliss and you slip up. I mean, as someone who plays Shop quite regularly, positionally, I mean, Juicy did everything right there. He avoided every single flash. Then didn't expect the late drop down or a later drop down. And it's just that small window of timing. He holds that angle, he wins that fight with the shotgun buff at the moment. I mean, maybe with the laser change, maybe he wouldn't have won it, but I think ADS would have won that fight, right? You at least win that. It slows down the snowball elsewhere around the map. Now, again, it's not me pinning the blame solely on him. I mean, others elsewhere need to step up to the mark as well. But
it's
losing that control, then cascades. Yep. And Antic never looked like getting back in that round at all. In fact, this defensive half from them has been in a stark contrast to the attack, where they're bringing the shields, they're aggressing. A lot of their round wins off the back of fast play. Defensively, they're just not up to the task of keeping pace with Team Bliss, who are happy to sit back a little bit more, just gain a little bit more information, make sure that there's no unexpected defensive setups, and they just back themselves into default push, and it just works because this team is so experienced.
Yeah, I agree. They've been really, really good on this attack half for Team Bliss. It's not often that we see attack be the prevalent side on Cafe, but in this instance, it certainly looks like it will be. It's like a long way back now for Antic. It is the map pick of Bliss, and they've shown certainly some good qualities so far in this series, but Bliss showing that they are superior across the board, and a lot of it, I think, has come down to these first contact fights. I'm curious, actually, when it does come to these opening kills now, how it has changed. If at all.
Well, all but 2 have been converted.
That's actually very good compared to what we saw in the other semi-finals today.
And 2 of the last 3 have been Team Bliss.
Yeah, and that probably sets the tone then for what's been this half of dominance.
And I will also add that the 2 rounds prior, so round 6, round 7, Killerman got the opening kill. 1 converted, who's been the opening death in the last 2 rounds, Killerman.
Yeah.
Have they shown enough though in this map to get a little bit excited still for Chalet? That's the real question, because it's not their map pick, they don't need to win it. It's not the end of the world.
Well, the defense has been a bit more disappointing than probably the attack was exciting.
If your defense doesn't hold up on Cafe, it's probably not going to hold up on Chalet. That is concerning.
I will say, I think I can probably pin it more down to Team Bliss have just been really good, more than Antic have been really bad. I mean, that's a very fair assessment to make.
Yeah, they're well prepared on this map. They know what they're doing.
Bliss have been very, very good on their attacks. Their defenses certainly did look a little bit shaky, but got them enough rounds apparently.
Fuse in play this round as well, so Fisho looking to clear a position and or utility from above, I presume. I think they were down into that B chassis position.
Default positions.
Not far from Coffee.
One thing I will say for Antic though, it's all passive. Where's the counter aggression? Where's the push up red? Where's the push up white? Like, why are we not seeing any kind of counter aggression here? Second floor, and then first floor, and
well, I mean, we've seen back-to-back rounds now. Bliss bringing the Nomad, now the gridlock. So there is dedicated flank watch, makes it a bit more challenging.
Yeah, it's just full focus first floor though. There's nothing second. I mean, I know you got the gridlock, and but you can try and at least push through it, at least make some noise. At least, and look at this, Brendo's all the way bot white stairs. He knows that no one from Antic is going to push this.
Well, there's 1 VIP, so it needs to get unlocked here.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, VIP shouldn't really be the one to push it.
Killman has a pre-rip nitro here.
Got an angle found here from Sage inside a train. Couple of flashes now going down, 40 seconds left, so the util dump has started to coalesce for Team Bliss. Drop from Wettables into Freezer.
All the
Can't
timing.
quite win that battle towards VIP. There was a Nitro Cell in hand for Killerman. He did throw it out, but he couldn't get anything with it. He did lose his life to Brendo, who was close bot white. Good swing from Juicy in the response. 3 versus 3 now. Not a lot of time remaining here for Bliss. They're going to need to find the kills and quickly. Another drop down for Sage into Freezer, so double stack here between these two. Fisho and Sage with the kit in hand. Can go for the plant behind the bomb chassis. Sage gets a big kill onto Logic. It's down to Frixel in a 1 versus 2. Gets the first one. Should know that the plant is going to be going down. He gets off it. Noise made. Fisho. Well, this is really nicely done here from Frixel. He will never lose this, ever. It's impossible. Never mind. Why can't you just wait for the timer, dude? What are you doing? You've just made me look completely silly, but you've made yourself look even sillier by not just waiting for the time! Oh my god, what was that, Guz?
I think Antic need a timeout after this map.
Oh my goodness, golly jeeper, hoo-wee! That's a very simple thing to do. Once the timer gets down to 0, he can't get off it. Oh.
Yeah, look, there was one way to bait that, and it's not by running straight into him. It was making a sound cue and then playing safe. But, I mean, that is what it is. 4 straight for Bliss in that half, able to convert the map. Antic Esports are going to need to find some tranquility before.
I might need some tranquility after that one as well. Look, that was not the way that they needed to close that map out at all. I thought some really good sides in the first half, 3-3, especially 3 attacking rounds. But nevertheless, Bliss just showing their true quality in that second half. They made no mistake whatsoever, left no stone unturned, and they were able to swiftly deal with Antic on Cafe. The map pick of Team Bliss, 1-0 up in this semi-final. We'll go to the break. When we come back, though, we will head to Chalet.
I'm reloading. I'm reloading.
Onto Logic, it's down to Frixel in a 1 versus 2. Gets the first one. Should know that the plant is going to be going down. He gets off it. Noise made. Fisho. Well, this is really nicely done here from Frixel. He will never lose this, ever. It's impossible. Never mind. Why can't you just wait for the timer, dude? What are you doing? You've just made me look completely silly.
Gia Sao Paulo, you have waited 5 long years for Siege to come back to Brazil. Now, the Ginásio do Ibirapuera is the home
Welcome back to the Oceania League.
Oh,
you know what?
You sound like you're choking.
It's sorry. That's happening a lot around here. And guess what? The impossible apparently is quite possible. Anything that you can set your mind to it here on the Oceania League semi-finals. Team Bliss do take the opening map of Cafe 7-3.
That has got to be.
We had a very short time of break there, and I tell you, for the entirety of that break, all of us talent are just sitting there debating as to what he should have done, how things. I went back and looked at the replay, so it was like 3.3 seconds on the plant on the kit, and about 1.9 seconds or so on the timer. Basically, you just wait to zero there, but I mean, look, we've kind of beaten that one to death off air. I don't think we need to go any further. The way we can close that out. An immaculate play from Fisher Guy. Took the gamble and won.
Yeah.
Into the second map now, into Chalet, which, by the way, is a very prominent map for Bliss. They have always typically been renowned for playing this particular map. So I felt like this was a bit of a gamble from Antic, and I kind of agreed with Amanda Powers, which is that I don't know why Antic banned out Consular and then sent it to Chalet. And more importantly, they now start on the attack. So that means Team Bliss will be on defense to begin this particular second map of the semi-final. 7 rounds away now from the grand final against Man Esports LFO.
Yeah, let's jump into this one then.
Why am I getting a tweet from...
Where'd you go? Is someone mad?
Oh, no, it's just the Rainbow Six OCE. I think Xenox is upset. Well, I mean, I shouldn't be upset.
I don't think...
should be upset. It should be Frixel.
It made for a great moment on the broadcast. I mean, we don't care. I honestly thought it was one of the funniest moments you've ever had.
We have fun here. We do have fun.
What was your call again?
I've moved on.
I think we should move on.
Down to Snow Wine for this opening second map, Team Bliss. Defense first, and we were kind of also discussing going into this map, the mental aspect too for Antic Esports, and did they do enough on the opening map of Cafe, which mind you,
in the first
their
6
map.
rounds, they did. And then the next couple, next 4.
We're great. No, we're really bad, actually. Well, see, this is the thing, because it was Bliss more than it was Antic. I want to go with that trope here, with that storyline. I felt like Bliss were just very clinical, didn't make any mistakes, and even a lot of those little calculation moments, such as that final round, just everything was going the way of Team Bliss. Nothing quite was working for Antic. Understandably so. Now it's all about how do they respond here on their map pick of Chalet, attack to begin. And maybe it's just baptism by fire here. See how this half goes. Let's just go attack first, and then maybe we can get a couple of rounds and bank off of that. That's not a good start from Killerman with the Boogie Auto Breacher, but the second time around, I'm sure he'll make way. Impact in through Drone Hole, open up Breach into Snow, successfully done. And there was a Boogie Auto Breacher that did go somewhere, although it didn't quite go anywhere. I think that was more of just a sound suppression.
And just noting as well, one change in terms of operator bans for map 2. The Fenrir is back in play, and the Capcan has been brought in by Antic, so that's a bit of an intriguing one. And maybe that's to help facilitate faster and more aggressive attacking plays. Take some of the pressure off the entry and having to look for Capcan traps, so don't mind that particular decision. Doesn't mean Fenrir is in play though. We know how impactful he continues to be with the F0 mines. 2 minutes to go in the round.
The boiler opened up very easily.
Yeah, I was just about to say.
Don't typically see that as a position that's completely forfeited that early in the round. At times, deployable shield, maybe a smoke can certainly sit in there.
I mean, there's a lot of pressure on Wet and Fish, right? So they're holding the 2 key entry points in towards this objective. Likely going to be a default plant to the eastern side here of the A objective. So Sage begins to reposition accordingly. Bliss know exactly what's going to come their way. It's just about executing that and denying the push.
Yeah, in fairness, if you do get to plant default, it's probably been a good round. You're going to have to still clear a little bit up above, especially get a bit of that hatch control. Sage now on the Fenrir, as you mentioned, available in this map. Was banned out in Cafe. Capcan instead gone, like you said.
They've played that so aggressively, Bliss, to get info there if anyone's close. That's insane. They don't get punished for it.
Fisher did use his Nitrocell too at the breach in towards Boiler, so they've kind of used a bit of utility already in this round. 2 impacts, no, make it 3 remain. Oh, big kill though. That's get down. That's it done from Sage. They do have that hatch control. No one in dining at the moment for Team Bliss, or even close to it. Never mind pushing over towards the hallway. No. Back down library. Stairs, Brendo. Okay, I don't know. He's up and down, up and down. Hard to imagine what he's really wanting to do right now. Vulcan canister explodes, delays the push. I mean, the kit is still in a good position over towards Boiler. But it is going to be now also a pretty much calculated attack right now from Antic. Bliss will very much know it's all going to be Boiler side.
Oh, Brendo above, he's been able to sneak through this attack. Now back towards main stairs, 15 seconds.
Oh my god. Well, he does get the kill. No, never mind. It was Wettables that did eventually get Killerman, who was slow walking in through breach.
What is that plant position?
Gets the kill from Blue. There's another one outside in towards Trench. 1 versus 2. 3 seconds. No real time remaining here for 2-1. Expected maybe someone to be on the kit. Now Guz is upset. Guz is upset
What
now.
are they doing? Why are you planting there? You're exposed to blue door. Plant default. Especially if you know above is now clear.
Was there Maestro Cam that they couldn't get rid of?
I really hope there is a logical reason as to why they planted
I'm almost certain there was, but I could be wrong. I am trying to play devil's advocate, but we did see the Maestro Cam, which was used to blow up the Vulcan canister over towards default, and I imagine if that stayed up, you can't plant there.
I hope so. I hope I'm overreacting a little bit though. I was a little bit perplexed. If there's no extraneous factor, no utility, holding that position, whatever the case may be, there is absolutely no reason why you should be planting and exposing yourself to blue door. You need to force the defense into clearing those positions, swinging killer. There's a reason why that is the default plant position, because it's so well protected from everyone else on that basement side.
And if you are going to plant there, you want someone to be pushing through in towards blue, which is going to be the main primary contact from the defense. So, yeah, a little bit of a missed opportunity. In fairness, that was always going to be a kind of scrappy round once kick goes down boiler.
But again, I mean, scrappy's fine, but you've got to be executing cleanly. Again, Bliss punished that mistake. Like, there's other teams there who maybe wouldn't have swung blue, but your likes of Fish, they hear that plane going down, they're going to see if there's a sniff or an opportunity to deny it, and they hit it.
And the other thing as well, I mean, this is a semi-final. You lose this series and you're out of the chance to go to the Manchester Major. You win, you're into a grand final, and you get the chance to go to the Manchester Major. So we're done with kind of being Mr. Nice Guy, Mr. Goody Two-Shoes. You've got to be much cleaner here against a team like Team Bliss, who are so profound in this region. You cannot be making mistakes. Antic are a team as well with some very experienced individuals. I think they're going to be quite disappointed with, well, essentially the last 5 rounds that have kind of played out. Are you going back to see whether or not they could plant default?
I'm waiting for the feed to catch up.
Killerman gets the opening kill, entry onto Fisho, big one too. That's the water down, and they're going to go for a plant. It's a fast round. He's just going to stick this. Adrenal Surge activated logic in towards Bar, loses his life to Brendo. But the kit will be successful from Killerman. Nitrocell thrown so he can't make it back. Nicely done from Brendo. Ripped that immediately. As soon as the plant was down, he just threw that Nitrocell. But they've got to clear outside and above. 30 seconds to do so. 4 players in hand for Bliss. Does give them the player advantage. Juicy, Frixel, Tuhan. Still Adrenal Surge available. Big kill onto Oda. Jump out from Wettables. 3 in the round now from Brendo. Suddenly it's a very winnable round for Team Bliss. Out of nowhere, Juicy with a big kill. There you go. Double down. Tuhan and Juicy. And a fast pace round from Antic finally goes their way.
Yeah, good work there from the Don. Team Bliss allowing that plant to go down. They reacted accordingly, fighting for control up above in library, then looking to overload outside, hit trades. Despite that, it's always a difficult position to fight your way back from. Antic do a good job to hold on. Good opportunistic plant opportunity. I'm looking back at that previous round and I've just missed it, so I have no idea if they should have planted the default or not.
Let it go, guys.
Oh no, I didn't miss it. It's still coming.
This is a better round and a good showcasing, I think, of actually the rounds in which Antic won on the attack of Cafe were fast-paced in nature. What do they do here? Fast-paced in nature. In fact, fast-paced. Little 360 12 there from Wettables certainly doesn't get the job done against Suhan, but yeah, I'd kind of just appreciate that for Antic. Their rounds so far that they've won in this series, Cafe and now Chalet, have been all about going fast, catching Team Bliss off guard, or at least trying to see if they can force contact early. If you win it, take position, go for plant. And that's exactly what worked for them in Cafe.
40 seconds left in that basement round. The canisters are getting popped, so they had plenty of time. Now, there may have been a Maestro that was there. I don't know if that got cleared, but they had nades, so they could have dealt with it. So.
Okay. So no excuse.
I stand by my comment of it being a misplay. Yeah.
I stand by my comment as well that Frixel could have waited to 0 seconds. Isn't that funny how this all works out?
I hate when you have that smug smile on your face.
Because you debated me a little bit.
I did.
You were like, hang on, I don't think you're right there. No, anyway, 3rd round, big for Antic. Can they keep that pace, though, going throughout the majority of Chalet? Even onto the defense. Like, their defense on Cafe was a little bit insipid. They sat site. They were not aggressive. We didn't really see many spawn peaks. We didn't see much denial of entry or going for contact fights. They weren't looking to actually get engaging with Team Bliss. I need to see more of that here on Chalet from Antic. You picked this map for a reason. You can facilitate that kind of gameplay on this particular map. Just as we saw there on bar games. Quick entry, quick plant. Can they kind of keep that mojo going? And you can still kind of play that way with the Montaigne. Montaigne doesn't necessarily just mean slow. Juicy's a very good Monty. He can slip into good positions, take good control. They can overload and split Theory a little bit, like, you know, push Oda from both sides of library stairs on the first floor, then from top floor.
Monty in play though. First appearance here for the game. Prevalent back on Cafe. We'll see if Antic are able to extract the same amount of value, because it did feel, you know, relatively impactful on that previous map. First fight over towards Library. Facilitated off the back of this keeper barrier. Oda, Legion. Gumines in tow, so perfect counter to the shield.
Oh, they're actually going for the pinch there. So one out towards Jigsaw, but he just runs away because Frixel's still throwing nades. Oh,
good catch.
Good catch from Logic. Really good work from Antic. Understanding full well. They wanted Library Stairs control. Oda's playing it deep. We can flush him out. The Montaigne on first floor denies the push through down into the hallway. And then on the top floor, you got one outside Jigsaw, one in top Library, and he's just never making it back to site. You get rid of the Legion. Goo Mines will no longer generate throughout the round. That's a bit of an exit frag from Wettables. Exit spray that doesn't land. And Frixel does get a big kill, followed up from Logic again. 2 in the round from him. And it is Logic that so far has shown up quite big here in the semi-final. Juicy got down by Fisher, who then drops down the hatch. But bouncing off the wall is Brendo, because Frixel finds another kill. Well, he was one that was a little quiet on Cafe. Not quiet here. Never mind. Yeah, he gets another kill in the round 4, I think, from Frixel. Fisher got one, couldn't quite get a second. Almost, though. And Antic will find a second attacking round. It's like Cafe all over again. I feel like I've got deja vu where they were getting these early attacking rounds on Cafe. They looked very strong. Their pace was well set. They were in control, really, of the game, and we were getting a little excited. Little did we know what was to come.
Yeah. I mean, again, I still stand by this. Probably having the hallmarks of being a 3-0 that Antic let slip. And that's, you know, you take the positives and the negatives away from that for both teams. Team Bliss will punish mistakes, but equally when Antic play at their very best and over Snowball, very quick rounds and that pacing ramps up, that's where Team Bliss have looked very uncomfortable. It's the same story on Cafe, same story here on Chalet. I suppose an element of that is maybe they've now conditioned themselves back to the OCE meta where things slow down typically, and Antic are looking to exploit that. It's also now their map pick, so arguably they're a little bit more comfortable on it. And so good positive signs.
It's a very interesting theory there. It's like Antic have decided, let's play like the SI teams.
Let's play like the good teams.
Let's play good. No, you're not wrong though, and I think Antic, for all intents and purposes, have the capabilities where you've got essentially 4 fraggers on the roster. Zuhan, Frixel, Logic, Killerman. They can all get really good entry kills, facilitate entry in towards the map, get good control. I think that's the way that they should be playing. And also, if you play default against Blizz, you're just going to lose. Like, let's be honest here. Their fundamentals are just so far and above everyone else in this region. You need to find ways to offset those fundamentals, catch them off guard, get into cheeky positions. You want Oda to basically say, what are they doing when he dies? That kind of mentality. Kind of like you in ranked. Straight over to Jigsaw for Juicy. Position on the balcony outside of Piano, which was essentially Jigsaw's home back when he was on Team Bliss. And it is Brendo, though, that gets the opening kill onto Tuhan. The Buck looking for, I think, swift entry in towards Big Garage, or maybe it was Boiler Side, didn't quite catch it, but he does lose his life. 5 kills for Brendo. So far has definitely been the MVP for Team Bliss.
LMG from Juicy, good counter onto those keeper barriers. Puts these on an island. Did the flames land?
No. Oh, maybe they did. Oh!
Okay.
Gotta say, Juicy, you gotta get that kill.
He's a bit older now. His reaction time
is reaction time's a little bit tested there. Fresho does lose his life to Logic, who does have the kit, by the way. Interesting position. Minute 40 in towards Solar. Still on the rappel. But Frixel in a good spot now. He could push forward, but he is very low on 1 HP. They need Juicy to make a play here, or Logic just swings in. Rappel, successful. To be fair, they got good crossfires through Bathroom into Solar, so it's all pretty protected. Goes for a little lurk down below. Brendo with the Nitrocell. Big kill for Logic again, 2 in this round. And it's suddenly a third that could be on the cards for Antic. Down to Wettables and Sage to salvage this for Team Bliss. Both close to site. Sage on site, in office. Wettables will play the front contact. Logic, though, the log dog is on. Yellow ping info for Wettables. 2 impacts. Both still available. Tries to play the mirror window. Logic, though, just reads that.
Yo.
Reading the right playbook tonight is Logic. Certainly playing the best that we've seen from him for quite some time. 3 attacking rounds for Antic for the second map in a row.
Yeah, that was huge from Logic. When he swung into Solar, I was really concerned about that flank potential from Brendo. Even more concerned when he blindly swings into it. Fortunately, did survive that little initial contact, then snaps back, finds Brendo below. Sage and Wet still had good angles, and I'm thinking, okay, where's the split pressure? Someone's got to maybe hit from behind here, you know, force these defenders out of these strong positions, line of sight in towards that push. Nah, Logic will just win the first fight, then the second into the mirror window as well. It's a big individual play from him. The Capital utility also, but it was phenomenal. So, big round from Logic.
Yeah.
And there's been a couple of times throughout his career where in big games, in big moments, maybe he doesn't play at his very best. Could today be that opportunity to put that in the past?
Played 10 rounds of attacking Siege from Antic between Cafe and Chalet, and they're up 6-4 in those 10 rounds. It's a pretty good ratio against Team Bliss. I think any team would be pretty happy with those kind of numbers.
Well, like I said before, going into the night, 80% essentially was the defensive win rate for Bliss.
Yeah.
They're going to go at least 50% on attack back-to-back maps.
Oh, yeah,
that's an impressive
that's a big
number.
drop-off.
Regardless of the maps, that's impressive from Antic.
Yeah, but they need to follow it up now.
Yeah, exactly. It's all good. It's all good to go 3-3 again, but if you lose 7-3, it means nothing.
Exactly. Then you're into that third place match tomorrow rather than potentially a grand final, or at least Bank as the decider. Cannot let the foot off the gas pedal. Into the 5th round. 2 more opportunities for Antic. It's a freebie though. Brendo just can't be stopped, but he is able to stop the Log Dog. 8-4, Logic no entry through West Main. Brendo falls back to site here for Bar Games. No fast-paced shenanigans this time around. It's going to have to be a pretty hard-fought round win now for Antic, where they're going to clear site. They don't have Logic to basically just walk around clicking heads. Killerman's going to have to do that job.
Only the second entry that Brendo has won throughout this series. The first one being in the previous round, not converted by Bliss. Back on Cafe, funnily enough. Brendo was involved in 2 entry engagements, but was the opening death on
Yeah,
both
it's interesting.
occasions.
I guess it's his mid-round play, though, that he's been very successful.
Yeah, 11-6 back on Cafe.
Yeah, and no one right now for Bliss has more than 2 except for him. Still, even without Logic, Antic making their way over towards this library clear. Not a lot of information. On6 gets rid of that deployable shield.
Yeah, they've got the util clear checkpoint done. We've seen a couple of teams struggle with that throughout the stage, maybe because we're in less of a util-centric meta. So good work there from Antic, but again, there's still a player down and Bliss will exploit that.
Right now, though, Bliss aren't really doing a whole lot. Kind of just sitting firmly still. Flash thrown into the direction of Sage for White. If not mind, a little bit of a nuisance there for Killerman, who maybe wanted to contest the mezzanine position, and Wettables, who gets that help from said F not mine, was able to then find a kill. Slips in towards Library. Juicy did get a massive one onto Sage, opens up Library stairs just momentarily now. And 2-on-2, and they know that Wettables is still top Library, or at least they should. Never mind, they just walked into the hallway. Freebie for Wettables, gets the down, watches the cross, knows that he has gone left side. Never mind, went back. Oda finds a double kill. And 2-Han's all by himself over towards Trophy. Now Solar, 35 seconds left. Not sure exactly why this rotate has taken place the way that it has. And 1 versus 3 now. Wettables still at the mezzanine.
Oh. 2-Han given a lifeline, but 20 seconds, 1v3 into the cross. Needs them to peak 1 by 1, but it's Wettables to win it out. One Fender in mind, won the round there for Bliss.
It did.
They had the flashes onto Sage, top Library stairs. He could do nothing from that position. It was all on Wettables to hold mezzanine. What happens? They walk straight into an F not mine, and then they're forced back. Means that there's less util
They don't have
left.
flashes then to clear. I mean,
exactly, staggers the rest of the push. One Fender in mind. That is just how insane he is in this battle.
Yeah, absolutely disgusting. I think Killerman was like halfway down the hallway looking to swing the mez, and then he's just got smoke in his eyes, and he can't do anything. At that point, you'd just be silly to overcommit. Really well played, calculated from Bliss, they understand, and that's where Wettables has full trust in the utility placed in his teammates and understanding what's covered and what isn't, that whether or not he can really get swung. 3-2. Good response from Team Bliss. You know, we see rounds like that and how, you know, calculated and strong they were, and we think, okay, well, we expect to see that quite regularly. But yet, 3 attacking rounds from Antic. final round of this half. Can they find that elusive fourth attacking round? So far, they've been unable to do so. Back on Cafe, only the 3 attacking rounds. Can they find it here? As per their defense on Cafe, I think it's actually quite important that they do get this attacking round, because I'm not too sure how their defense is going to look here on Chalet.
So last time we saw this objective, round 1, Antic had the plant denied, didn't go for the expected plant position. Perhaps there was a Maestro Evil Eye still lingering, and that's why they didn't.
Vulcan for the rush, by the way, rather than setting the canisters up towards default, which would deny the plant, instead it's on entry positions, expecting maybe the fast-paced nature of Antic. So at times, some teams, for example, the Thermite opens up main breach and then smokes go out and they go for a bit of a rush plant, or the rush through boiler. So as this gets opened up, Vulcan canister will basically say, you're not going anywhere.
Yeah, I like that read from Bliss.
But I don't know if they've read it correctly, because Antic aren't playing into that. So at the very least, it means no Vulcan canisters to deal with for a default plant eventually.
Boiler extension this time from Bliss, so Fisho holds that down. As he mentioned, Goya canisters on the exterior, so he can pop that when he succumbs to the pressure from main garage and trench. It's been well droned by Antic, so they have a read. The Goya canisters popped in response. Fisho 1 and 5, and you won't want to give away this position for free.
Yeah, and last time out as well, they didn't even hold this position. Boiler was completely left vacant, so they've really kind of doubled down a little bit more in denying. The smoke holds it this time. They've got the Vulcan canister. Anything they don't really have is the deployable shield, but not really needed. Minute 40 seconds remaining, 5 versus 5. 3 gas babes still available for Fisher. Imagine it, yeah, these will start to get expended.
Brendo's lurking up above. Dining hatch presumably open, and so this needs to be cleared by Antic. Brendo 6-3, Nitro in pocket, droned out though, and caught out.
Oh my goodness, that's hilarious. Trying to kill the drone and kill a man, then kills him. Timing on that one. Unfortunately for Brendo, all Oda can do is just kind of watch his body. Maybe expecting someone to rotate past it, anticipating this to be clear. So this is a bit of a cheeky play, but everyone's down in the basement right now, so Oda's going to be kind of left by his lonesome up above top floor. What is the long-term play for Oda's flank here? 60 seconds left.
Still on boiler as well. I mean, it has to be cleared.
That drone just went straight by. Flash. They do know Fisho's holding here because of the gas babes. The longer they wait, the longer that this Roman flank from Oda could be incredibly impactful. Logic, 2 harm, both go down. Fisho needs to battle this one. He's full white though. Juicy, big kill. But I'm still worried about that flank from Oda unless he's gone towards site. If he's looking to push him behind them, he could be completely deadly if he does go west main. No, he's gone back to site. Hold strong, 20 seconds left. Sage was close by to default. Wedable's holding over towards blue. That Vulcan canister didn't pop, by the way. There you go. Oh, that almost has cost his life. Sage had to turn around to blow it up, and he still got the kill anyway onto Juicy, down onto Frixel, and it all falls apart on site for Antic. The early portion of that round looked promising, but once it came down to the onside execution, they faltered.
Yeah, I think the setup and the push there from Antic is okay. It's a little bit old school. The idea being that holding West Main and holding that flank is very difficult for the defending team. The cutoff there from Trench and main garage is very powerful for the attack. It does, though, rely heavily on boiler control, which took a long time for Antic to get. Fisher did a really good job installing that out for the most part. We saw good value extracted from the Goya canisters as well, which were played on the fringe of site. Ultimately, that was a really good call from Bliss. They didn't need to be placed in the default plant position, as Antic, unfortunately for the attack, never got themselves in a plant-making part in that round. Plant position. 3-3 scoreline again. So Deja Vu map 1. Last time, if you are just joining, Team Bliss walked away with 4 rounds in a row. The last one being quite incredible.
You know what the difference is between Deja Vu and PTSD?
What?
Just depends on what side of the coin you're on. Right now, it's Deja Vu for Bliss. For Antic, it's PTSD.
5 seconds to insertion.
Yeah, we'll see if they can shrug it off. Maverick, round 7, top 4. Okay. Not every day of the week you see a Mav for top 4. Fisher may be looking to work main breach, and fireplace flank will be held. Ace also in place, a double hard breach. Maybe the Maverick as well being brought to counter the Tuberal from Tuhan. We know that the Maverick now works through the ice. So there's potential counterplay on offer here for Bliss. Oda back on the trusty lurk roll. I feel like we've been waiting a while for this.
Have we?
Have we seen Oda lurk a lot this stage?
Oh, you're saying waiting as if like we're sitting here anticipating
Oh, like the
and
good old-
begging him in the DM saying, Oda, get on the lurk, please.
What's to say I haven't been doing that?
Yeah, maybe you have.
I haven't.
Okay. Did have one of his best stages ever, though. Start of 2023 when he was playing these more aggressive lurks and fragging and didn't really have as much responsibility.
Yep. I like the sledge pick here from Sage, able to directly counter the castle barricades on the western Belk. Fisho now to make way through to the main wall position. And Oda, free passage towards Piano when he so desires. Brendo is taken low. Survives that engagement, however. Pacing at the moment quite slow, but Bliss just prepping themselves to open up this breach.
Yeah, I mean, it's a heavy stack on site again for Antic. Juicy's in a bit of a world of hurt. He's in some trouble.
Oh, he's dead here.
Oh, well, you got to be careful with the things that you say around these parts because apparently they don't always come true.
Team Bliss are going to lose the round.
Why would you say that?
I don't know.
Oda inside a Piano, spotted ahead momentarily. The swing came on the right side though, and then the left side gets the finish off. That's logic. Nice little double for Antic. Sage out towards the bathroom window. But this is now an anticipation. Logic holding this spot. Salmas go out to open up offers. Soto canisters just to delay a little bit. But those walls will get opened up. Oh, a shot from Sage. Don is down. Another good shot as well from Frixel. In response, it's perfect. Falcon canister, sorry, never mind. I think it's just the Capitao. It's the incendiary bolt to Fisho towards Ego, the last one alive. Good kill close by on to Tuhan. He does have the diffuser. 30 seconds, yellow pink info. So one towards the library hallway, one in towards Piano, and then the other in bathroom. Clears towards office. There's the first player to make contact, and Frixel wins that pretty comfortably. And it's a defensive round win for Antic. The first time in this semi-final. Across the two maps that have played, it's their first defensive round win. Number one, numero uno.
I did say Team Bliss were going to lose the round.
You did say they were going to lose the round, and I guess sometimes the things we do say might actually happen.
Yeah, it's not every day that we cast is right.
Not every day.
To be honest.
Kitchen and Dining to come here in the 8th round following up. We go to the replay of that last one, and it started off with some interesting battles. Oda, I mean, a very aggressive position, just standing there completely open to two different angles. Eventually bites the bullet. Sage found a nice kill onto the Don, and then Frixel got the trade, and from there the round just kind of fell apart for Bliss.
Yeah, I wonder if Sage regrets over peeking there a little bit. Maybe if he had time again, would have preferred to just hold the cross, but I can also understand wanting to flush out that position, alleviate a bit of pressure for plant denial. There wasn't a lot of time left for Bliss, so maybe a lob to nitro or a line of sight really could have proved costly. A large reason why it took them a long time to get the wall open was off the back of the Tuberal. So good work there from Tuhan. Juicy as well did an okay job surviving a little while longer and just making it a fraction more annoying. Full Team Bliss had to be doing their due diligence for that particular clear to sight. Good work from Antic. Just got to keep that ball rolling though.
5 seconds left.
Yeah. Can they keep that ball rolling? It's a
Attacker's objective is to
hard one to control against a team like Team Bliss. 4-3 scoreline. With every round that Antic do accumulate, there is that ever thought in the back of the mind, can they find a way to get us to bank? Third map. Put it as plain and simple. No team this stage has won a map against Team Bliss. Antic are 3 rounds away from being able to do so. So that's kind of also what's at stake. They could actually claim to be the only team this stage to have at least taken a map off Team Bliss. That might be worth more than even second place, to be completely honest, depending on what happens in the grand final. But you also win this map and Bank becomes a completely different story.
The world is your oyster.
Yeah, it very much would be. Well, Bank would be your oyster, not the world.
Could you imagine Logic at Manchester?
For some reason, I thought you were going to say, could you imagine a map in which you just, like, every site is a different part of the world? I don't know how you would do it, but I don't know why that kind of just popped into my head. And no, I couldn't imagine Logic at Manchester.
Oh, gee, that's harsh.
Oh, Sage, aggressive towards Jigsaw, throws out the frag, clearing that keeper
Oh,
barrier,
what a
also
clear.
forcing out the position to kill him. Man. Great pinch with Oda. Really good team synergy between those two. Frick's all in a bit of a tough spot. Okay. That's a good kill, at least onto Brendo. They kind of shut him down a little bit. 3 kills onto him in a row, so he's gone from 6-3. Juicy finds a kill as well onto Oda in that moment, and also Library Stairs control right now for Antic, again, re-established. 90 seconds left in this round, and suddenly Bliss kind of just stuck outside on the exterior. All 3 players not really in good position. Sage can't win the battle. Got for a second, Juicy was going to keep running on by, and a great run out here from Logic. Outside of Bathroom, gets the kill onto Sage, and suddenly Bliss are falling apart here on Chalet. Antic have completely dominated this 8th round. Bliss haven't been able to get into the building. We're about to look at a 5-3 scoreline now for Antic. Do we potentially see a tactical timeout from Bliss? Because Antic are in control indeed. Top right, yellow text pops up, a yellow bar, and it will be a tactical timeout from Team Bliss. They've seen enough here. They're not happy with what they're seeing.
Yeah, good defensive hold there from Antic. I mean, Frixel did his job incredibly well over towards Mezzanine. He forced Bliss into those playmaking positions. You can see Sage Balk, Oda top Library Stairs, another on Ego Balk as well. So those 3 looking to establish crossfires and clear it out. Got disrupted though quite nicely by the rest of the Antic squad.
Oh, Sage is panicking. Look at him shaking that leg. He's a little nervous. You can see the camera up and down.
Maybe it's an earthquake.
Oh, mate, hang on. Whoa. Oh.
No, it's not.
No, it's not.
We're okay. We're okay.
Oh, jeez.
We sometimes have them in Melbourne, but we're good right now.
Every like 4 years, one rocks up, like the tiniest earthquake, and everyone's like, did everyone feel that? Guys, did you feel that earthquake? Every time, without a doubt. Well, right now, the earthquake is certainly shaking for Team Bliss. Down 2 rounds. Not often, again, they're in this position, guys. Only twice in the group stage so far this stage did they get pushed to overtime, so that's something, but they haven't lost a map. Every single time they got pushed to OT, they came through and got the win. Antic now, 1 round away from a minimum overtime here. Still on the defense as well, and the defenses look pretty good. But the reason I think for it is because their defense here on Chalet has looked quite fundamentally different than what we saw actually on Cafe. We're seeing these more jump outs. They're playing the exteriors. They're being a bit more aggressive. On Cafe, it was a lot more kind of like just sight-sitting. Holding some key positions like your pixels and washrooms, but not really ever looking aggressive. And I guess maybe that's just the map in the way that it plays. Which does then mean we got a bank, and I'm going to say a bank's certainly going to be a little bit more favorable to a Chalet experience than a Cafe experience.
Yeah, maybe.
Both very good organic maps.
10 seconds left. Attackers have discovered the location of a bomb.
That's an in-joke.
It's a shit one at that too.
It is. It's no one we go. 9th round. Antic looking for that OT point. Tactical timeout used from Team Bliss. That's their only one that they will get.
This is pretty intriguing from Bliss. So no dedicated hard breach, just the double secondaries in the pockets of Fish and Wet. I wonder what they're cooking up this round. I mean, maybe they're just not requiring the primary hard breach and they'd rather have that additional utility. Claw doesn't land as a result. So you can bring the Flames for the late round. You got the Ram Buck, so probably looking to full vert. It'll be a top-down take.
Kaid and Tuberau. How are you allowing that to happen? And mind you, there is no actual hard breach. That's it. It's just only the secondary hard breaches, but there's quite a few of them available in the Buck and the Capital.
Backstore extension from Frick.
From Frick? You on like half-name basis.
We're tight like that.
That's something James would say, what the frick?
I'll tell you what, if he gets a multi-kill from here, I think you have the license to say what the frick.
11-4.
Have to reload.
Had the, wow, unfortunate pleasure of being on the wrong side of a highlight reel. Low light reel for him on the map of Cafe.
Well, he shrugged it off, though, 11-4.
He has shrugged it off. I mean, if there's ever one way to see a player's mental, expecting maybe this hatch drop from Library. Can't quite find the angle, makes it back, though. Still no real pressure onto him either. Brendo, good position. Now, Brendo's kind of been losing a lot of these engagements in the last couple of rounds.
Just needs to play for time. He just needs to waste as much time as possible. The likelihood of him getting back to the site is very low.
Oh! Fisho goes down even with the smoke. Frixel gets the kill. 1-20 on the clock. The trade comes through from Oda. He did delay, and he did get a kill, and Logic gets his 10th of this particular map. Antic feels like just now a minute away from sending them to match point. I can't believe it.
Yeah.
Well, map point, because it is a best of 3, but still.
Brendo's still alive, though. And Sage. These two, in my opinion, have the biggest clutch factor in the league. If there's any two that can bring it back, it's them. And don't count out Wet as well. Maybe having a bit of a quieter night, but he could pop off here. 45 seconds. I will say they haven't really made inroads. Brendo had to hit that, try and get some blue control.
You just sit tight. You don't have to do anything now. You got Maestro camps that you can also play Nitro Cell Impact. You got 2 Nitro Cells. You got Keeper Barriers. I mean, you don't have to do a whole lot. 30 seconds left. Force Bliss into you.
Brendo's not winning this fight. I mean, he dies here.
Well, careful with what you say. I mean, Brendo's certainly a capable player. His Adrenal Surge has been used.
Oh, no, Logic.
Brendo!
Logic!
He does win the fight, indeed he does! He gets a second, just like that! The plan going down from Wettables! Once again, the unlosable may be lost! Shelfer moved, but no player goes down to that Nitro Cell, down to 2-on and Wettables in a 1 versus 1. Tui, shot from above, 30 seconds to retake. Does he stick it? Pros sometimes fake and other times they do not. Wettables win. Are you kidding me? What the fuck did I just say? Are you kidding? Match point Antic!
And he's dropped the magic. What the frick? What the frick? Oh my god. I mean, he's like 5 HP.
What a round.
That is round of the stage so far. Brendo pushing through blue into 3 keepers was utterly insane. He doesn't hit that. Team Bliss are never going to play it down. Then the late Nitro doesn't land. Wettables then in the 1 versus 1 doesn't get that kill. I mean, wow. That through the smoke as well. Man.
Oh my god.
That was insane.
Well, I mean, look, a very intriguing round, but one that I think really shows what Antic can do even with their backs at the wall. How, from this position, Team Bliss of all teams.
And then Sage almost hits the 2K.
And then even here, Tui.
He's played that so well. 200 to get off the diffuser and then flick like that is incredibly mechanically difficult. So that was a phenomenal punch.
6-3, map point for Antic, looking to send us to bank. They would be the first team this stage. If you're wondering why we're a little excited here in the Oceania League,
a little bit,
but many people call it the Farmers League for a reason. Team Bliss have total dominance in this region. Hence why they've been to major after major, to SI, where they finished top 8. They were like 1 series away from main stage. Like, this is what we're talking about in this region. No team has taken a map off them this stage. Antic, 1 round away, 3 opportunities.
Well, you asked me if I was excited after Antic won 3 rounds Cafe. A little bit more excited now at the prospect of them being able to shut down Bliss.
I need a breather.
That last round, I don't think we're going to top that. There's going to have to be something insane in the grand final because that was incredible.
And what it does for Antic is it just overwhelms them with confidence now. You win this map and you go from this relaxed mood of like, oh, who cares, to guys, we're 7 rounds away from a grand final.
That's a big pump up round.
Here we go. Fisher guy onto the Montang. They mean business once you get Fisher onto the Monty. Clears towards Trophy Stairs to try and facilitate this push through Solar here. Bedroom and office now in this match point round. Not often a Bliss with their backs up against the wall in Oceania. Digging deep here.
It's a good tester. They've had to do it overseas, but locally not so much. This best of 3 format for 2024. Posing challenges. It is Antic's map pick, but regardless, it is such a big gap between the two and Bliss and the rest of those that this is a significant result already for Antic, and now it's about conversion.
90 seconds left in this round. Gridlock Stingers down in towards Trophy, which very much helps the backside of Fisher guy on this Montang. Wettables has got a good position on the repel, but can be susceptible to Nitro Cells, of which there are none. So he doesn't have to worry about that. Catch mechanic goes out. The back to disc from Frixel and Logic holding towards Closet. Juicy, good positions and very much anticipating this to be a solar side stack. Frixel probably wants to try and go for this flank, but he can't really right now because of those Gridlock Stingers.
Shield offering good pressure. Smoke canister to be deployed, or smoke grenade rather. Wettables to find the first. The Don falls. Strongest anchor on the team falls first. Not ideal. Oda almost caught with the shock drone in pocket.
Oh, he's just sitting in the smoke.
Can he deny?
Well, he can. He's sitting it. Oh! Watching though inside of the smoke with Sage. He gets the kill, anticipating maybe that Logic would be sitting it. 2 left right now for Antic. Make it 3 remaining now for Bliss. And with 35 seconds in the post plant, still good positions, but they should know full well they're coming from both sides. Frixel to push up Trophy. But no, Sage switched on. 3 kills for Sage. Killerman spots 1 outside on the exterior. And it is Oda, and Oda does get that kill, and Bliss will offset at least one of these match point rounds. 6-4. They're not going to go down without a fight. They're certainly not going to hand over Chalet. They're certainly not going to give up their 100% win streak this stage that easily. Antic are going to have to do a little bit better than that.
Yeah, no freebies in that round, and Bliss not going to give any freebies in the series. Good work there from Sage. It was a high-risk play there from Logic, much like the previous round of Basement, where he swung blue in an attempt to deny plant. There, trying his best to whip out the shotgun and shoot underneath that shield onto Fisho. Not entirely sure if that was game sense based from old Sage to watch Closet or whether or not they had some kind of read. Regardless, very snappy from Sage. And it just continues to make this game all that more interesting.
These are also the kind of rounds where you start to get a little bit stressful if you're Antic, as great as they've been, admittedly. You're in this position now. It's no longer free punch territory. It's no longer playing with house money. You are competing. You've been a competitor. This has been a close match, and you have now 2 more opportunities to close this map out. Respectfully, they deserve it. They absolutely deserve this map, but it can get very stressful when you're going up against a team like Team Bliss's caliber in these do-or-die rounds. Switch up, Sophia. And Lion has been taken off the board for the Thermite. Coupled with that Finker once again, Brendo. Well, what's interesting about when you look at the side for Team Bliss, no one's really that super standout. 9 for Sage, 8 for Brendo, 7 and 7 for Oda and Wettables. On the flip side, though, for Antic, look at Frixel and Logic. I mean, they are just setting the tempo. So if those two aren't finding kills at this point here on Chalet, they're probably not going to win the round. 23 kills between them. Not quite a repeat, but it'll be a very similar defensive hold here. Kitchen and dining rather than bedroom and office. Fortunately, Bliss aren't playing around. This is the kind of sites where you'd see like an ROU and a Glaz and see what they'd try and cook up, and it never really works out. They are very much playing this quite seriously.
What are going to be the key tools here for Bliss in unlocking this defense? They don't have the displace. Again, with Grimband out and the Capital being brought, that should arguably fortify the likes of Mirror Windows. Again, absence of a Twitch.
This is scary.
Brendo's been allowed to slide in to Trophy, though. This is a very good position, especially if he's gone unnoticed.
Killerman gets an opening kill, make that a double from Bathroom. I think that was on the solid side. One outside on the exterior, too. They can hear him on the balcony. That's Oda. Now, remember, we just saw Brendo down below. Good position. He could maybe make a play off of that. Hit site or West Main at the very least. Frixel, just a little tag back, and once again, confirmation. Oda still playing a jigsaw. Wettables trying to kill onto Too Hard. Of course, they're starting to get a little bit maybe over-focused on Oda's position, and Wettables offers the push in the back that he so desperately needed. Beautifully played from Wettables, knowing full well that Killer and Tui were very much focused on Oda outside. He slips up through Solar above. Brendo was watching down Trophy the whole way. He's got good sight
timing.
What a shot, though, from Logic. Still over a minute remaining. Plenty of time here for Oda and Wettables. They don't have the kit. No more Finker for the Adrenal Surges, so Oda full health, a little bit of life loss for Wettables. Claymore's still up at this point, not really needed. 4 impacts remaining. Goo Mines remaining in the back pocket as well for Juicy. And a Kiba barrier. This is as close to winnable as you will ever get. Right now for Antic against a team like Bliss. Frixel, he went for the Kiba barrier at the last second. Oda will punish him, gets the kill, no trade. Now it's a 2 versus 2. You give up your advantage. You didn't need to fight that.
Yeah, just had to play time. Diffuser is outside Solar, though. Collecting this for Bliss is going to be a tall task. They may again have to try and go for kills here, like they did in the past.
Juicy's holding down below. He can go for a swing if he gets a bit of contact here. Towards bot Trophy.
Oh, good drone. So they know exactly where Logic is. They may actually look to just vert him out here and isolate.
Oh, yellow pings all the way through in towards dining.
They're cooking.
Wettables wants to go for this drop. Now remember, they haven't cleared out Juicy on the backside through Trophy. They go for a split. They try and hunt him down. 9 seconds. Great shot. There is the Don. He gets the kill onto Wettables. He just has to hide. Play time. There's no kit. Holds the angle. What is Juicy doing? A little bit of a panic, a bit of a whiff. He might almost lose this. But the Don holds strong. He would love that moment again. In some ways, he knows he full well could have played that a lot better. But Antic Esports have taken a map of Team Bliss, and that is the main takeaway from this semi-final. The legends of Australia in Team Bliss have been dealt a significant blow on their return to the top level, to the international level. One map remaining. Antic with every opportunity to play a massive part in a weird old story.
I mean, how many crazy late rounds are we going to get in this bloody game? I mean, Juicy, you could see the relief. He knows he got away with that.
Like
he knows.
He messed up a little bit there, that's for sure. The Don, though, he was like Neo at the end, just dodging them all through the hallway. What a map, what a series. We all thought this was going to be a completely one-sided slam. Not to be. 7-3 Cafe. And then, what was it, 7-4 on Chalet in the end. Antic, the first team this stage to take a map of Team Bliss.
The last two maps that Team Bliss have lost have been Chalet and Chalet Dev. A very interesting game from Antic, but one that is very well deserved.
Very much so. And yeah, as you're alluding to, Bliss don't often lose in OCE, but the last time they did drop a map to another team, it wasn't a best of 3 in the campaign, the off-season tournament, and it was to the X-Mammoth, now Man LFO roster on Chalet. And it was the same score as well, a 7-4. And it goes to show, I think there's a lot of weight behind the Antic pick here on Chalet, despite Bliss getting the upper hand in the regular stage. I think it was really smart to go back to it. They had some really solid defenses. Bliss really struggled on that attacking half.
Yeah, they did not look as confident or as convincing as what we've seen them before.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Antic really blew me away. I really did not think that Chalet was going to be the right pick against Bliss, but like, I'll tell you what, they knew something that we did not know.
They did.
I think, yeah, for Team Bliss on the attack, I was probably overthinking it a little bit, Rob, and I still feel like I am.
No,
but
hit
I
it with
feel
this.
like for Team Bliss, there's a real disconnect in the way that they're trying to play the intel game at the moment. On Cafe, it felt really well thought out. Like they would do this round of droning in the early game, no one be in the building, and then smack, the plan would just happen in about 3 seconds once they'd entered into the building. Whereas Chalet, they kind of went back to this like live droning type of thing through the early game, which is like, in my opinion, pretty uncharacteristic of the way that we've seen Bliss play Chalet before. Now and then the meta's changed a lot with the nade change that has come through as well, and so it doesn't exactly play out in the same way. But I mean, it's a completely different brand of Chalet that we have seen today compared to like the one we saw against Wolves, for example.
Yep.
And for Antic, they honestly they looked super ready for that. On the defenses, they really leaned into the late game, realizing that Bliss was struggling a lot, especially through the mid rounds, and capitalized on that so well.
It's a game that I think we will look back on and talk about quite a lot, because this is probably the first time, like the other two losses that Bliss have had, it's kind of like, not losses, sorry, the 2 overtimes they had during the regular stage, it's kind of like, oh, look, the other team actually played quite well, but this just, for me, was uncharacteristically like Bliss. I just did not... uncharacteristically of Bliss. I did not expect to see them struggle so much.
Yeah, I think particularly in the second half, it was really clear that a lot of those rounds, something just went wrong out of nowhere. And I think it was like that last or second last round was really obvious out of nowhere at 2K for the Warden upstairs. Like, has he snuck into somewhere? Has he been misdroned? And credit to Bliss, like there's still a lot of cogs whirring, a lot of things going well. Like they brought it back to a very winnable position. And if there had been another less than half a second on the clock, Oda would have killed Juicy there. I am absolutely convinced of that. Game would have kept going. Also, Wettables on that basement attack in that post plant 1 versus 1 on the Buck. He got so close to winning that as well. So it was a game of narrow margins that Bliss very well could have pushed the distance, but the fact that it wasn't even an overtime, it wasn't even the full 12 rounds, goes to show Antic really did their homework, and we saw that in the first half. They came out swinging, they came out looking good on their attacks, which of course we didn't see on Cafe. So I am really excited for where this series might go next. Of course, Bank being the last map. And yeah, it's very hard to picture Bliss losing the series, but Antic are making a very convincing argument at the moment.
If ever there was going to be a team to do it, it's going to be Antic. I feel as though they were the team we came into this stage expecting to at least be vying for that second place. They are currently 1-1 in this series. We head to Bank after this break.
side in towards Trench. 1 versus 2. 3 seconds. No real time remaining here for 2-1. Expected maybe someone to be on the kit. Now Guz is upset. Guz is upset
What
now.
are they doing? Why are you planning there?
Activating your bomb diffuser. Attacker's bomb diffuser has been dropped. 10 seconds left. Drop the bomb diffuser.
Bom dia, Sao Paulo! You have waited 5 long years for Siege to come back to Brazil. Now, the Ginásio do Ibirapuera is the home to the Hammer as we get set to write the next chapter in R6 esports history. This is the 6th Invitational 2024. Vamos fazer barulho! Versus Pro versus W7M!
No to tail can be told. They continue to push, they continue to seek, and they charge into the finals of 6th Invitational 2024.
The grand final of the 6th Invitational 2024 starts right now. Face Clan, W7M, vamos fazer barulho!
And it's all falling apart for W7M once again, but it is happening for FaZe! Round away from cementing themselves as world champions from 6-1 down.
Can W7M respond?
You wanted to fight him, and he fights you! Gov, he cannot, we know he can't. Into red time, he can't finish it! He's no brother! Infinite overtime! It's upon us. We get it. We get it. This is how legends are created. Is this the moment where we can crown a new champion, a new dynasty to be created? And yes, we will. Yes, we will. W7s! They cement themselves as one of the greatest of all time.
Since Bank is required here in the semi-final for the Oceania League, Antic Esports, the first team. This stage to take a map off Team Bliss. This is unprecedented territory, guys. We're being told left, right, and center. I've got my observer saying, I told you so. I've got one of my co-casters saying this is going to be 7-1 to Team Bliss. At this point, I just don't know what's going to happen. Enjoy the ride. Sit back and relax.
I did make a bet with our observer Sky. I'm betting my dignity that Bliss are going to win.
Really?
He's an Antic fan for some reason.
Yeah,
he's seen enough from them.
I don't know where that's come from, but he's riding the wave. Well, can you have a biased observer? Are we just going to see more?
He's just going to spectate logic the entire game.
The Grim gets banned out once again. The Ying, which is usually a bit of a staple when it does come to Bank, so no real surprise there. I imagine Bliss will ban out the Solus. So what are we going to get from Antic here on their defensive ban?
There's a Bliss jersey in the production room. I don't think that's allowed.
Oh, wow. Two-brow. So two-brow, and then we'll get the Solus.
Could you imagine we don't see the Solus?
No.
On a map as big as Bank,
No, I'm incredibly confident there's no Solus.
Does mean Kaid's in play.
Ooh, it does actually.
Basement defense with Kaid, that sounds a bit saucy.
Yep. What are your thoughts here, though, guys? I mean, we saw enough. I mean, you know what was interesting? You posed the question going into Chalet, did we see enough on Cafe from Antic? And you know what's interesting about it? The parts we did see is actually the parts that ended up getting them the win on Chalet. And they start attack once again. It's going to be the third map in a row. So if you look at their first halves, 3 on Cafe, 3 on Chalet. I mean, it sets the tone nice and early here for Bank. If they have another successful first half, are Bliss going to be sweating a little bit then going into that second half?
Yeah, maybe.
Attacks have been very prevalent in this series. Both teams have certainly not had the capabilities of a full, strong lockdown defense.
I feel like the best attacks from Antic, though, have been ones where the pace has been high and the direction has been very direct. Where it hasn't necessarily been like a full map sweep or anything like that. What? Wait, whoa. Okay. So, inverted popped mirror there from Bliss. So now, I mean, not to nerd out too much on this.
No,
but,
go ahead.
In the past, we've seen some teams like leave the wall soft and then like shotgun it in a weird way so that it can't be opened up or it makes it a lot more challenging. This is a interesting evolution of that from Team Bliss. And that might come into play if Antic go for the map clear, and they want to hard breach this wall, go for a default plant. They're simply not going to be able to with the tools that they have. So, interesting.
Yeah, makes that bot blue stairs push a little bit difficult.
And the smoke is dead first. Okay.
Well, I don't even know where that was from. Was that like Square? Or Archives, like he was in Archives? I actually have no idea.
I'm going to guess top square if we can...
Maybe top square, but the West Fish, no.
Bot square.
Bot square, that's what I was saying. Like, it looked like bot square to me, but I'm like thinking, why is Fisher guy just sitting in the middle of bot square?
Get shot through electrical, maybe? I don't know.
No, 2-1 was outside. I'm almost certain of it. I don't know. Honestly, we missed it. So maybe you're right. Maybe it was electrical. But yeah, why is he sitting there? That's a
either way, he's dead. I mean, that's confirmed.
Well, the importance of it, though, is that he's supposed to be sitting inside a blue with the Vulcan canister, delay with the smokes. You've also got a big hold towards that blue side because of the way they've set up with that inverted mirror window. So that's actually a big part of kind of their round now forfeited.
Attackers have dropped the bomb that has been dropped.
First floor control then for the attack. Juicy to capitalize upon that. 0 in play. And so he will be able to gain quite a bit of information for the attack. Whether that's for flank watch or in the objective itself, they can look to be quite adaptable in that regard. Thatcher EMP from Killerman will facilitate secondary hard breach on the primary hatches. And so that's a good counterplay onto the Kaid Electro Claws. We see the Goyo canisters spotted. And Frixel still has 2 shock drones to deal with that utility. I will say, things don't look great for Bliss at this point in time.
No, but the on-site Vulcan canister already blown up. No one's really playing the inverted window. You've still got Harbridge to open up this side on server. Still over a minute. Like, the time here for Antic has been great. I mean, these are the kind of rounds where if it wasn't Team Bliss, I'd be pretty happy with Antic. Bliss are still more than capable of bringing this round back. Don't get it twisted. A couple of Nitro Cells, they got 2. So Wettables and Brendo positioning is going to have to be very key. A couple of Vulcan canisters still that need to be dealt with. So those get popped at the same time. 55 seconds left. There will be enough time. If he gets this, I swear. Oh, my goodness.
Good block. I think.
Yeah, he blocked it for sure.
The attacker's bomb diffuser has been dropped.
Yeah, you lose that, and then...
Where's the hatch control though for Bliss? Like, I don't know if they've got anyone hatch control. They might have someone that could rotate bot main up towards beepers, but
I mean, they're gonna have to rely double nitro, and I think the Maestro cameras, but those have been chipped away really nicely. They've got so much value from Twitch. This is insane from Frixel.
It's down to Nitro Cells now to delay any kind of plan. Juicy does lose his life though, and a second to follow from Oda onto Logic, so maybe never mind. Just some raw gunshots on the entry there from Antic wanting to make their way in, go for the plant. Sage makes it a third, triple down. Juhan trying to push through. How? My goodness. I mean, this is what I was saying though before. Even in the 5v4, even with watching all that utility get cleared out, guys, you still never give up on a round when it involves Team Bliss for those reasons alone.
Yeah, a bit speechless. Not well played.
They've just walked into site and they've lost every single gunfight. That's essentially all that's happened there.
Yeah, there's no plant pressure, and that's a big condition on that site. I understand with double nitro, it's even far easier said than done. I think maybe if they had their time again, they would have elected to maybe go Capitao over Zero to facilitate a hatch drop, get some util out in towards
some
red.
Smoke, some flashes, something. Instead, it's just a dry run-in.
Yeah, like if utility cost them. Big tick in the box for Frixel that round. I mean, the stat line won't show it, but he did a phenomenal job in clearing a lot of utility and laying down the foundations for plant pressure to come through. Fortunately, the rest of the team never got in a plant-making position.
It's one of those rounds they should have won. I'm going to be honest, I think they should have won that round. They did it enough there on a locker CCTV site to get themselves in a position
or at least be
where
far more competitive.
Well, at least, yeah. I mean, that was just essentially a non-factor by the end of it. Very disappointing in terms of the on-site execution from Antic. Well defended though from Team Bliss. I mean, they're just holding key positions. Hit some really good shots. Didn't really panic either. That the objective itself was being completely opened up. Fisher guy essentially at the very beginning of the round. And again, this is final map territory for both teams. You can't be giving your opponent that many look-ins. Team Bliss certainly don't need any gimme rounds.
5 seconds left.
One defensive round on the board nice and early. It certainly bodes well for Team Bliss. That is basement though locked away for a little bit.
So, quick entry lurk down below here from Frixel. Eventually he's going to station himself in a position that he can get to work with shock drones once more. The lights of the Valkyrie on the board and the meat jammers as well. But he just lurk now in towards this top blue position. There's a chance that somebody oversteps in kitchen. Could be Fisho.
He's gone back down blue anyway, so he's not holding it.
Yeah, just being mindful of the flank, which makes sense. Juicy on the Monty this round though. He's going to be a big factor for this attack. We've seen it in the past. Juicy loving this particular operator, and it's Tuhan again to find entry. Did it in the first round onto Fish at the 247 mark. This time a little bit slower, but still incredibly effective. And Antic now with the 5-4 advantage once more.
And the quicker they can get stock control, the better with that block and the skeleton key. Nitro pre-placed. Juicy towards long desk. Brenda almost just lost his life. I didn't quite catch it. I think he was fighting stock and had to drop. So they've actually already cleared out hallway and stock. Wow. I mean, there's one into janitor. Is Juicy aware of this? He just dropped the hatch as well. They've completely dropped. They've forced all 4 players to drop. They have full top floor control. Tuhan can drop down. He can play. He can start to open up. This floorboards in towards. Well, I was going to say stock. He's got to be careful. There's a Nitro Cell pre-placed there. Oh.
Okay.
Unless it has already exploded. No, there it is. Okay. Ooh.
Bit delayed.
Yeah, needed to pop that on the initial shots on the skeleton key.
Well, the structure here from Antic's good. Very typical, flush out archive, skeleton key, have someone lurk up off the back of that. You kill a man's time around. Logic as well, holding for any potential rotation out of archives. We have the privilege of outliers, so we know it's clear.
Rob?
Tongue twister. Minute to go. So GC's going to take Kit over towards double door.
It's the same as the last round, though, guys. This is my worry. Yeah, they've got good position. They've cleared the top floor. They've gone and done the checklist, and now it's all about the on-site execution again. That's what failed them on Locker CCTV. They did everything that they needed to do and did it perfectly and swiftly. But now you've got this eventual drop that has to come to fruition. Can they find another kill? At least one avenue is there in terms of that Montang to play behind on the Beepers push. Does step on the Kumine. Killerman to play behind. He's going to have to get a couple of kills here, and he loses his life to Oda. Was that a flank? Didn't quite catch it unless he just swung towards Beepers. It was indeed a swing. Oda has dropped down below, and they lose the Montang from Fisho. It's starting to fall apart for Antic again here on site. Logic by his lonesome. One pinged over towards Beepers. Good kill, but Frixel's down and out for the count. It's a 1 versus 3 for Logic. And again, like I just said it, the on-site execution for Antic lacking here on Bank.
And that's why we just have to continue to adjust our expectations as to how the round's going to play out at the midway point. Like, we're praising Antic, and rightly so. They force the peel back from Team Bliss. They have a 5-4 advantage game with 200 getting the opening kill. Able to work vert. Able to soak up a bit of that denial util, such as the Nitro through the mid-round. Unfortunately then, they just didn't, again, get enough value from that Monty. Yes, they flushed a player out, but it was immediately traded, then no follow-up. Those anchors, or the ability from all of the Team Bliss squad to anchor on site, I think is what really sets them apart from so many teams. They very rarely look flustered. Certainly didn't in that previous round. And I was saying during the break, I really would not be shocked if Team Bliss walk away with a 7-1, 7-2
You were that guy. And there were other people that said it in this very building, and there was another person that said they wouldn't.
Well, Sky loses his dignity if they
he does.
if Bliss win this game.
I don't think he's got any anyway.
Or
so.
when Team Bliss win this game.
Yeah. No, you're right. You are 100% right. I mean, Team Bliss, when pushed to the limit, they're not the kind of team that's going to collapse. They're not going to fold within themselves.
Well, they could, but we haven't seen it locally for 18 months.
I mean, yeah, I just haven't seen it.
You'd have to be a visionary to expect that.
Because it's very easy to say, well, they're the team expected to win. They get pushed all the way. Is it very possible that if this ends up going to 3-3 at the half, that Team Bliss start to question whether or not they've got the valid capabilities of actually closing this out, and what are the ramifications for missing out on the grand final? Well, it's Manchester Major. Their streak would come to an end.
Logic's dead.
Logic, he has the yellow ping information. Should hit a headshot? No. Brendo wins the battle from the vert. Well, everything is just going the right way now for Team Bliss. We haven't seen this basically since Cafe. Antic just haven't got anything going. As much as they're trying their best to facilitate, I mean, a lot of the early portions in these rounds have been necessarily fine. Clearing util, getting good control. Even that was only the first time in this game that they had the opening death. The first two going the way of Antic in terms of opening kills. So it's hard to be too critical. It's really just more or less been the on-site execution that has lacked.
Rough for Logic. We pose the question, can he step up in a high-pressure environment such as this semi-final?
Well, he was great on Chalet.
Yeah, I mean, he was top-rated. Top-rated.
Cafe as
Map
well.
1, Map 2, top-rated for the team. Now 1 and 3. They haven't been able to win rounds off the back of the entry. Now they need to do it from behind. This is going to be really tough for Antic. They need to just slowly try and chip away at elements of the map that they can get control of. Tough here on top floor, though. And look at this information.
No,
so
dead.
it's perfect.
Oh, that was just beautiful.
That's crisp.
I thought that was almost going to be a headshot as well from Brendo. Oh, it's so incredibly difficult now for Antic, down 3 versus 5 in a series that has now gone to the third map. It's not often that we've really seen Antic play well from behind. A lot of their round wins have come off of that fast tempo pace where they aggress early, get a couple of kills, certainly put a bit of wobble into that defensive Team Bliss. Well, there's no wobble here on Bank. Now on the verge of finding 3 defensive rounds in a row, which I don't know if they've actually done so far in this series.
I think Wettables has a yokai inside of lobby that is flicking at the moment, so yep, there we go.
He's
full read. He's seen every player.
Yeah, every single player. Yeah. Good yellow ping info. Burst goes out. Oda knows he can rotate away from archives now. There was one inside lone. One did push towards elevators, although it has now pushed back. I think they still. You can see the yokai. Like, I mean, they haven't dealt with this. Yeah. So full information on the push-up banana. Sage can just hold close, knowing full well there's 2 players there. Oh, hit the headshot on the back player. Killerman's like, how am I dead? Frixel's in front of me. Why am I the one dying? Flawless round from Team Bliss. 3 rounds in a row. They've been flawless so far on Bank, not really putting a foot wrong, and a tactical timeout has been requested by Antic Esports.
And that's the difference between Team Bliss and the rest of OCE. It's being highlighted in this game. Team Bliss in a 4v5, we're sitting here and still praising them, and we're seeing them lock out rounds, actually. Having that ability to be disciplined and to play at the disadvantage. No other team in the region has that same trait. And it got exploited and exposed there in the previous round for Antic. They lose the first. Not clearing these yokai drones proved to be absolutely costly. I'm sure there was also Valkyrie info being posed as well. Antic electing not to bring the IQ for that proved to be so costly. Bliss with information, I mean, it goes without saying, they're just incredibly good at converting that. I like the tactical though from Antic.
Yeah.
If there's any time to take it, it's now. Off that first rotation, you've seen every defensive setup on the 3 sites Bliss are likely to play in the next 3 rounds. And so you can quickly discuss what happened, what went wrong, what is the plan, and how they're going to get themselves back into this game. I think it's, again, just refocusing on the entry. You win that, like you did in the first 2 rounds, 5 versus 4, slow down the tempo a bit, have a plan, and then execute upon it.
Yeah, see, you say slow down the tempo, but every time they've slowed down the tempo...
Or speed it up, I mean...
Yeah, maybe speed it up. Or
maybe not necessarily slow the tempo, but be conscious of it.
Yeah.
If you have an opportunity to snowball it, sure. It's more difficult on a map like Bank, though, admittedly, depending on how you're approaching something.
You kind of look at like Locker CCTV as a good example. If you're up 5 versus 4 in a round in which you quite literally got an opening kill inside the first 10 seconds, at that point should you be thinking, maybe we don't have to go for a server-side stack. Maybe we should look to open up vault. Maybe we should look to get main stairs pressure. Maybe we should use our numbers to our advantage rather than essentially funneling everyone through one choke point. They go for this inverted mirror once again. By the way it goes. You're curious?
Are we going to see this one in ranked? Honestly, I don't mind it. I do not mind it. I'll be
yeah, it does
pocketing that.
It does help if Fisher Guy stays alive and holds blue. It'll further solidify this as a very difficult position for Antic to push through.
Do we see the ultimate counterplay here from Antic where they just go for the back hit? They just completely ignore the primary CC drop into the Maestro, into the inverted mirror, into the smokes, into the Goyo canister, and instead go for a back hit, go elevator drop, drop gold, maybe like garage. You can counteract this entire setup by going for the alternate push. Then you put the onus on Bliss on being the ones that have to adjust.
Yeah. No, I agree.
It's a tall ask, though, because a lot of teams aren't going to be comfortable going for that.
That's where you got to work on that in scrims, though. Make that a possibility, something you can pull out in these kind of moments. Default will get shot out towards beepers. Fisher Guy very much holding top blue position. They do bring flashes and smokes this time around, at least for Antic. If they do want to go for that kind of default push, they've got a little bit more utility in helping get that plant down. 2 nitro cells available defensively for Team Bliss. Barbed wire, Fisher's going to get droned. So now they know, of course, Fisher holding close.
And this is something they didn't have to do with last time, remember?
Yeah.
Fisher died very early on in that round at the 247 mark. Bot squared. Now they need to clear him, the barbed wire, the Goyo canister. That's going to add at least another 30 seconds just for blue control if it's a success.
Yeah. Very difficult position to ignore, but so far a lot of focus towards this admin hatch. I mean, there's really not much over towards square at all with a minute 30 on the clock. You can see how difficult it is, though, to push through a position like Garage, and they do, in fact, go for Vault. They go for Vault. I think they might be thinking of this back push.
Antic did not take down default Garage camera. You can see Team Bliss flicking it, and the second they see that down, they know exactly what push is going to come through if there aren't other indications.
Yeah, and if they don't push it, then they know there's no push Garage. You can hold the loading dock position, especially on this Vault push. It's going to make it difficult to clear. 60 seconds left, and Antic have, well, put themselves in a bit of a pickle.
It's such a small detail, but Team Bliss are the kind of roster they're going to run into it. So Frixel's now going to rotate. He's going to go Garage. And if Team Bliss check that this default camera gets taken down, they know exactly what push is going to come through. And Brendo, I believe it is, will be able to hold that down. No, Sage, so the brother.
Yeah.
They also have the BPC, so double layer of info.
Yep. 40 seconds.
No one's checked cams, though, for Bliss. Oh, I've seen the drone, though.
There's the drone. Sage knows the push is going to be coming.
They know.
Left side. Oh, should be winning that, and he
There we
does.
go.
Good control. 6 kills now for Sage. 6-0. There's the opening kill for Team Bliss. They're on another level here on Bank. Juicy with the drop down into Elevator. They're going to have to start hitting some really gnarly shots. Sage has got 3 in the round.
Sage.
Make that 8-0 for Sage. One stuck over towards Elevator. Killer Man pushing in towards Red. Up close. That's the Mirror. That's Brendo. That's the brother. That's Flawless off the back of the tactical timeout. Team Bliss very much now looking like a team that has gone to 2 majors and a 6 invitational. This is the Bliss we expected in this semi-final, and it's the Bliss we're finally getting.
Is that the match? You know I like to put a line through teams' names when it feels like it's difficult to come back, if not impossible.
Still 2 rounds to go in this half. I think if Antic can find a way to scrape 2 attacking rounds, that's not the match. So for me, this next round, Staff Open especially, one of the... Well, I don't know if Bank really has like hard tertiary sites, but Staff and Open certainly can be facilitated for the attack. You've got to extend up above, you've got to hold key positions like Stock, Hallway, and I think there's avenues for attacks to really get these kind of sites, especially more than Locker CCTV, for example. So this, for me, is the round where I'll make the decision. Got to win this.
3 kills across 4 rounds for Antic.
Well, it's just this is the problem. Those kills, 2 of those have been opening kills, where they're up 5v4.
Yep.
But pushing into these sides of Bank, and you know what, it kind of reminds me a little bit of like some of the Cafe, where they would try to funnel in, and they just can't clear those on site. What worked for them on Chalet is Chalet, you can't really just sit certain like little positions on site. You have to kind of play a little bit into the roam game, whether you like it or not. You have to extend out, and that's something that I think helped facilitate Antic. So that was clearly a map that played to their strengths. This right now is proving to be quite difficult. Even, you kind of look at this site, Staff and Open, right? You can't really clear the players on site, so you're never going to be able to get site opened up. The best you can do is get something like stock control, play the hatch, play through beepers, but you still eventually have to push and drop and try and hit some very late shots in the round. Chalet, they didn't have to do that as much.
So we see the IQ now brought. Good decision here from Antic. The Valkyrie persists for Team Bliss. It has been played in 2 rounds prior to this. And so that will be dealt with pretty efficiently by the attack. Wettables, though, gets the first. That'll now be 3 entries straight. Goes without saying, Team Bliss converting entries as they've won all 4 rounds so far. Antic fighting from behind. 1 and only Hard Breach dead. Yeah, of all the players to die, he's probably the last that you would want in the grave.
Yeah, they got secondaries now.
It's so difficult to make a case for them now. They're going to have to rely heavily on getting top floor control, maybe finding something on Vert, but Team Bliss won't feed that. And Logic. Maybe Logic can pluck something here. If his position isn't known. Juicy might give away that Q though, yeah.
Well, I know there's 2 into Archives because they spotted them on Tang and the breaching round has opened up admin.
Yep.
Then 90 seconds left, by the way.
And Sage doesn't need to vacate Janitor. There's no pressure on him. So he could just sit there on the hatch.
Haven't cleared anywhere close to Janitor and Stock. 200 still on the rappel. They haven't even cleared Wettables over towards front desk either. Oh, there was a little moment there, little chance. And those, honestly, the kind of shots that back on Chalet, Logic would have maybe got that kill. Those are the tiny little differences that I'm finding here. Oh, Juicy.
Where's the team?
Well, he's completely by himself. Oh. I think he might be able to get this kill and does.
That's
Wettables does go down, little solo push there from Juicy, does find a big pick over towards front desk, minute left. Does give them a bit of that banana stairs control, they can push up down the hallway, try and take stock. Sage, oh, how does that not go his way? He was holding that for so long, and Tuhan just swung headshot. This is such a pivotal moment. 50 seconds left for Antic. Guys, I'm telling you, they must win this round.
Yeah, pivotal. Especially from this position. They've done the hard work to get back into this round. A gutsy kill from Juicy on the shield and a good swing from Tuhan. 35 seconds on the clock. Team Bliss once again successfully peel back towards the objective. 1 Nitro available for plant denial. This is where Team Bliss, funnily enough, do thrive, but Brendo misses that.
Yeah, I mean, that's contact. All 3 on site right now. Fisher in a really good spot. The shield, though, just keeps Juicy alive. Frag through that possession. That's a really good position. Couple of kills for Brendo, though, and Oda. Oh, it's all done. Once again, the on-site push from Antic falls apart at the seams. Good build-up, good work, poor execution. That's been the story of Bank and the attack for Antic. Now down 5 rounds.
I'm just trying to put my mind into the heads of Antic. Could you imagine fighting your way back into a round that's basically do or die for your shot at the major? You perfectly dislodged Fisho.
It's 4-2.
And then bloody Brendo on the Frost ACOG wins every fight.
Oh my goodness, the brothers have been enjoying Bank. 8-1, 7-1. 6-0 for Oda.
There must be something in the water over in WA.
So Sage and Brendo both have more kills than all of Antic combined, individually. That is insane. Oh no. Bye-bye, Obs.
Teammate.
Is that you? I'm assuming that was you, Skizzle? Yeah.
Yeah, clearly just wants Antic to win.
Yeah, I think he's a little bit disappointed. That's the Antic Observer, by the way.
Yeah, he just rage quit, didn't he?
Yep, see ya. Pull the plug.
Game still continues, Sky. I'm sorry.
Well, I mean, we hyped up that round as being the round that Antic needed to win. They failed to do so once again, and unfortunately, the stark reality is now Team Bliss are not the kind of team that will allow you to win 5, 6 rounds in a row unimpeded. That's very un-Bliss-like. You look at Chalet, for example, and it wasn't really the case. You know, we saw some great rounds from Antic. They didn't make any mistakes, but it also wasn't like they won 6 in a row. It was a little bit back and forth, and they kind of just edged out. So. Yeah, there you go. So there goes our one spectator. Well, luckily, we got one more in the back pocket.
Very tall task ahead for Antic.
And for Cthulhu.
Let's see how many kills he gets this round.
I'll tell you what, if he does a good job, maybe he can make a case for main obs. Pressure's on here.
Well, Sky's job's on the line.
Yeah, I mean,
Antic on the line. And his dignity. I said a Team Bliss 7-1, 7-2, and honestly, I actually can't believe that is a very realistic prospect at the moment.
Yeah.
Team Bliss have just been absolutely ruthless here on Bank. Round 6, top 4 defense. IQ once again brought to counteract that echo. Sage doesn't hit the juggle, and so that is Kanto open.
Yeah, I mean, right now for Bliss, they've not really put a foot wrong. You're also noticing they're not really taking as many of these external opportunities.
Oh.
But 2 found.
Is this the moment?
You can call it Killer Man.
Is this the moment where Antic win?
They just lost a 4. They lost a 4-2. They can lose a 5-3. Sage makes the cross in towards long desk. Could get a little bit of a prop up from his brother on the dock, and indeed will.
Bliss don't win this round.
Surely
not.
I would say they certainly can win this round, even with 3. I feel like this is a more even round now. Oh, it's going to be done. Oh, is this a triple stack towards Banana? First kill for Sage, holding a great position. They're all just going to push 1 by 1. 2-Hunt is now down. There's another cell available as well. He's spotted. They're both down. Oh, what a shot from Killer Man, though. So low on health. Save with 2-Hunt, and they make it out of top Banana. Brendo, though, kills 2-Hunt. Now, 2-on-2, because Fisher Guy has got rid of the Log Dog. How are they bringing these rounds back time and time again? As we bring the Observer back with 30 seconds left in a timely manner, Brendo holds long desk. In this battle, he loses to Killer Man. Finally, living up to his name with 3 kills in this round, he has killed some men. With 20 seconds left, Juicy and KM to push down one Fisher Guy. He hits him with the hip fire. Are you kidding? Fisher Guy, that's not allowed. Into red time now with it all to do. Nitrocell, and that right there is Antic, blown to smithereens by a man that's essentially a fish. Godlike and fish-like, Fisher Guy has given them 6 grand final points.
Nah, that had to be a bug. There is no way he just hit-fired that. There is no way.
He just hit-fired on him from there. What? That's not a bug, guys.
I think they need to nerf the SMG again.
I think they need to nerf Fisher Guy. And maybe buff Antic.
It's nerf Bliss.
Maybe nerf Bliss.
7-0. It's actually possible. I can't believe it.
Let's get the replay out on this one. Well, you said they can't lose it in a 5-on-3. Sage had other ideas, and while Antic had other ideas, they were like, you know what? Let's 3 of us push up. Spiral. Banana, whatever you want to call it.
Can't all die. Which
was
right.
And they almost did all die.
It was right.
Let's watch this again. Oh!
It wasn't even a headshot either.
Oh! Fisher Guy!
That is disgusting.
Show me the player cam. Surely there's a player cam reaction in there somewhere. Oh, what's that? Oh, this one's done.
Oh.
Well, Bliss to go to the grand final to take on Man Esports LFO. I was going to pose a question to you before this map, which was, have Antic done enough to redeem their stage for a team that was labeled on paper as the 2nd best team, yada, yada, yada? Struggled. Group stage was not great, very up and down, and I mean, the team themselves highlighted that. Did they redeem themselves enough on Chalet, or everything they did on Chalet has now been taken away by this Bank performance?
Yeah, that's the shame. I think, unfortunately, this is going to be the result that lingers in the minds of OCE fans. I mean, great. You can add a Team Bliss map win, maybe potentially the only team to do it in the stage onto the resume.
Yeah.
But if you get spanked 7-0 on the 3rd map, like I mentioned, no one's going to remember Chalet. Yeah. And that's not to take away from it too much. It was a good performance from them. Fortunately, though, map 3, Team Bliss, I mean, they're Team Bliss.
Yeah.
I can't really contextualize it much more than that. There's a reason they finished top 8 SI.
Incredibly clinical on the defense, holding good key possessions, never wavered on sight, never really gave Antic any kind of hope in those rounds. And anytime that Antic had some kind of man advantage, which I'd love to see, like in terms of the 6 rounds played, how many rounds in which Antic had the superior numbers, it would have to be at least 50% of the rounds at minimum. And so therefore, because I know for a fact the first 2 rounds they got the opening kills, the last round they're at 5-on-3. So that's at minimum 3 rounds. It was probably more than that. So the fact that at no point in that half could they ever capitalize on having the superior numbers is quite alarming. Do we see Bank again from Antic next stage?
Do we see Bank tomorrow?
Do we see Antic next stage?
I'm more worried about tomorrow. Do we see
Hang on, I need to check Twitter. I want to see if Logic's put out a retirement tweet already.
No, that's a bit harsh.
That's a bit harsh. Also warranted.
Will it be flawless for Bliss? Just map control at the moment, so not really too much to note.
It's played well, by the way. I mean, not on Bank.
Well, again,
but
like
on Cafe and
highest
Chalet.
DPS for Antic map 1 and map 2. He's had a good day.
I will say that no one has played Bank well for Antic. Like, it's been at least a team effort collectively of playing pretty poor.
And Team Bliss just beat Team Bliss, to be fair.
Yeah. Well, this has turned into a bit of a slowed out round simply because Locker CCTV.
And that's the thing, if Antic played like this against almost any other team, for the most part, they would have gotten away with it. They'd be winning this game at the moment, and that's why Bliss are just so deadly and so unforgiving.
Falcon canisters have been popped. Bliss have been doing their thing. By the way, I didn't even notice the fact that they brought a fuse. 3 gas babes still available for Juicy to deny the entry. Of which, that won't deny this little back plant here from Weatables as he just slips into CCTV. And I imagine then the next gas babe will go over the top of his shoulder once again. The plant has been successful. Brendo finds another kill. Now 9-2, matching his brother, who is also 9-2.
I think this might be the moment where we can crown Team Bliss as a grand finalist.
I would imagine so. Very likely from here. There's the push over towards Beepers. Sage, he's gone and got 2. He goes to 11-2. And no way for Brendo to match that one. And that is it. Flawless. Not in just the round, but the map itself. They did lose the map, but not enough. They won more. And so therefore, they go to the grand final. That's how all of this works, guys. For Team Bliss, it's all just that easy.
I don't really know what more to add. It's just another phenomenal performance from Team Bliss. They did not put a foot wrong at any point during this map. Yeah, sure, maybe the entry waned here or there, but they made up for it. Didn't matter. Then they had to win one attack. Of course, they do it cleanly, get the plant down, flawless in the end. I mean, bloody hell. If I'm Chef Jeff and I'm watching this, I'm a bit worried. Just a little bit.
A little bit?
Just a bit.
Yeah, no, Chef Jeff's got nothing to worry about. He's fine. They're not going to win. So, obviously, that's Team Bliss to the grand final. For those unfamiliar, the grand final's tomorrow. Before we get to the grand final, though, we've still got a 5th place matchup, which is where we will be going to later on today in the broadcast. We're not done here. Don't go too far. We've also got a desk that we're going to throw to.
Waffle meter was starting though.
It was big even for me, honestly.
That yap was starting to go a little too long there. Look, an interesting performance from Bliss.
I loved it.
Applaud it. There's no doubt about it. But I feel so bad for Antic. I feel horrible for them because, Dev, coming into this, we were talking about potentially this being a close series, the fact that Antic had taken a map off them.
It was closer than the other one.
Yeah.
Technically.
It was a close series. It was not a close map. And
how was map 1? Was that a close series?
It was at the start, and then Bliss got onto the attack and farmed, and they continued farming all the way to the bank, it turns out. And one question that was answered for me straight out of the gates is, like, this is, bank specifically, is Antic's most banned map, and I thought, oh, they've been hiding it, they've been cheating. No, they just suck at it, it turns out.
Jesus.
And Bliss, they beat FaZe on this map, all right, like, at SI. I don't think they're going to have too much trouble beating Antic on it when it is their instant ban.
Let's just welcome in Wettables. We don't have to keep waffling. Let's welcome in the gentleman with the nicest mustache on Team Bliss. That's all I'm going to say. We're not going to extend it past that.
No, it's better than yours.
Oh, here we go. Sorry.
Big calls, mate.
Come on, mate. If I shave this, you're in trouble. No, I'm terrible. Honestly, my mustache is awful, so we won't even go there. I want to ask you, okay, we were watching the player cams at the end.
Man.
Bliss are known as a notoriously relaxed roster. When you've won in the past, we've never really seen anyone get up and about. Fisho lost his shit in the player cam, and I want to know, was that just bait? Was he taking the mick, or was he being serious?
Was that after Bake?
Yes.
No, we were actually we were all pretty hyped about the win. Being in these BO3s, it's stressful. So when we win, it's a bit of hype, bit of everything. But yeah, no, Fish, he might be more serious in that, but Fish does get a little bit excited after some wins, and this would have been one of them.
Never would have expected Fish to get a little lippy, but it's great to see. And of course, a massive map on the back of what was a disappointing Chalet. How would you frame Chalet? How would you frame the conversation around that? Were you guys worried at all?
Well, I think the reason why we are so struggling against on Chalet so much at the moment, same with when Panic, and there's nothing to take away from these teams that are actually pushing us and beating us on these maps. I just think we've played Chalet the same way, kind of for so long, that if you haven't worked out how we play and voted, counter-stratted, then it's on you. You know what I mean? So it's just one of those maps. It's we've just got to put that back in the workshop, start changing up little things and just taking teams by surprise. But Antic obviously did their prep work, worked out we're going to play, and they played a very good Chalet, so you can't take much out of them.
Yeah, congrats on making the grand final again, by the way, mate. But of course, tomorrow you will be playing Man LFO. Now, did you watch the Man versus Odium game before? Oda, when you guys lost, or not lost, but lost a point to Odium during the regular stage, he shouted them out, so they're looking like a really solid team, definitely second best in the region. They've just lost to Man. So how do you feel about that team and going into that game?
Look, Man, I've said this before, Man aren't a team you can sleep on. I think Man, give a bit of time. I hope they don't, like I said to a lot of teams, like Antic, Odium, Man, those three teams, I hope they don't disband if they, whether they win the stage or they lose the stage, you know what I mean? Those three teams are the ones that I'm looking at and going to contest for that top spot. So whether or not, I look at Odium at the moment being number 2 team, or I look at Man, I think it doesn't really, say on how close those three teams actually are. So, I'm excited to verse them, and I think it'll be a very good game, and I wouldn't even be surprised if that goes 3 maps as well.
I wanted to ask about the prep work for you guys today. Did you expect the veto to play out the way it did? And if it did, were you therefore prepping for these specific maps and counter-stratting and that type of thing? Or were you more just playing into your strengths? How'd it go?
I'm not the map veto guy. Obviously, we had we had maps we wanted to go to, and we got 2 of them. I won't say what map we weren't expecting, but there was a map we weren't expecting. We picked Cafe, bro.
I'll just show myself out.
Yeah, you can just leave. What are you on the desk for?
I'm finally glad we're getting some lippiness out of you, mate, by the way. You've been pretty quiet. You've been pretty respectful. Oh, yeah, Odium, Antic, really keep going. They're so good. Then you show up some lip to me. That's what I want. Finally, come on, mate. Keep going.
Have you heard of it out of the way I've been speaking of Rob? I don't take this shit either.
That's me.
Crazy.
Come on, mate. It's me.
It's good. It's good. I love the banter. But yeah, the map video went, as probably as close as we can predict. BO3s, it's some teams hide maps for that. Obviously, we played how many maps? I think we played 3 maps in the whole group stage. Yeah. So obviously, if teams aren't, too silly, we're obviously hiding maps. So I think Antic are hiding maps. I expect Man to hide a map, all that stuff. So yeah, I think in a BO3 is a random map can pop up if they pick it, but you can predict fairly well, I think.
Well, what we'll do, we'll leave it there, because you've given us more than enough, Wettables. Sometimes I get a little worried when you come on. We never know what to expect.
You can just tell me that you don't want to speak to me.
I love speaking to you.
Say it with your chest. Just say it with your chest.
Okay. I love speaking to you, but we don't trust you enough. Look, we love you, mate. We love you. But is there anything you'd like to say before we let you go?
Yeah, shout out Bliss, shout out Kinchi, all that. Yeah, shout out you guys for, always casting, always putting on this. It's late as hell and you guys still got another game. So, enjoy the 3-hour game and hope you get home before 3 in the morning.
Let's hope it's not a 3-hour game, mate. Best of luck tomorrow. We're keen to see how it goes.
Yeah, too easy. Have a good one.
Such charmers.
I hate
on
that,
Bliss. Yeah,
He's the worst.
They're honestly probably the worst person I've ever met in my life.
Showed up on the test.
Honestly, I'm glad that you went in on me. That was awesome. But just to take it back to the point, I have a feeling that maybe he was referring to Bank, right? Like, insta-ban for Antic, most banned map this year. And so, yeah, in a way, maybe Bliss weren't expecting it, and then they 7-0 on it.
Yep.
Yeah, I guess a pleasant surprise.
Yeah, they floated labs as well, right? So that's that's
true.
most likely where they thought they were going. But there's one place we're going. That's to a short break. Before we get there, please note this. We are moving over to the Superior channel on Rainbow Six Bravo, so please come and join us over there. You don't want to watch EUL. No one cares about that. You want to be watching the 5th place match in OCE. Believe me, you will not want to miss it. After this break, we're back with
Panic versus Circular Spheres.
Bye.
The Frixel in a 1 versus 2. Gets the first one. Should know that the plant is going to be going down. He gets off it. Noise made. Fisho. Well, this is really nicely done here from Frixel. He will never lose this, ever. It's impossible. Never mind. Why can't you just wait for the timer, dude? What are you doing? You've just made me look completely silly, but you've made yourself look even sillier by not just waiting for the time! Oh my god, what was that, Guz? Gets the kill from Blue. There's another one outside in towards Trench. 1 versus 2. 3 seconds. No real time remaining here for 2-1. Expected maybe someone to be on the kit. Now Guz is upset. Guz is upset now.
What are they doing? Why are you planning there?
Sometimes fake and other times they do not. Winnable! Winnable! Are you kidding me? What the fuck did I just say? Are you kidding? Match point Antic!
And he's dropped the...
Push down one Fisho guy. He hits him with the hip fire. Are you kidding? Fisho guy, that's not allowed. Into red time now with it all to do. Nitrocell, and that right there is Antic, blown to smithereens by a man that's essentially a fish. Godlike and fish-like. Fisho.
Welcome back to the Oceanic League. Play day 2 at the moment of the playoffs. Re-introing the show just for the viewers that are rejoining us for Bravo. Hello, how you doing? If you missed out on the last series, you have missed out on some of the most peculiar things I've ever seen. In fact, one of the most peculiar things I have ever seen. I don't know if production's got this ready, but if they can, I would love to see this. Just for a moment here. Hold up. Jakey boy.
So
can I ask, who taught you the ocean of the motion? The motion of the ocean?
Can we get a slow-mo? Can we get a slow-mo on that?
I want... Can we
Wait, are they gonna go? If you start going back and forth.
Oh my God. It's unbelievable.
It looks like we're going straight down the Flemington Straight on Cup Day.
Oh, welcome back to the O's League.
We're on Bravo now, so...
Yeah.
You are pretty short. You could be a jockey.
Yeah, very true.
funny.
That was a bit of a shot, I tell you what. Once we go to Bravo, the hair comes down a little bit. And
welcome to O's.
Welcome to O's. And it's important because we are moving to the most important match of the night. It's the 5th place matchup.
Oh, banging matchup. If anyone's actually come over from the main channel to follow us here, very much appreciated. You guys are the OGs.
I mean, we are better than EU. So, I mean, why wouldn't you be here?
Yeah, that's easy, though. I mean, to be fair, no one has ever questioned that.
Actually, no one has.
Are we talking broadcast or gameplay? Gameplay, maybe you can question it, but broadcast, absolutely no contest. I mean, what if Fresh and Fabian know? Every time I tune in, Fresh is saying, well, between us, we got 3 hammers.
Well, we've got none. So
we do. Well, actually,
between you,
I would say me and Guz have got 1 each.
Technically speaking, if you were to walk into your tool shed, you'd find yourselves a hammer, wouldn't you, my friend?
Yeah, maybe.
That's all right. I know what you're alluding to. Just
Well,
for those
2
viewers...
teams that can't get a hammer. Panic and Circular
well,
Spin.
technically they could, but they'd have to qualify for the Montreal Major and they'd probably win it. So
again, 2 teams that can't get a hammer.
No, never say never. There's always a chance.
Honestly, after that last series, and even Guz started to get the caster curse going when he's like, oh, there's no way that Brendo can push through blue. And then Logic just starts running.
Just so you know, you've both used your foul language.
was that the round where you started humping the air? I think it was.
It was actually, yes. That was the Fisho Nitro with
No,
the
that was a different round.
Was it a different round altogether?
There was a lot of humping going on.
There was a lot of humping happening in that game, I'll tell you that much.
Gee
But let's
whiz.
start moving along to the snake of the league. It is Panic that have well and truly come into what was a very interesting stage 1. I really expected them to do nothing, and they have shown up time and time again. Unfortunately, falling short once they got to the quarterfinals. But Guz, just getting to the quarterfinals was an achievement in itself.
Yeah, Panic, I think, on reflection, had an okay stage. I'm still not 100% convinced they lived up to their potential. That potential discussion changed throughout the stage, right? Week 1, we're going in and saying, oh, can these guys even contest for top 6? That did quickly change. Unfortunately, though, it then tapered off towards the very end, and ultimately, in that playoffs match against Odium, a 0-2 result where they weren't particularly competitive.
Yeah.
So I think for this team going forward, it's going to be really interesting to see how they track. I will also note, Shant has actually made a public tweet before this game, and this is going to be his last official.
What?
Ever?
Apparently so. He's going to start focusing on school. So that's a real
What a nerd.
That's a real disappointment because I know that he had an excellent stage. The stats reflect it. He was really well spoken in the interview, so clearly someone valuable inside of the server. So he's certainly going to be missed. And I think going forward, we're probably looking at the likes of Karma maybe to then get picked up by
I think
another
this team,
team.
I hate to say it, but since you've just said that, I don't know if this team is going to stay the same way.
I don't think it can. I think you had a really really solid core.
If Shant goes, Karma's going to get poached.
Karma's going to get poached. Shant's gone. I mean, then it's Owen, Reelers, and River. And look, no disrespect to those three. I think those are fine players, but they're not enough that they're going to be able to stick around.
No, unfortunately, it's going to be the anti-Fnatic. People are going to be picking them up left, right, and center. Well, Karma. That's about it. Let's go ahead and talk about Circular Spheres. For the first time ever, we actually have a big red button in front of us, so we can determine how quick we want to start this match. Do you want to go slow?
I kind of want to get home before
I would like to pick up the pace. Jay Kenner looks like he's out.
fast?
Spruce going to come in. Not quite Spruce, but close enough. And this is a team that was a bit up and down throughout the group stage.
Bit like you.
I was up and down earlier. I think that their best is good enough that they could have been in a semi-final position, but they just weren't consistent.
No, unfortunately not. But one thing that is consistent is the map vetoes. We always get them every single match. That's how beautiful this production team is.
Most of the time,
guys?
every time.
Yeah. Oh, I heard it. I don't see anything. Would you?
Are we frozen? Are we back? Hello.
He's slamming desks again.
There we go. We're back.
There we go. Where do you think we're going, Rob? Where would you like to go?
We're going to Clubhouse. We're going to Chalet, and we'll finish on Oregon.
Oh, we're going 3 maps?
No, Oregon. Yeah, we go 3 maps here for sure.
Really?
Ready?
Okay. Well, we'll get the Chalet into the Clubhouse.
Clubhouse.
Okay, yep.
Told you.
Well, you did get the Oregon wrong. What's the last one? Too late.
Border. There we go.
2 out of 3, Rob.
Not bad.
And you got them in the wrong order, but still 2 out of 3.
You know what? Don't worry about it. Don't worry about what
the
order I
semantics
got 'em in.
don't need to be worried about.
Nah. We don't worry about that. Well, yeah, I think it's an interesting. I don't know, guys. I'm not even going to try to poke the bear there. Who wins this?
Ooh.
Panic.
I want to think Panic. I don't know how much their long-term...
CS is playing with a sub.
I don't know how much their long-term vision is going to impact this game. And again, it's a match with little stakes. I'm just going to be... I was going to say frank about it, but we know that's a bit of a joke.
Frank?
There is a 1,000 USD difference between position 5 and position 6. 5 SI points
Those
on the
scorebooks
line.
are expensive.
So yeah, $1,000. That's probably enough for like a banh mi and a can of Coke these days.
Yeah,
so.
I mean, Panic mainly because they get their full roster. Sprue comes in for Jay Cannon. It's a big loss. And I don't honestly think either of these two teams are going to fight tooth and nail for this.
I'll go Panic. Panic 2-1.
Panic.
I'm on Border.
2-0.
2-1.
All right, well, you know what? For the first time ever, here's a big red button.
The big red button has been pressed, and that means it's time for the game. But first, Mandy, this is the last cast of the night. We've been relegated to the Bravo channel to the 5th place match. But this could be, we don't know it yet, but this could be one of the greatest games of Siege you have ever seen.
Oh, absolutely, mate. I'll tell you what. Circular Spheres and Panic, some of the greatest Rainbow Six that we've seen to come out of the region. It's going to be an absolute banger. Oh my god, we're going to Chalet.
We're going to Chalet! What a map!
I'm so excited.
Have you ever seen this map played before?
I don't think so,
I don't
actually.
think I have ever seen Chalet.
This is the most revolutionary thing I've ever seen to come out of a Rainbow Six veto.
That is a big call, but I respect it. And to be honest, this could be quite a rivalry that we have forged here. From the fires of OCE, Panic versus Circular Spheres. The team that didn't even think they would make it to OCE.
Reelers has a cat.
Wait a
Reelers
second.
has a cat.
The cat meta is evolving.
Oh my god.
So
Oh my
Reelers
God.
has got a cat.
Ulysses.
Karma's got a
Ulysses
cat.
has
How many?
Okay.
How many
You know,
cats are there on
I'm telling you
Circular
what,
Spheres?
that the best players of Rainbow Six are cat people.
Really?
Yes. Who popped off in the Team Bliss game today? Brendo, Sage.
They're cat people.
Who's the best players on Panic? Karma and Reelers? Cat people.
I would maybe debate you on Reelers there, but Karma, I'll give you that one.
No, the top two. Oh no, actually, yeah, Shant's
Shant
pretty good.
is- yeah,
but
Shant's
you
a good
never
gamer.
know. Maybe Shant is a cat person too.
Maybe we need to start adding this into the interview questions.
KZ, lion tattoo on his forearm, cat person. Big cat person. I'm telling you what, bro. The best players in this game, cat people.
I mean, as a dog
There's a
person
correlation.
myself, I feel a little bit called out, but I kind of suck. So, in a way, I can't even add to your statistic. Cat people seem to have it better.
That's what I'm saying. Look, I'm not a scientist, okay? But
You're pretty close. Engineers, pretty close.
oh my god, I think you just insulted all scientists in the world.
I do apologize for nothing.
But the cat people in the world. And in the game, they all run cat backgrounds.
That is so true. And, what do they call these days? Fear X, right? The old sandbox skin. That's the one with the cat on it. They qualified for the major over D+. The cat supremacy, the cat meta, the cat skins sell the best, they look the best, they make you play the best.
Exactly.
And look at this!
Exactly.
The anime cat girl skins coming out in full force for Panic.
You have the power of God, cats, and anime.
That's the triple threat.
How could you lose?
The holy trinity.
How could you lose?
You can't. You can't do it.
They figured it out.
They have. They figured out the meta. I just don't know how Panic lose from this position.
I don't know either. They've really just won this out before the game has even started.
Well, especially because they somehow murdered Jekena and we have to have Sprue filling in instead.
So who is Sprue? We get a lot of talk about Sprue in this region, but I've never seen him.
You don't know
for the
Sprue?
longest time,
You don't know my homie Sprue?
I thought Sprue was Spruce, mate. Like,
oh no, God no.
And I was like, why has Spruce come back into it? It turns out it's not Spruce, it's Sprue, and I don't know who Sprue is.
Well, this guy's been listed as
from.
their sub for ages. I swear we've seen him before in a couple of games.
Yeah, but like, where did he come from?
Where did he go?
Where?
You can't even finish that, can you?
That's terrible. So is he like, you know how circular spheres
He's a player.
have got,
He's played Rainbow Six a few times before.
Yeah, I got that.
Do you want me to look him up on R6?
Yeah,
what is it people use these days?
So,
R6 tab? Is
you
that
know how circular spheres have got like the circular spheres circle? The circle in the spheres. Oh my god.
This is some of the most innovative Rainbow Six strategy I've seen today.
Is he part of the like the friend group with like the lunchbox and stuff, you know, like that?
Oh, I hope not. You wouldn't want to be friends with Lunchbox. Karma! Well, he takes down Lunchbox's mate, Physics. Big early pick.
Attackers have dropped the bomb diffuser.
Pinko does find ON though.
So they've continued the friend team thing. This isn't like someone that we actually know.
Ooh, I'm really gonna put Sprue on blast here. So, peak best MMR, 4.5k. So that's Diamond 2, level 215. That's a respectable level. Pinku's found another one. This guy is a bit gnarly.
Oh my god!
I'm trying to read stats, guys.
Sorry.
Stop getting kills. Oh, here we go.
That is such unfortunate timing there for Karma. He was
Come on.
so long.
There we go. Karma Esports gets a kill. Sprue is in it!
Sprue got a kill!
He got a kill!
Sprue.
Mr. .089 KD on his tab stats, but he's found the first pick. He's got another one!
I wonder what his name means. Do you think it's like Gru? Like from Despicable Me, but Sprue? Like...
I'm too old to know.
No, well, you don't know Gru, like the main character from Despicable Me.
Is that the guy with it in that meme format where he points at the whiteboard? And
yeah,
that's him? Okay.
Oh, okay. We can't make Despicable Me references anymore.
I know what the minions are. They're the little yellow things, right?
Yeah. Oh, no.
I know some pop culture references.
Does that mean that all of Circular Spheres are just Sprue's minions?
Maybe that should be their rebrand.
Yep. Anyway, it's 2v2. It's actually quite intense. We haven't talked about the game at all.
No cap, a pretty tense round.
So Sean is making vert, right? And there's a player that is like kind of vulnerable to it, Japer, and he's realised. So he's falling back. But then they have Incandelas, and they don't really have much to deal with this. Oh, actually, there's a Fenrir thing in the bomb site.
Oh, there is. And there's also a long line of sight here for Japer. Oh, no, bro.
Oh, dear.
You gotta land that. Reload after shooting 2 bullets.
More bullets.
Just keep shooting him, mate. Where's this plant going down? River's just done it in the smoke. Low HP, but no opportunity to plant denied. Japer really had a big chance there, and now he has been absolutely shafted by Shont above. Sprue in a 1v2. Have you heard the tale? Because I certainly haven't.
We've never heard of him before this, so
Never even heard of the man.
He's got no tails.
But he might be able to dance around and find the first pick here. One player around the corner. The Gon 6 rings out. Sprue, not a pre-fire that he was looking for. Good start for old mate Shonts. And for Panic Esports.
It's gravy! Anyway, sorry. Yeah, good round from them. 2v2 there was actually really good, to be honest. I think, yeah, the vert forced back the player that could have denied the plant from that spot. Yinkendels rolled through. There was no catch. Yada-da. Plant in the smoke, and they won. That was exciting.
That's how you win a round,
That's how you win a round.
You kill all the bad guys, you plant that diffuser, get in the building,
good.
use your utility, focus, form up. Have the mentality to win.
Yes.
The winner's mindset.
Yes, the killer instinct.
The killer instinct.
Yes.
And you know who's got that killer instinct?
Who?
Karma does.
Karma.
Dude got 3 kills.
Oh,
you know who
yes.
else has got the killer instinct?
Shont.
Shont does. He's a real gamer as well. He found 2 kills. Between the two of them, that's all the kills you need. Because 3 plus 2 is 5 in this 5.
I was just going to say that. We're about to do some math. Some basic arithmetic once again.
Also like a full house, you know, if you play cards.
True.
Whenever someone gets 3 and another person gets 2, I always think full house.
Cool. That's true. That's actually a good one. Hey, I can't believe we haven't referenced that like ironically on the cast before.
I just say it all the time.
Oh, damn.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm not surprised you didn't notice because you often don't listen to me when I speak.
That's not true. That is so not true. I listen. I pay attention.
You're a great listener, Mandy.
Thank you.
But I saw an opportunity for a joke and I was going to go for it.
Thank you. I feel validated for my listening.
No, I'm not like Jake. I do know that you listen.
That's good.
Jake wasn't even listening, ironically. When
That's so funny. That's hilarious.
That is classic Jake.
I turned around
nothing,
out of curiosity and we see both of them.
They're fucking little iPad kids on their phones.
Yes! I don't think there's... Okay, no, I'm not going to talk about what Rob's doing at the moment. Never mind. Yep.
Yeah, you don't want to know what Rob's doing on the couch.
Okay, here we go. So one of the defense circular spheres, they lost the last one, but they're not going back down to the basement because they lost it and they're not happy. So now they're going somewhere else. They're going kitchen and dining.
Good sight.
Now Panic have swept the building. They're inside a library, they've been uncontested, and now they're opening up office. So progress is good. We like progress in Rainbow Six Siege.
Oh, what are you doing,
Oh my God,
Sprue?
what are you doing?
Wall's open. Karma's gotcha. Good opening pick. Unfortunate the Fenrir dies. Good operator to have alive in the late round. Pinky's trying to get a bit of a crossfire here. Onto the door, into sight, but Karma, he's keen for more.
What do they do now? They open the wall, I think. Oh, or Karma's just going to walk in.
You got to go in and kill some people, man. Oh, he'll 100% kill some more people here. They know where these 2 players are upstairs, right? But how much are Panic going to commit to clearing?
I think they can't open the wall. So I think... Oh, wait,
wall is
the
open.
wall has been open? Oh, I thought they were in... Oh.
And Owen has found a pick.
Very nice. So
5
now...
Very nice.
They're in a numbers advantage.
Very
and
nice.
Karma wants more. Oh.
He's hungry. He's keen. Oh, gnarly angle on sight, though. All mate goofed here. Keen to try and retake, but Karma is waiting patiently. Realistically here, Panic can kind of just look for a plant. Oh, big shot from Goofed. Takes down the head of the boy band of Panic. 3 versus 4 still fighting from behind for CS. But now that Panic have lost his top floor, it gets hella awkward for the attack. How do they go for an execute when they don't have top floor control, especially when Owen is walking into every piece of utility imaginable? He's going to force that plant down. Goofed has been spotted upstairs. Physics looking to trade it. He does. But meanwhile, the plant's looking to go down. Physics has vertical dominance, but not enough. Oh, Japer, you got to actually land those bullets, mate. Physics, yeah, well, he's got a few more, but he's actually going to have to hit some of them for once. Physics will do the job for him. And now River, caught in the Shadow Realm, is shafted. Japer ends up landing enough bullets indeed. And Circular Spheres have got their first round. Is someone watching telly in the background of that Circular Spheres player's cam? Who's watching telly in the background of Pinky's cam? Is that Friends? What are they watching?
I don't know.
Is that Seinfeld?
No.
I still want to know what's going on with all the cat ears in the camera as well.
I don't think it's cat ears. I think it's like...
Mickey Mouse ears?
Yeah, and then they've also got like Chromie bags on the left. Like, you know the Sanrio character?
No.
Okay.
I don't. I have no idea
That was
what
like
you're
very
talking about.
e-girl of me to actually make a comment on. Hey, that's not good. Yeah, I don't know.
Defenders, protect your bombs from being
Yeah, our producer reckons they're cat ears as well.
No, it's not.
It looks a bit Mickey Mouse to me.
No,
I'll be real.
Yeah, see, that's Minnie Mouse.
Oh my god, you're such a nerd. I love that.
I don't know the rest of them. That's also Minnie Mouse.
Oh, production. We want to look at the cameras. Go back to the cameras.
See, I don't know the rest. Oh no, those are cat ears. What's that? That's got like a little
looks
bow.
a bit catty to
oh,
me.
it's like Hello Kitty. And then
Is it?
I don't know. Yeah, because like you know how Hello Kitty's got the ears, and then the no, but it's one color.
No, it's not. It wasn't Seinfeld. That was Howard from. What's the show about the nerds
Big
that live
Bang.
together? Big Bang Theory. Yeah. It's Big Bang Theory. Yeah, there's Bernadette. I wonder what episode they're up to.
Another case solved. Really.
Dun dun dun! Detective Devin Mandy on the case.
I thought we make terrible detectives.
Hey, we figured out at least one of those.
Yes. We figure out some good puzzles here on OCE.
I wouldn't mind figuring out how these teams are playing the game and actually providing our viewers some insight into it.
I think we've done some of that.
A little bit.
We did a bit of that last round. But like so far it's been like, you know, it's been pretty even. They got one and then the other team got one. That's like, they traded around. That's exciting.
Yeah, cheeky little extension
That's
here.
all I got for you. Sorry.
You did your job. I would like
Thank you.
one color cast, please. Thank you, Mandy.
Yes,
Good job.
You're welcome.
Good cast. Oh, here we go. Pink is good for one. Pesky Pinku here in display. Looking for an opportunity to deal a bit of damage, but he falls on back.
And yeah, here goes Karma on the sweep through the map as well. All of mates are there to support him. Oh, but there's physics. This guy is the oh my gosh.
Oh, bro.
Theories here. Well.
What's going on
Oh my
there?
god, it's just vaulted over the top of the stairs.
What is going on there? Oh. About time Karma gets into it and brings things a little bit back. Physics has gone down.
Well,
Goofed as well.
They're peeking. They're peeking. Pinku is just like holding an angle straight through the display hallway. Oh no, he's gonna
Look at how
keep her up
ballsy
instead.
Sprue is here.
I mean, fair enough. He's got his mate peeking with him. This is exciting.
He wants to spruce it up a little bit. Oh, Karma's gone down. Pesky Pinku at it again.
Pesky Pinku. You've watched that one video way too many times.
Pesky
I think
Paul.
it's about, yes, Pesky Pinku. You got to monologue this.
Yes. I'll bring it back later. For now,
Okay.
I think we focus up on the round. And we'll see if Pinku has a big round later. Maybe we can bring him back in. For now, a moment of quiet. Panic.
Attackers recovered the
We can
diffuser.
keep the intensity really quiet. This is the calm before the storm. Nice impact there from Pinku. Panic are just looking for an opportunity. Circular spheres can just hold on. Panic haven't been given anything to work with.
I rolled it in.
Just gotta let it out.
Okay, sorry. Still, I have 6 sides. Died last round. Oh, please get some kill.
If he stays alive, he's much more likely to get kills. Pinku's been taken out.
Shanti's a gamer.
Shanti's a gamer. 2 left now for them to find, but the time is ticking away and Sprue's in the power position. He finds one. But now it's all up to Japer on site. Sean gets picked up.
Oh no.
2v1. I think Japer's got this. I reckon Japer's got this. Surely Japer's got this. He's clutched up the 1v2. Look at this, man. They've done it. That guy's a bloody Giga Chat, I tell ya. I think we can quit the whispering
Okay, yes,
now,
me too.
Mandy.
I don't think I could hold on to it anymore. It's really difficult. Okay. Yay, Circular Spears did it. Panic. They tried to sweep the map, but then by the time they hit the bomb site, they lost their hard breach.
And what
because
is-
some bad things happened earlier in the round? Owen died. So that was really bad. And then from there on out, it was really hard to get into the bomb site because the wall was closed.
So what is the moral of the story? Don't panic.
Oh, but they didn't really panic. They just like, they got to the middle of the round and then they were like, whoopsies. We can't do a thing that we were going to try and do.
I didn't know we got a Nike sponsorship.
That's Kurumi.
Okay.
Yes.
Oh, what does it say on his door?
I don't know.
I don't know.
I'm not sure. What does it say on it? Oh.
Come on.
I
Come
can't.
on.
I can't do it.
Replay operator. Wait until his head moves. Subaru? Subaru?
I don't know.
Great replays, guys. Great replays, guys.
Oh my god. It's actually terrible. Okay.
Oh, Subaru parking only. I was right. It did say Subaru.
You can read. That's so exciting.
It's funny because in the top left of his camera, you can see a Red Bull Formula 1 car, not a Subaru car. So,
But I mean, Subaru isn't in the off one, so like if
not
you
yet.
can't.
I don't know. Have you seen those Subaru Outbacks? They go pretty fast.
Subarus are great. Anyway, sorry, I'm not that much of a car nerd.
More than me.
I quit my car job to do something else instead, so it's okay. Anyway, here we are. So Circular Spheres, they've done pretty good so far. They've won 2 defenses. 2 defenses is better than 1, which is what they had previously. So now, Panic are going to try and attack the basement. They did this pretty good last time that they attacked this,
Very
especially
goodly.
in the 2v2. They did very well. So now, hopefully, they can do good again.
Last time around, Karma got a 3K on the roam clear, and Shunt got the 2 kills in the end to close on that execute. And I do like what we've seen from Panic, a willingness to look at taking some of the map. As we see Karma getting his boots in the building, a lot of gusto on him. Reelers has found the open up. Poor Sprue, once again.
Oh, Sprue.
Poor Sprue. He struggled in ranked this season, as I saw from his stats, and now he's struggling in his comp match here with so much on the line. 5 SI points, $1,000. No
Damn,
chance.
$1,000?
That's what Guz said,
but
right?
like per
Can I
player or
fact
like
check? Oh,
total?
per player.
Total?
What do you think I am, made of money? Let me have a look.
I mean, you're not paying them.
Fourth-
How are you?
Fourth place is 9,000 AUD.
yeah, total,
Fifth
total.
is
Yep,
7,500.
yep,
So it's 1.5K in total for the
Yep,
team,
yep,
which
yep.
is still, what, $300 or something?
Yep. Oh, yeah. No, we're wrong, Dev.
Oh, I said-
So.
Is
no,
this fifth?
you're
Oh,
s-
fifth? No, this is between 5th and 6th. Oh, well,
Yes.
it's 7.5K versus 6K, which is still 1.5, which is what I said. Anyway, there are kills going on. Panic looked pretty good before, but now Japers refragged that kill. It does mean we're back into the pesky 2v2s.
Oh, yes, it's happened again. And I think it's with... Oh, no, it's not the same two players. It's but River's still in it. Now, last time around, River was really good. He had Yin Candelas, and those were very important in the last 2 versus 2. So he sunk some very good Candelas and got the plant down the smoke as well, right? So, in this situation, if he can sink his Yin Candelas in the right spot, it means that the players will be blind on the defense, and that's important. Ooh, and they're going to get rid of the shadow thing.
Oh, nice. Oh,
it didn't
beautiful.
matter.
Don't panic, because Karma and River have got it covered. Really beautiful stuff there in the topsy-turvy 2v2 tango. They had it all sorted.
Man, they didn't even need to use their utility either. I was so excited.
The utility was just a front, just a bait.
It was just a front. And then they actually like went to go and execute, and then they just like peeked them, and they won. That was exciting.
The thing is, if you use your utility in the most confusing way possible, the defense assume that you have some grand idea, and they're like, oh, we just have to swing, and then you kill them. Now that is 300 IQ.
Yep.
Defenders, protect your bombs.
You're dying inside hearing me say that, aren't you?
No, I'm confused. That's all. I'm empty.
Even my obfuscation strategy is even working against you.
I'm confusticated.
Yeah, you're extremely discombobulated, aren't you?
Oh, yes.
Still 2 and 2. The round count per team.
Yes.
Does set up Panic in a chance to continue a form of attack here.
And what that means is now they've won the attack.
What? What? This guy's a magician! What was that?
Damn.
I think I've just seen things.
Swan with the wall.
The
Creates his own
poltergeists are
walls.
at it.
Attackers are moving to defuse a bomb.
I've lost it. I've completely lost it, Dev. I'll tell you
Reel it
what.
in,
I don't
Mandy.
think the
Come on.
brain is there anymore, really. So what I was saying before I got confused and bamboozled, was that Panic have now won basement twice, which means that Circular Spheres should probably not go back down to the basement
Probably not.
because they can't win it. So I think going to a different bomb site is a good idea.
Well, they're going
They've
back to
done that.
kitchen. And they did win this before.
They did.
But of course, it was locked until this round. So, got to do what you got to do. Oh, Pinku, look at this. He's so keen, man.
So pesky.
He's so pesky. He's always looking for a little way to poke and prod.
God damn it. Okay, it's Karma of the entry. Well, the line scan's gonna go off too, so they're gonna know where Pinku is. I know he's still, they don't know where he is.
Oh,
That's
Pinku's vacated the premises.
No, he's not. He's right there.
Oh, he is persevering.
I don't think they know. Oh, no, they do. Oh, yeah, they do. They do.
They got an inkling.
They're going to get him. Karma got him last time.
Oh,
That was
Karma.
exciting.
Oh, they're
Ooh,
pinching
they
him.
definitely know.
I
Karma's
like
gonna get
this.
him.
Pinku
Karma's
has
gonna get
been
him.
pounded to a pulp. Karma finds him. Good opening pick there for CS. Or rather, for Panic. You know, against CS.
Yes. Okay. Now, this time, they've gotten to the wall, and Owen's opened it, which is exciting. The player behind the half wall, I think they know. Maybe they don't. That's okay. Owen's droning, which makes me think that they might know something, but not much. Ooh, they're droning the bomb site at the same time. Actually, there's quite a lot of info going down here. They know that the bomb site is quite empty, actually. There's only one player. It's in the hallway. And they're getting drones on the top floor too, so they're going to know that there are players up there.
Well, they're vacating. Ooh, countering that mirror window. Oh, yeah, dead to rights. Easy peasy.
They can throw a C4 through that mirror window, which scares me a little bit. I don't think there's vert. Bob, they can maybe plant here.
Oh, cheeky. No,
Oh, no,
Sprue
there
does
is.
have a little angle.
They can't plant here.
He's got a possibility to deny the plant, but hang on a second. Look at this. Amidst the chaos, amidst the confusion, Owen has snuck his way inside, forced that diffuser down, and retreated back to a safe position. E1D locks defenders in place, and now CS are looking for a retake. In the 4v5, it ain't looking too pretty for them. Sean's got good coverage. Sprue goes down. At least Goof finds something on the side. Shaper also jumps in the fray. But how on earth?
Oh, can they win here? I mean, surely if Goof gets this.
There's no way.
Yeah,
There's
and
no
then,
way.
And then he goes and kills a player in lobby with Japer.
Surely not.
Oh my
Shaper.
God. Oh no, it's
gone
not.
down
Not
now.
anymore.
Looked possible for a brief moment there, but re-aggressing now. What are you doing?
What are you doing?
What are you doing, Reelers?
Oh no, it's okay. They've won anyway.
Owen's got to clutch this up. I mean, you lose from here, and you may as well Alt F4. Good lockout there for Panic. Another solid attack. And with that, Mandy, they managed to find a lead here.
That's good. They've done it. Gravy's so sleepy, so cute. Anyway.
I do want Gravy Cam more frequently.
Yeah. Again, can we
get the Gravy
Cam?
Cam? I want to see Gravy.
Gravy.
I think we just
Gravy
need,
time. Gravy
you know,
time.
there's never a bad time for Gravy.
There's never a bad time for Gravy.
Come on,
I don't
production.
think- I
Oh,
don't
no,
think- I
our
don't-
producer is not at his computer.
That's
Never
okay.
mind.
That would make sense. That's a shame. Anyway. Gravy's very cute. Alas. We are in a very intense battle.
No cap. Like, this is reasonably tense.
It actually has been very close.
It does depend on, like, what kind of tensity scale are we looking at? Like, what is tension measured in? You're an engineer, you should know this.
Come on.
Surely you would know that.
In a video game?
No, like physical tension. Like, if something is under a
Like
lot
in
of
a force.
duress. Yeah,
Like
yeah.
newtons, you know?
So
Like-
newtons?
Okay.
So how many newtons of tension do you
I
reckon
don't
there is
know.
in the
That's
server
not how
right
you
now?
measure that.
What's a high number of newtons?
I mean, a lot of newtons. I don't know what else to tell you, mate. Like,
This is
depending on
our
who-
this is our
depending on what
resident
you are,
aerospace engineer,
depending on what
everybody.
you are or who you are, there. You
So
know,
what if you're panicking circle? What if you're a circular sphere? That sounds like a very engineering
I meant
thing.
like an object, you know?
Yeah, a
These things
circular
aren't
sphere is an
objects.
object.
No, it's not.
Sprue is an object, and he's just been destroyed.
I think to be a circular sphere is a state of mind more than it is an object.
Being a circular sphere is a state of mind.
Yeah.
It's a state of being. And it's one that Sprue has been trying to wrap his head around these last few rounds and struggling.
Who we subbed out anyway?
Jakenna,
Ah.
the King Enna himself.
I forgot that he was on the team for a moment.
So did he apparently. He didn't rock up for his game tonight.
Oh god. Panic are attacking the map. It's shallow. They're thinking about it direct. And then they've thought, and they've thought, and they decided. Yeah.
How about we just sneaky beaky our way into West Main?
Yep. There's a lot of drones going down the other side of the map, which makes me think that they're going to get Karma in there, and they have.
Yeah, Karma wants to be a
I
little
think
bit of a
Realism is going to follow
lurky-loosey.
him as well, so there's going to be 2 of them. The rest of them look like they're kind of going to execute, no?
Bro,
I mean,
what is
Shant
this?
is out there on
They're
double
sending
window. They're going to go for it.
Yeah, he wants to send it. Oh, that's a player. But now his position's revealed. Oh, nice little impact. Doesn't matter. Impact me, I'll shoot you in the face. Shot taken out. Very aggressive here in the site. Karma's been traded. Karma down, boys. Karma down.
Karma down.
Karma down. Don't panic. In a 2v3, I don't know what they're meant to do here. They looked for a chance to just jump in the side, but instead they're jumping into goo mines. Diffuser's down. Died with Shot on the other side of the map. Oh, good shot there from Goofed. He's making Goofs out of Panic, but Reelers will put him back in his place for a brief moment. 1v3, but tons of time to work with here. You got to win those though, and Physics gets a little bit physical right in his face and locks in that kill. We're halfway through this game, 3-3. It is tense.
It is actually like genuinely
This is
quite
like
tense.
9,000 newtons.
Oh god.
Is that a high number of newtons?
So like, I mean, yeah,
For what? For a Rainbow Six game?
I think so.
Okay. I don't know how much a newton is. How do you define a newton?
That's too complex of a question to be asking on the podcast.
Sorry, are you telling me that I'm too
Sorry.
stupid to understand?
No, I just think I'm probably fluff the explanation of it.
You're trying to save your ass.
I think I think I'm probably going to do myself dirty here if I try to explain that to you. I think I'm too stupid to explain that on the broadcast.
Well, you have 3 minutes left of today before it becomes tomorrow. So,
What does that have to do with anything?
I mean, like maybe you operate better. Like maybe you've had a long day, and then in 3 minutes' time, your brain will like have reset because it's the end of the day. The next day, you'll have like the brain capacity to talk about it.
Okay.
Just a theory.
Do you consider the next day in like time or in sleep? You know.
I mean,
like, is tomorrow when you wake up again, or is tomorrow when it ticks over midnight? You know.
The thing about time, Mandy, is that in reality, it's just change. And as human beings, we create a mathematical construct to put boundaries around time and say, this is one day. This is one mathematical boundary. 365 days around the sun. 24 hours around the earth. And I just don't think that our bodies really operate like that. You know?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. Like if you've seen the movie Interstellar, you'd get it. You know, like, it's kind of like...
Yeah. I mean, if you think about it, we will never be in this particular point in the universe ever again.
Potentially. But
Right?
space and time are actually the same thing. So...
What are you talking about?
Space and time are the same thing.
Yeah, okay,
Space-time,
okay,
right?
okay, yeah, okay,
So
okay,
bear
okay,
with
yeah,
me
yeah,
here.
yeah.
So if you could navigate back to this exact precise point of space-time, then perhaps it could happen again.
I was more thinking about it as like the Earth, like we're rotating around the sun, right? But then the sun is also
Karma's
moving.
rotating around circular spheres at the moment. And his fan is killed. Okay, no, sorry, continue
No,
your
it's
point.
okay. I've forgotten what I was talking about. Oh, yeah, yeah. So, I mean, the Earth
he's rotating
is
back
moving
around
through
the sun.
space as well.
Oh, Karma!
Right?
Bro.
It's gonna peek
This
another-
guy's got
peek
the
another guy.
rings!
Yes!
He's got the moves!
He looks pretty groovy, I'll tell you what.
He really
He's
does.
absolutely grooving.
He's shuffling his way back downstairs. Physics finally gets him.
He ran out of dance moves.
Keep looking for that refrag, buddy. Keep on looking for it.
Oh, run! Oh, run!
Forced to vacate the precinct. Japer and Physics now. This ain't been a great start to their half.
No, this is looking bad. Panic look alright. They look pretty good. Especially Karma. Dude, that guy, 13 and 6. He's going on a solo roam, and circular spheres have taken a lot of places to shut him down. That's not good.
I actually
That's
can't
bad.
believe Karma is 13 and 6 right now. The rest of his team has 15 kills combined. He's got 13.
Damn.
Quick maths.
Quick maths. You're very good at the quick maths on the broadcast.
Thank
I
you.
think that much.
Well, it's nice to be good at least one thing.
I swear, I can't do anything under pressure. It's like, it's the same. I can't do the Wordle in front of someone. All right? I learned this the hard way.
You're a bit of a Wordle gamer.
I am a bit of a Wordle gamer, but I
Better
can't
than
do
me.
it in front of anyone else.
Yeah.
I can only do the Wordle by myself. Obviously, there's too much pressure. I stand the pressure.
That's probably how Japer feels right now. Like, how many goes do you get on the Wordle? There's a 5-letter word, right?
Yeah.
So he's already found the first letter. That was Karma. Now he's looking for 4 more. Has he got yellows or greens yet? There you go. There's 1 green. 3 more. That goo mine. That letter was a bit of a miss. EMP goes out. That won't deactivate any goos. Looking for a yellow. He finds it. Can he get a green as well? Round the next corner. Come on, River. Do it. Give it to him. Go deep, Japer. Nope, never mind. Reelers is there. And that is a big old F in the New York Times Wordle.
That's funny. Anyway, okay. Panic won. I won because Karma's very good. Shot them all really early on in the rounds. They died. They really struggled to trade him.
Yeah.
And then by the time they hit the bomb site,
Bro
there
just
weren't
runs around
that
and
many
kills
of them
people.
left. There's
Yeah.
only 2 of them left, actually.
It's kind of like...
It's pretty bad.
Yeah, I remember one time in primary school they were teaching me about like basic arithmetic, and the more like numbers that you get towards 5, the harder it's going to be to then be larger than a number that is 5. And so like if Karma has like the 5 opponents and then -3 because he got 3 kills, then it's going to be really difficult for circular spheres to actually make that a larger number than Panic's teammates.
At what point in school do you learn about like the greater than and less than signs? You
I don't
what
know.
I mean?
All I know is less than 3.
Okay. Yeah. Aw. Aw, that's real sweet. Thank
you. Took you a bit too long to figure out what I meant. I could actually see the cogs growing in your brain.
Look, I'm not good with this e-gamer talk, you know, the keyboard talk.
Okay.
Too much.
I'm sorry, I'll stop.
Okay. We're defending now. That's what Panic are doing. They've done one. And they do more. So they've gone and they've won basement. Because Karma's a gamer. And now, they're going to try and defend something else.
So is the win condition that Karma's got to get a 3k every round? Because I'd be pretty disappointed if that's true. But also I wouldn't be surprised if it's true. He's ready for his first, and there you go. 1 out of 3. Count to 3 with Karma.
Are we doing like an A, B, C?
Easy,
1, 2, 3.
I mean, it does seem as easy as A, B, C, 1, 2, 3 for Karma sometimes. Dude's on 14 kills, 8 rounds into the game.
It's a lot of kills.
It's a lot of kills and not many rounds.
Can you do the math of... Oh no, it's like
The
two
KPR?
kills,
No,
yeah.
I'm not doing that. That involves
I mean,
decimal
it's
places.
2 kills a round, right? Anyway.
14 kills and 8 rounds. I don't know.
Oh no, it's been 8 rounds. Oh my god, I thought it was 7 rounds. 4 plus 3
literally
is 7.
impossible to do that mathematical calculation. Literally impossible.
Okay, yeah, you're right. Stupid. Okay.
They haven't invented computers that fast yet.
What? Okay, anyway. Real is on the quad wall here. He's got his line of sight open in the display hallways. He's looking for the peak on that. But at the same time, Owen's here to support him. Now, there is a player watching his line of sight. So if Owen can help his man out... Oh, yeah, it's Karma. Of course it is.
Bro! 15 kills in 8 rounds! If he gets 1 more, then I'll do the KPR calculation. Here we go. There it is! 2 kills a round!
Wow!
Count to 3 with Karma again! Oh, I can't count to 4 because Owen steals it. Yes, he can! Count to 4 with Karma! Oh, this guy is like Dracula from Sesame School. All he's doing is teaching us how to count to 5.
Oh my god, wow. This is...
Sesame Street, whatever it's called, or whatever. I haven't watched that since I was a kid, all right? Give me a break. Actually, no, that's not true. We were watching it last week before we started casting. Sesame Street, the aliens thing I showed you.
Oh my god,
Yep,
yeah.
yep. Uh-huh.
Yep.
Anyone who wants to get entertained, like while you're watching this, because this is very entertaining, on a separate
we're
tab.
in tech pause.
We're in tech pause. Okay, right now, everyone watching, Google Sesame Street aliens. Yep, uh-huh. And you will understand where I'm coming from. Like, that is true entertainment. And it's things like that, like truly innovative entertainment mediums that I personally feel inspired by. And I want to take that and bring that to the people of Rainbow Six. Yep.
Yep.
Uh-huh.
Yep.
Uh-huh.
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 Yep.
Yep.
I think I've watched too much Brooklyn Nine-Nine.
You
so
have.
All that's in my head is just...
What is it? What does he say? Wait, there's something else that he says. No doubt. Thank you very much, Rob Monday.
Thank you, Rob.
Cool. No doubt. Well, one thing that we have in common with Brooklyn Nine-Nine is we also have a real jester and useless loser called Jake in our shows.
Oh my god.
I can't even tell if you heard me
God.
say that. He's just
Why did
sitting
you have to hit him with that?
To be fair, everybody loves Jake. And I mean Peralta, not Venditti.
Damn. You just hit him with the double.
No, that's fine. He's casted an SI Grand Final. I'm sure he'll deal with it.
Oh my god. Wow. I can't believe that's just happened.
Can't believe you've done this.
I can't believe you've done this. I feel like we've said that on the broadcast before. at some
Probably.
point. Anyway.
There's a lot of things that I can't believe that have been done before.
Yeah.
Sometimes I see them, but I don't believe them.
Yeah.
Sometimes I see it and I do believe it. Sometimes I believe it, but I don't see it. Sometimes I don't see it and I also don't believe it.
But I feel like we do a lot of believing but not seeing, right?
Absolutely. You know, I believe in Panic, but I haven't seen it yet.
Yeah. I mean, wait, they're doing good. What do you mean
They
you
are.
haven't seen it?
I'm currently seeing something, but I haven't seen it.
It's like, you know, how do you know that Antarctica is real? You haven't seen it. But you believe it.
Oh,
you know?
God. Yeah.
Unless you tell me that you've seen Antarctica.
Yeah. All you're telling me now, you're just making me second guess everything I know. And now I think that Antarctica is not real. But one thing I can see, and one thing that I know is real, is Gravy, Karma's cat. This must be where he gets his dark powers from. Do you think it's a little bit like, you know, a satanic relationship where he goes to the cat and he says, Gravy, give me the power to get 15 kills. And Karma says, yes, Karma, you can get 15 kills. Do you think that's what happens?
I think so.
Yeah.
I want to believe that.
I mean, cats have been worshipped since the dawn of time in ancient Egypt.
Yes! He's taking wisdom from the ancients.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
100%.
It's all come full circle.
Yeah.
The cat people have truly harnessed the greatest power in this world.
The greatest power that humanity has ever seen is the power of cats.
I mean, yeah, it's true. I mean, we had like the Sphinx
Literally gone
back
to
in the day.
bed. Bro's got like 15 kills and he's just chilling. Sitting on his phone, playing Candy Crush or whatever. Maybe he's playing R6 Mobile right now. Do you reckon? How meta would that be? Play R6 Mobile on your phone while in a technical break of playing Rainbow Six Siege not mobile.
That's exciting.
Hmm?
I didn't know that actually got released.
Is that out yet, Gus? In a couple of countries.
Oh, I didn't know that. That's exciting.
That is cool.
Oh my god.
He's literally sleeping. Bro's like, another
So is
day
Gravy.
in the office, got 15
Gravy's
kills.
taking a nap as well.
Oh, man.
Wow.
Oh, what
This is
episode are they up
truly-
to now?
This is truly the most riveting gameplay.
So you know what I'd love to know?
He's given us a wave.
Did he actually?
He's given us a wave and gone, hey!
Are you waving back? I'm waving back.
I'm waving back.
Oh, Physics has joined on his phone. Nice. Good
we're
stuff
back.
from Physics.
We're back.
Hey, Prod, what's the go, by the way? Like, technical pause. We're
Ooh,
just having a
Is
yarn.
that the start of a new episode? Start of a new episode.
Oh! The whole universe was in a hot, dense state, and nearly 14 million years ago, the fans started. We've got
Something
the
about
pyramids.
the
Egypt!
Oh my
cats!
gosh!
It's come full circle.
It's
We're
all
back
a great
again.
conspiracy.
Oh my god! It all started with the Big Bang.
It all started with
It
the
all
Big Bang.
started with the Big Bang. Holy shit! I think we have blown this wide open.
We've actually unlocked the
We have
secrets.
actually blown this shit wide open.
Holy shit, that's a lot of keyboards. Oh my god, that
God.
is so many keyboards.
Oh, when? Why have you got so many keyboards, bro?
That is like a money-sinking hobby if I've ever seen one, mate. Holy moly.
Wow, those keyboards must cost a fortune.
That is a lot of money.
So, we've had technical pauses for a while now as we sort this out. Apparently, there's also a tactical pause upcoming.
Why are they
for
taking a
Circular.
tactical pause and a technical pause?
Well, I mean, the technical pause is just because there are technically things that must be paused for.
Okay.
But the tactical pause is more for tactical reasons. And I've got a special guest here that wants to have a word here. Michael, what do you want to say?
Yeah, so I actually just had the privilege of quite literally sitting in the Panic Esports VC. And I asked them, I was like, you guys going to hurry the F up and finish this game so we can go home? And they're like, no, we're going to draw this out so it's the most painful 3 maps you've ever had to broadcast. So,
oh my god. Oh my
yeah,
God.
get ready for the long haul.
Can they not hear us? I mean, like, of course they can't hear us.
Well, luckily for Panic Esports, we really haven't been taking their game seriously anyway.
No, we're very serious.
Okay, well, to be fair, I'm taking this very
We have
seriously.
conspired some great things about the
But
universe.
I'm focusing more on... Oh, God, Jake has come in. Hey, Jake, mate. What's going on, Jake?
Listen, I know you love to yap. We all love your yaps. We get it. Okay? But what we're going to do right now is because this is taking too long, we're going to throw to a break. You don't get to say anything else. Say goodbye. We'll see you after the break.
Goodbye. G'day guys and welcome back to Panic Esports versus Circular Spheres, the most exciting match on the Bravo stream all night. All of today, in fact, it's a new day here in Melbourne.
Is it?
We're 13 minutes into the 23rd of April. Tuesday, innit?
Oh yes, that is quite the photo of me. Excellent.
Yeah. For those, because this is an oral medium, an audio medium, those people cannot see, but yes, Michael Guzgari did just take a photo of you, and it's a nice photo.
Thank you.
I saw it as well.
Wonderful.
If I was to describe it, I wouldn't, because I probably wouldn't be able to describe it. And so instead, I might describe some of the things going on in this game.
Cool.
And this game is a 5th place match, which means the winner ends up 5th in the OCE League, and the loser ends up 6th in the OCE League. And there is a $1,500 difference between those positions. That's a bit of money.
If you got the extra $300,
I know exactly what I would do with it.
what would you do with
I
it?
would buy a new pair of glasses because I lost my sunglasses today. Yeah, I had a pair of $300 sunglasses.
Oh, Pinku!
I lost them on the way.
Damn.
Yeah, I lost
Calm
them
it
today.
down. Tango down.
Never mind.
Pinku down.
Pesky Pinku. Pesky Pinku. He got karma.
I'm so
but
sorry. I cut short your story about your.
It's
tragic
fine.
story.
I'm just.
It is quite the tragedy.
I'm just wallowing because I lost my $300 glasses today.
That's
but
really sad. Oh no.
that's okay.
Did you get thieved of them, or did you actually like throw them down?
No,
the drain or
I
something?
went for a run and I couldn't find them, and I retraced my steps and twice and I couldn't find them.
Oh no.
Just noticed when I got home that they were not in my bag, not in my pocket.
Damn, that's a shame. Okay, anyway, here we go. Circular Spheres, they've gone for a direct trade, 1-to-1 with Karma. It's quite an important player to be taking down at this stage of the map. Been quite good. The rest of his team have been alright. So, the rest of his team got to show that they're good as well, even without Karma. Which is okay. I reckon they can do it here.
It's a big call.
I mean, Sprue hasn't been very good either. A few more than 8, that's not too good.
Hey, he's been struggling.
The rest of Panic, aside from River. Actually, you know what? River has had some impact moments, you know?
Uh-oh.
Utility's good. Oh no.
This is not good
This
for
is not
Panic,
good for
because
Panic,
Realiz is the other player for Panic Esports that has a cat. And as we've seen, high correlation between the players that have cats and the players that win rounds for Panic Esports.
Yes, not wrong.
So Owen will be forced back down the trophy stairs. Oh no, this is devastating. Big first pick though for River. Hopefully can start a river of rounds flowing for Panic. They are just 2 away, Mandy, from breaking the damn wall and winning this map. Good info here from old mate Physics. He's getting a little bit cheeky-breaky with it. Still numbers in favor of Circular Spheres.
Recharge deployed. Alright, reduce and convert. That's good. That's a good idea.
Oh, drops down.
Now they're going to go into the bomb site.
Oh,
This is good.
almost saw the player for a second. Physics is looking for something.
I don't know if they're going to make it into the bomb site.
Time is ticking away. 20 seconds left to play.
Well, they've made it.
As Spruce starts forcing down that plan. But River is locked out by his own teammates. Gas Babe, and there's no rotate into sight. He's going to have to make quite an ambitious trip around the corner. Good start from Owen. Shorty round the corner, but he's taken on down. River is quickly dammed up, and Circular Spheres do find yet another round here.
Ooh, big round from Japer, actually. Hey, I think it was 3 or 4K for Japer there.
He is a bit of a gamer, that
for the
man.
roam clear, and then he came down. He helped his teammates getting the bombs up.
I'm just having a look back at the stats, and you know, we've hyped up this guy Karma a bit, but I'm having a look. First round, he gets a 3K. Fourth round, he gets a 3K. Seventh round, he gets a 3K. Eighth round, he gets a 4K. That's gnarly. That's gnarly. I mean, there's been 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 multi-kills, and he's been 4 of them.
Wow, that's a lot of multi-kills.
Yeah, he does a lot of
But it does,
multiple
like,
killing.
spell this story. You know what I'm saying? If Karma's not getting a multi-kill, are they not winning the round? Because you said, what, there's been 6 multi-kills, and they've won 5 rounds.
Yeah.
Which means that on one of the rounds that they got a multi-kill, they also didn't win the round, right?
That's actually very true. Every single time Karma has gotten a multi-kill, they've won the round. And
One time that Karma got a multi-kill, they must not have won the round.
No, he got 4 of them, and then Goof got 1 and Owen got 1. So I said of 6 multi-kills that have occurred.
I see.
So the one round where where Panic won, but Karma didn't get a multi-kill, Owen got a multi-kill.
And then they won the round.
And they won the round. So every single time Panic have won a round, there has been a player on Panic getting a multi-kill.
Ah.
Yep.
Yep. So that would indicate to us that for the round to be won,
Someone's got to get a multi-kill.
someone's going to get a multi-kill.
Yep.
Does it work both ways? So the 4 rounds
No.
at Circular Spheres,
No,
it doesn't work. So for Circular Spheres to win the round, they need to get a team ace. For Panic to win a round, they need a multi-kill. We know the
It sounds like we're
conditions
playing Siege Roulette or something.
now. Yeah, that's what I'm saying, right? Well, you know the conditions now. We've got the read on the game. The numbers don't lie.
The numbers don't lie, but there is a difference between correlation and causation. River is on a cheeky little streak, making his way back to site. Hopefully. Ooh, he almost spots a player there. He was droned out. He takes out that drone as he makes his way back into stock.
There's a player outside the double window, but he's not jumping in. That's okay. The rest of Circular Spheres have decided that they don't want to do games or that side of the map at all, really, and they really want to do the Big Garage side of the map instead, which is all right. I think it's a good way to go, especially with double hard breach. You want to open up as many walls as you can. But the danger is that there's a player in the top floor that could pose a flank. Now that would be pretty bad. Sean is on the Oryx. So if Sean comes in for his flank and you don't know he's there, it could really surprise him.
Where's Karma, though? Oh, Karma's down on site. Oh, here comes Shont, though.
They know.
Beautiful work there from Pinku. Good opening kill there for Circular Spheres. Karma is the big hit player. 17 kills. Only 10 rounds in. It feels almost inevitable that he will find the 20 bomb.
Is this a multi-kill?
This could be a multi-kill. There's one. The start of something great, but the Deimos will track him. Put his death mark upon.
Oh, and it works.
Sprue does punish him. Good work there from Circular Spheres. Numbers an advantage and plenty of time, but Real is...
That's brave.
Very, very brave. A little bit too brave, perhaps. And a quick lockout. Sprue having a big round. Good stuff from Circular Spheres. They're closing this gap. And they don't want to go down and die here on Chalet. Panic's map pick.
So is a 2K count as a multi-kill or is it 3 or more?
I believe for the statistics it is 3 or more.
Okay,
That's
so
the problem. He needs 3 kills.
once again, no multi-kill on the side of Circular Spheres. Near Team Ace,
So if you were in the
Circular Spheres win.
if you were in the Panic Discord call right now, would you dial in and say, guys, I figured it out. Karma, you just need to get 3 kills.
It's easy
Stop
as
thinking
that.
about anything else. Just
Yeah,
get
you
3
know,
kills,
it's easy as that.
and then we'll win the
3
round.
kills.
Like, why are you trying to just get 2 kills? What's the point in getting 2 of them? Get 3 next time, please.
Yeah.
Honestly, I reckon you could be a coach.
It's easy does it. You know us. You can hire us on your team, really. We'll tell you exactly what you need to do to win the game. You just need to kill 3 of them, really. That's about it.
And then someone ideally will kill the other 2.
Yeah, exactly.
Ideally.
I mean, if Karma also kills a 4th person, that's not... No.
You know what? I would love to know. Hey, Guz, do you know what's the record for like getting kills in one map? Single player kills in one map. It's like 20. Is it 27 or something like that?
Globally.
Ask Fresh.
I don't know.
Hey Fresh, I know you watch OCE League.
No,
I know.
no, I think he's on
He's on EUL.
on the main
He'll be
one.
watching OCE League. He loves OCE League that much. He'll be watching even while he's doing EUL.
I think EUL's... What's their game right now? Oh, look, sorry.
I think it's also a 5th place match.
While you're talking.
I believe it is also a 5th place match. Fnatic G2. Nobody
Oh my
cares
God.
about those teams. Who cares about Fnatic and
Fnatic
G2?
and G2, mate. Come on.
Huh? We have more viewers than them. Hell yeah.
Oh, yeah, we do. That's exciting.
If you guys are here in our stream, you're a real one. You are a real one. Have a look at this. This is why you watch OCE League, for shots like that from Pinku. Beautiful stuff. He does not get the kill, but Karma does.
Karma's
This
done it.
is why you
Karma's
watch
done
OCE
it. He's
League.
about to hit the 20 bomb.
Blood's about to hit the 20 bomb.
Oh, he's being death marked though. Last time this happened, it was actually quite dangerous for him. He did get taken out. So, is this the opportunity to capitalize now and actually take down Karma? Well, he's not being death marked anymore. He's free reign, free real estate for him to run around and do things.
He needs to counter 3. That's what we know about Karma.
Or 4.
3 or 4. We'll take 4. Hell, go for 5. Give it a good crack.
Well, this has been quite a quiet round, all things considered.
CS are
Karma's
really
got one.
stalling out. Oh,
Oh, physics. He's getting in the action though.
good coverage there. Owen finds Goofed. And Karma looking for his 20th. Oh, he's about to get death marked again.
He's
But
getting
Karma's got the info. He knows where Physics is. Physics can only use this pistol while the death mark is active. He's got the info on Karma, but I tell you what, there's no way he wins that fight. Owen goes down. By the minute, we put more and more pressure onto Karma to step up. He's got the info here on Pinku. Pesky Pinku again! But there's Karma for it. His 20th kill. And as that diffuser goes down, Sean's got the plant denial! Oh! Big from Panic! Physics with it all to do! But guess who's on the site? Karma is the death mark who wins the 1v1. Physics! He's hunting for him, but guess what? Sean's there as well! Oh, Panic! There's nobody that should be panicking now except for CS. Map points!
Panic are doing it. They are absolutely doing it now. And you know what, Tev? They won a round, and it was an even spread as well of kills. Sean got 2, Karma got 2, Owen got 1. Oh my gosh, they've done it, you know?
The first round that isn't a Karma 3K or an Owen 3K, won by Panic.
They are proving to us that they are a real team of 5 players. That's so exciting.
Plant
This is with
denial.
C4 as well. The death mark is like actually kind of working a little bit for CS. Like you can see Karma gets death mark. He's like, ooh, 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 ooh.
But he baited him.
Yeah, but that's the
Baited
problem,
him
right?
in.
That's the problem. Is when Karma gets death mark, then the rest of his teammates are like, they're sneaking in and they're like, oh, it's my time. It's my time to shine.
Hell yeah.
You know that gif of like the skeletons that are holding hands and like dancing in a circle? That's what it's like right now.
You can tell you're chronically online when in order to describe a certain feeling, you have to like use a reference of meme. or a
Yo, I
GIF.
tell you what, emojis are revolutionary. They
Oh,
have
yeah.
added so much emotion and like to our messages.
You can't possibly replicate that like verbally. There's just no way you can do it.
Like,
There aren't enough words in the English language. A picture is worth 1,000 words.
is.
I reckon an emoji is worth 1,000 pictures.
Yeah.
That's 1,000,000 words.
That's a lot of words.
It's a lot of words. That's more words than I've said today.
If we explained everything in memes and GIFs, how much of our audience do you think would understand what we're talking about? How much do you think would be completely lost?
I think our audience knows more memes and GIFs than I do.
I actually agree with that, to be honest. I think that they would think we're stupid because the types of memes and GIFs that we would be referencing are like really old, like 2000s stuff. That
Well, I've been requested by a member of our production team to incorporate more Dune-related memes into our cast, which I am a huge fan
You're
of.
an expert on that.
I do love that.
That's exciting. We
I
should
might
do that.
continue. Well, it's a lot of pressure now, so I might try, but I need to kind of forget it, let it come
Okay,
naturally.
you're much better under the pressure than I can't do a Wordle under the pressure, but you've done well here. Okay, Karma, once again, has got the
Death
single
marked.
B on him. The wasp, you know?
Cheeky little...
Cheeky wasp.
Ooh, hello, Sprue.
Oh, Sprue, he's a Maru.
This is
exciting.
Sprue on the Amaru, looking to
Ooh.
get Sirius. Looking for an opportunity. When does he go up? Oh, what is going on here? Karma is right underneath Goofed. He knows about him. He gets him through the smoke. What is happening? Oh, this is surely the end of it for CS. They throw everything that they've got at this push, but Karma is there to farm once again. This guy is unstoppable. Never mind, he is very stoppable. Physics has put a bullet right in his brain pan. Nothing more for him. The river continues to flow. Panic, the first map in the series, goes their way. One map away from cementing themselves as the best team between 5th and 6th in the OCE League.
Yes, one map away from an extra $300. That's so exciting.
$300 each.
Each. Yes. Big dubs, big money. They're finding it.
And
they're on the grind.
5 SI points. You can't buy those.
They are hustling.
They do be hustling. They ready for this?
We've broken the monitor. Oh no, we haven't.
Don't worry about that, Mandy. There's nothing to worry about. Don't panic. Because one map more, and we might have crowned ourselves a 5th place in the Oceanic League. CS are on the run. Can they come back on Clubhouse? Find out next. Unstoppable. Never mind, he is very stoppable. Physics has put a bullet. Welcome back to the most region in Rainbow Six. I don't care what other streams you might have up right now. Fnatic, G2, who cares? I want to see Panic Esports and Circular Spheres fight for 5th place in the Oceania League. And I know you do as well. The Deimos ban!
Deimos. That is revolutionary.
The anti-karma ban.
The anti-karma ban.
It's genius.
Wow. That is how you make karma thrive. Ban Deimos.
And they're already in their heads. Look at that.
I actually thought that was quite an innovative solution.
Innovation.
From Circular Spheres. Innovation is the name of the game. Now, I agree with you, Dev. You don't want to be anywhere but here.
Sorry, these guys are flirting in the all chat. Want to come over later? That's what he said.
Who's Chris?
I don't know. I'm not tight like that.
Oh, God. Oh, Chris is...
I assume it's goofed. Yeah.
Okay.
I'm not tight with these guys like that, so I actually don't know their first names. Apparently, we found out that Karma's first name is Tim.
Yeah.
We were really hoping it would be Paul and then last name Atreides, but we got a little bit unlucky on that one. But he might be the chosen
Is
one.
it actually like Tim, like Timothy, or just
I don't
Tim?
know.
Anyway,
It
it
was
doesn't matter. Whatever,
someone
who
else that
cares?
said it.
No one cares. We're in the game now.
I'm happy to just pretend it's Paul for the sake of the bit, if you want.
Ah, I mean, the whole meme of OCE League is that Paul is in control, right?
Oh my god.
Oh my god.
Oh
It
my
has actually
god.
come full circle.
Was it Circular Spheres that started the whole Paul is in control thing?
I don't know, actually.
Who is Paul?
Who is Paul?
It was Jakenna who started it. Jakenna's name isn't Paul, though. His name
Jakenna
is
isn't even
Jake.
in the game, mate.
Well, he's certainly not in control then.
But, like, I mean, it doesn't mean Jakenna is Paul. He's Jakenna.
Maybe Paul is like a celestial being that looks down upon the OCE League and lends a guiding hand to those that are worthy.
Do we actually have any Pauls in the OCE League?
I'm sure we do. I'm like, you know what? I think I have a spreadsheet for that.
Do some research.
I think I have a spreadsheet for that. I'm gonna be honest with you. I might have a spreadsheet for that. Oh, no, it's not this one.
Well,
I swear I had a spreadsheet for that.
We're in Clubhouse now, Dev.
Playoff rosters. But they don't have full names. Hey, whoever's listening in on production, do you have a spreadsheet for that with all the names? All the names. I won't dox anyone, but I just want to know if we have any Pauls in the chat. If you're watching in chat right now, your name is Paul, let it be known. Because you may well be in control.
Yeah, here we go. Panic. They are starting on the defending side of Clubhouse now. We've seen them win out one map. They really set themselves up to win this one, so I'm really hoping they can close this one out. They've looked pretty solid so far. Karma especially dropping 22 kills on Chalet. He's going to lead the charge. Panic.
And Clubhouse picked by Circular Spheres. It's their map. It's their home. They have lost it twice this season to Antic and Man, whereas Panic beat Odium here on Club. And they're already starting. Taking down Japer. He's a little bit confused. Oh! Get absolutely shat on, Sprue!
What?
Bro! Honestly, that's just like... That's...
What was he trying to do?
I was just trying to pre-fire him through the floor and he gets
God.
just destroyed,
Yeah,
bro.
see ya, mate. Bye.
That's actually insane from River.
Oh, man. Oh, God, River, don't get overconfident here, mate. It's Gloop's on the other side. Oh, yeah.
He's just like, oh, it worked once. I'm going to keep pre-firing this hatch.
I mean, he shot the... Can they open the hatch? Oh, they have Ash. Oh, no, a Piku's here. Oh, my God. What's happening?
Careful, there's a clashy boy. River's found
River,
another
mate.
one.
River is just the best.
Just spectate River, for God's sake.
You can do it. You can do
Oh!
it. River!
He's that
Yes.
guy. He is that guy.
Yes, get hyped.
Get hyped for River.
Go.
Forget about Karma. Forget about Tim, little old Tim. Pesky Tim. I care about River.
Yes! That's exciting. Oh, I mean, Panic have done it. They won a round.
They won a round.
That's good.
They've done it. They only need to do 6 more.
Wow.
That's not many more.
Well, Circular Spheres look like they had a rough one.
That's very true.
River absolutely slaughtered these
That
guys.
was insane. That was a little bit silly.
Look, it's Sprue's face, man. He's as bewildered as we are. He's like, what?
Look, I don't always see things that are a bit silly, but that right there, that was pretty
quite
silly.
Yeah, that was some bad business there.
Very naughty behavior.
Wall bangs are in fact bad for business, especially if you're circular spheres who are trying to take down Panic. They're mapped down as well, so I mean, the $300 per person, it's not looking good.
Oh, it is if you're on the all-mate Panic roster.
10 seconds left before insertion.
Oh, well, well.
5 seconds left.
Well. Defense start club. Where you want to be, especially when you're one map up in the series, when you're in control. Here we go. Karma again, putting the Karma into Karma Esports.
He's on leash now, it's no Deimos.
Yeah, true. They tried to put the leash around his neck and he said, no thank you. Rivers also left to his own devices on a cheeky little roam. After a big round just prior, I'm sure he's hyped up and feeling good about himself.
Do you think Panic just win it from here? Oh, wow.
Yeah,
Oh
I
my
do
God,
actually.
shot.
That was real.
Huh.
Jape has now been destroyed 2 rounds in a row.
Well, I was thinking this, right? I mean, like, have Panic sort of like won it here by winning Chalet? Because, like, circular spheres are a bit meh at Clubhouse, right?
Well, they lost to Antic in 15 rounds.
Oh,
they
okay.
lost
They're not that
to
meh.
Man Esports in 14 rounds.
Oh, okay.
And
Okay.
they
That's
beat
competitive.
Kelton's Knights in 14 rounds. They lost it to Estio in the qualifiers. That's a bit
Okay,
yikes.
so they're not actually that good at Clubhouse, no?
Well, Panic also lost it to Estio in the qualifiers. So maybe Estio actually gamers at this. River continues.
Riverman, he's woken up.
He's finding those headshots. Popping and locking. Dancing around the clubhouse. I bet he goes hard at the club.
Really? Are you joking? Do you honestly think that any of the 10 players in the server right now would go hard at the club?
I reckon
Like,
Japer
genuine
does.
question.
I reckon Japer looks like the kind of guy that would go hard at the
Japer
club.
goes hard at the club.
I reckon. Have you seen that man's face? Uh-oh.
Someone's face doesn't mean that they are hard at the club.
Yeah, but it's a vibe.
It's a vibe.
It's a vibe.
Okay.
It's a vibe.
You got good energy.
Sprue, mate.
Oh no, that hasn't worked, has it?
No, it has not cleared the Electric Claw.
Oh dear.
Oh,
I think
poor
you've got to do
Sprue.
it on both sides. Oh no. Oh dear. Oh my.
This is not looking great. This is not ideal. This is not
is this
very
gonna get it?
nice.
Oh, I
You're
don't
a
think it
Circular
will.
Spheres player right now. You're
Oh,
feeling
he's done it. He's got the electrical.
pretty upset, even though he does get the Electric Claw. Because Karma is still alive and
He's still working on the hatch.
He's still finding kills, this guy!
Two more scars to the hatch.
Don't worry, Sprue, your teammates are all dead, but you got the hatch open. Oh, here's a nice
I
little stunt.
respect the mission. That guy had one purpose. Open the kitchen hatch. He's done it.
He says, well, I did my job. I didn't quite get my kill, but that's
Done
because
it.
Realist was continuing to swing. That's a pre-fire if I've ever seen one.
Very nice. They're doing it, Panic. They're really doing it. They're shutting down things that are going on. Everything that Circular C has tried to do, they didn't do it because Panic were there and they shut them down. Especially through the mid-round, right? They tried to get blue control. Realist was there. Tried to get main control. Realist was there. River was there early on the roam. He's been absolutely tearing it up. There's Sprue all on his own. I feel so bad that we were on his perspective there, trying to deal with
Poor
the kitchen.
lad.
That guy was in his own war.
Yeah. He was a battle of the wits against a hatch and an Electric Claw. Pop. Gnarly shot. Also not half bad there from Karma, hey?
Yeah, he's got his one. Yes. Yes. So
He's barely even reacting.
He's so sleepy.
Gravy's sleepy. The thing with Panic is once they get the ball rolling, I mean, the ball is a circular sphere, so it's just going to keep on rolling, right? Keep on rolling. Get it to a bit of an incline, and the tiniest push.
10 seconds remaining.
You can't come back from that, can you?
Oh my god, we got the whole production applauding for you.
Honestly,
that is incredible.
I think we should get that every time I make a funny joke.
Have you ever considered stand-up comedy?
No, I prefer sitting. Why was there no applause for that one, guys? See, I don't have the mental to deal with stand-up comedy.
Oh no! Oh no! Oh god! Okay, it's
Just
it's
go
okay,
throw
Dev.
some moldy vegetables
it's all right,
at me
Dev.
or something.
I think you're great. You've done great. Oh.
Thanks. That's what I needed. The pity compliment from you, Mandy.
Validation is good.
Oh, they shot that.
That's good. Oh my god.
This
Oh
is a
wow,
cheeky
that's quite
angle
the
from
line
old
of sight,
shot.
isn't it?
Shame he didn't do anything with it.
Hmm.
This wall,
this
this is not pretty.
Well, that's what happens when you open up some of the wall, isn't it? Maverick does take a bit of finesse, especially when the wall looks like this, where it's been like
Come on.
shotgun down.
Oh,
the
he's
top
done
of the Dude, Physics is gonna die, mate. He's so low. Oh, he's
The
low.
thankless job
He's
of a
low.
Maverick player in 2024.
It is thankless. It actually is. Especially because Maverick is so important, right? On, like, so many maps, and it's just... It requires so much practice that once you get it done, it's like, oh yeah, you know, it's happened, haha.
It ain't easy.
It's not easy.
Someone
it's not
gotta
as easy
do
as
it.
it looks. But there are some players that make it look tremendously easy. It's right, Physics, you've done your job.
He has done a great
Proud
job.
of you.
I'm just having a look back at the stats from last map. Thinking about Karma, the one
oh my
guy
God,
who's...
Grift is here. This is the bomb site.
Hey, he's been here for a while, but he also has to kill some people in order to actually take advantage of that position. I was going to say Karma, the one player who's dead so far, 20 kills and 7 deaths, 92% cost, 1.67 kills per round, 6 entry kills to 1 entry death, 181 EPS. I've never seen an APS that high.
I don't care about Karma, mate. River is 5-0 in
He
this
is.
map. Karma, he had his time to shine, but now he's got into Clubhouse, and it don't matter anymore.
River's the new guy.
River's the new cool kid on the block. Does he have a cat, though? We must know.
Good question. Is he a cat person?
Is River a cat person?
Does he have cat power? Oh, look at this. That is an ambitious run out.
Oh, that's exciting.
Unfortunately, Owen loses his life for making that.
Oh, no! Oh, no!
What happened there, hey?
What's happened?
Oh, Reelers has spotted a player who's just walked straight into the building.
Oh, my God.
Spruce forcing that diffuser down. Japer has just played Ring Around the Rosie with shot here. But River is still alive. Reelers is making his way back to site. Sprue to confirm that plant. Reelers will be the distraction, but the real threat is River coming up from below. He has been heard. He's got to win his fight. Japer gets him. Japer gets the double. Nice little way to stop the momentum for Circular Spheres. Keep that ball rolling in the right direction for them.
Hey, very nice. Circular spheres keep the spear as circular as they can, but in the right direction. Do you think that when they need to, they make it more like a prism when they need to stop? But I guess there is no stopping.
A prism. What kind of prism? Like a
I mean,
rectangular prism?
Yeah, a rectangular prism.
You could have just had a cube. Rectangular prism is so nerdy. Why would you say that?
I mean, it's not a sphere, you know?
Oh, well, you may as well just say, oh,
Oh,
yeah,
anything-
I think they're more like a trapezoid. I don't want to discuss polygons. I'm here to talk about Rainbow Six Siege.
Yeah, no one cares about polygon. Conversation is gone. Yeah, we're talking about Clubhouse instead. Circular spheres actually want to attack. That's quite important, right? Because it's actually been quite hard to win attack, it seems like. So,
One more and you're laughing, right?
Yeah, absolutely. These guys, they've done it. They've done good. And you pointed out as well earlier, the first person they took down was Karma.
That's the strat.
Once Karma is down,
Kill Karma.
have you done it?
10 seconds to go.
Well, it turns out the chosen one of this game has been River for Panic, not Karma after all. He was the false prophet. Oh, he's found
Was
a
he
drone.
really the false prophet? I mean, he's
I
been the
don't think
prophet
so.
for
I
like the
think he's-
entire stage.
I think it's more a little bit like how you've got Paul Atreides and then Fade Raltha. Both of them cousins, and they came up through similar upbringing, you know, similar bloodlines. Both of them could have been the Kwisatz Haderach, but in the end, you don't really know which of them is truly the chosen one that the Bene Gesserit have been searching for hundreds of generations.
You are such a nerd. I'll tell you what. You are such a bloody nerd.
I just do it for the validation.
You just do it for validation. What kind of validation you get here?
I had one of our production staff walk up to me and give me a thumbs up.
I
That's
guess
what
that you've done it to the right audience. You know, you know your crowd.
Well, the
You know
one
your
person
crowd
in chat that gets the joke, I appreciate it.
C4 being ripped. C4 being ripped. It's Shants. Go
Oh, this is a
Shants.
freebie. Go Shant, do it, mate.
Go Shant.
Oh, come on, no!
Oh no! That is so unfortunate. It's like landed right in the middle of like 3 people. Oh, and it hasn't taken down the OCE shield either.
That's
really
just about
unfortunate.
worst case scenario, mate. They
Yeah,
even lose
it's
a
not
player.
great. Oh no, but they've got a shield of their own. I mean, can you zap through the OCE shield? No, it's not how it works, right? Because the OCE
No.
shield cancels the...
Once it's
the
been placed
AoE
down,
stuff.
you cannot zap through that shield.
Ah. Just like how you can't yokai through it either.
but you can look at people through it.
A
A little bit of a staring game. Oh, hello!
Get cooked.
Absolutely cooked, mate. Beautiful stuff from Karma there. Impact, and then a few quick shots to kill the Osa. Beautiful.
Okay. The Circular Spheres, they found a pick, but so have Panic in return. Now the danger here for Circular Spheres is that they've got a clash to face, and so far it's paid dividends for Reelers, who's just going to sit on the breach and mind his own business. Meanwhile, the rest of Circular Spheres, Panic, are a bit worried about this sweep across the map instead. Pinku is posing a threat inside of Con. Ooh, a flashbang could help things out. I mean, not really. There's a bit of cross
capitalise.
inside. Yeah, no, they really can't capitalize on this at all.
Yeah, Sprue's in a bit of an awkward spot, hey. And this is just draining his flashbangs. Very little success. Pinku's looking for an opportunity, but he's not going to be able to get any angles onto that poor clash. Bit awkward now for CS. How do you get in the building? How do you look for a chance? Oh, he might be able to find one. There it is.
Oh, no.
It's pesky Pinku at it again. Meanwhile, oh, Reelers is going for the style points, and he gets the kill. But going deep now is Pinku. Can Reelers withstand the aggression? No turning around. Pinku gets him. River now 1v2. This is where we find out if he could be the Lizan Al-Gaib for Panic Esports. The first kill, no, he doesn't. He misses. He looks for his chance. Oh, River! Put down! The false prophet indeed. Pinku, pesky Pinku, at it again.
They've done it! They've landed 2 attacks! I actually can't believe they landed that last attack, to be honest. I really thought that Panic were playing the discipline game, and they had it locked down.
Then they just swung.
They just got a
They
bit...
fed.
They got ants in their pants. I'll tell you what, they had the great positions there to win out round, the power positions. And
3
then
people tried to rush this
they
guy
were
outside.
so tempted off the back of this clash info. They were like, ooh, there's a guy out there, he's all on his own. And they all came rushing to the aid of Reelers, who, by the way, didn't need their help anyway. He just styled on with the 360 instead. So, what I'm saying...
What are you saying?
I actually don't know. I thought it was a punchline.
It was more like,
yeah,
it was more like, all I'm saying is, and then you like shrug.
Yeah.
But this is, again, like a verbal medium, and the audience can't
I think they can hear me verbally shrugging.
Okay,
You know?
can you just
There's
do a
like
verbal shrug right now? We'll see if people can hear it. I'm going to close my eyes. Do it again. Yeah, I could hear that.
Exactly.
Yep.
Thank you.
But guess what? Panic go down to the basement. This is the bomb site you should be winning. And it's the bomb site they won before. If you remember, Circular Spheres did not have a good time. Every one of their players, one by one, fell. Especially because River got quite a few early easy picks. And then poor Sprue was left trying to open up the hatch for about half an hour. Then time ticked away.
Okay. So, Circular Spheres, they don't really have much of a roam clear to do, really. Oh no.
Japer down!
Oh no.
He probably had to go to the club.
He's already in the club. He doesn't have anywhere to go. Where else would you rather be, Tim? If you're not in this game, in the club, you are literally in the club.
He got kicked out.
Where
He
would
got
you
a
rather
mid-turn,
be?
He got kicked out.
They cut him off.
They cut him off. They said they saw those moves and they're like, nah, no sober man would make moves like that. You're out of here, buddy.
They are actually not calling the rehost, as I understand this.
Oh, it's too late.
I mean,
far too late.
no, it's not too late.
It was
Isn't it? Because I thought,
The action phase already started.
what? No, I thought it's all right if you kill it in the action. I'm not an admin. I should shut up.
I
Okay,
don't
who
know. We
cares?
have the admin
I mean,
who
it
could
doesn't matter.
make
It doesn't
eyes
matter
at me
anyway.
from the
The
production
round
room, but
is
no.
going to continue playing out, it seems like, because Circular Spheres are playing it. Sprue, mate, you can do this.
Can he get that? No!
Oh,
wait! Jeez! Louise! Sprucey! That was not it, mate. That was really not it, buddy.
He's trying real hard.
He's trying so hard, man.
He's doing his damn best, Dev.
Oh, Pinku's walking
Can't
into
fault
all
him for
these
that. It's
goo
honest
mines.
work.
I just hope that Sprue can manifest. I think if he really looks into his inner chakras and tries to figure out where the star signs might be aligning today, he might be able to manifest a little bit more success here. But first off, Circular Spheres have got to give it a red-hot crack here on this basement. Physics, nice shot. Hang on a second. There's another one there. Owen Good for the second swing, good for the refrag. And now, Goofed. Oh, there you go, up through the floor. Nice little shot there. 1v3. How many does he get here?
Nah. I think Shant's going to land the C4. Ready?
Oh! Bang! You called it. You called it. C4! Panic. Looking to just chill out a little bit. They might have lost 2 of their defenses, but this is where they lock in their final one of the half.
Yay. That's exciting. And Shant got his first kill, I think.
Oh, is that his first kill?
Yeah, that's exciting.
Good for him.
Now, Shant, he's looking for an internship at the moment. He's doing uni.
Wow, that was very real.
I was just going to say, if you're watching this right now, someone hire him, okay? This guy has a lot of time on his hands right now.
What is he looking for an internship in?
I actually don't know what he's studying. But whatever he's
how are you
studying,
trying to get people to hire him when you don't even
you
know?
never know. You know, someone
Any internship.
I don't know what he's studying. But
Well,
like,
he could be our water boy.
God. If someone is watching and is looking for a young lad to go and work in
respectable
a
young
company,
lad?
a respectable young lad, hire Shant.
What
This guy's
would
an
you
IGL.
say are like his most desirable qualities as like a prospective hire?
I don't know anything about him other than
You
he
know that
IGLs
he's looking for an
IGLs
internship.
Panic. I guess he tweeted about it, mate.
I didn't know that. I assumed you guys were tight or something.
No, don't know him that well. He tweeted about it, so I'm trying to give him a hiring board now. Okay.
Well,
Someone give this man a job.
if anyone here is looking for a strapping young lad that is a great person and probably a great prospective hire, potential intern, you know, you're probably not going to pay him much anyway, really. Shit, hit up Shant. If anyone here could be a personal reference for Shant, also reply in the chat to that person that has replied above saying, yeah, I want Shant. Reply and then give the personal reference.
Absolutely.
And anyone that just wants to like hit a plus vouch for Shant, do that as well. He actually did lend me his Lamborghini last week. That was really nice
really?
of him.
That's so cool.
Oh, really nice of him. He's a good dude.
Did he let you like stay in his mansion overnight?
Oh, actually, yeah, he did. That's the funny thing. Yeah, because over summer as well, he let me stay at his beach house. Yeah, I think he was over like on some business meetings in Hawaii or something at the time. But yeah, no. We actually took the private jet there to the beach house because the beach house is obviously in Portugal. Good lad though. Yeah.
Okay. Circular speed. Look at the final attack. Round 6.
That they are, Mandy. That they
the
are.
last one.
River!
He's trying to
this
double
hatch.
down. Dude, he's trying to double down
Bro,
on the wallbang.
He's trying to double dip. Mate, you've already put one
has he
biscuit
got
in
the
this
spidey
before.
senses? But I mean, like, doesn't the milk taste better when you've dipped a biscuit in it already? Because it's like a bit chocolatey, right? It's like
Better for the biscuit, better for the milk. Symbiotic
Yes.
relationship. That's what I'm talking about here. Or you just bite off
do this.
both ends of the Tim Tam, go for the slam.
that could go real hard right now. It's like he could do it. There's a guy on the roof. There's a guy
Come
on
on,
the roof.
come on.
River.
No, River!
No!
Yes, get
oh
back
yes,
up there.
go back.
Come on, River!
No, do it again. Go back.
Keep peeking
Keep
him.
going. Keep peeking.
Keep going, River. No, physics is vacated.
He's being sensible.
Damn shame.
Damn it.
Damn
River.
shame. Here we
Okay,
go.
The wall's open, but there's karma.
There is karma. Oh, that's a very uncharacteristic miss from him. He usually wins those. But now he's low HP, and it's dangerous to go for another swing. He's really feeling that pressure. This guy is the poor lone man on the bomb site.
Okay. So, circular spheres look like they've stalled out a little bit, but I reckon they can still do it, to be honest. They've got a lot of flashbangs, and there's not a lot of catch, except for Warmai. Yeah, I reckon they can do it here. Pinku as well. He's got control all the way over in Con.
Hang on a
Shant's
second.
down below. There's a guy there. You don't need a C4, you need your gun.
Yes! No! Yes! No! He still survives. Pinku does. And there's a potential opportunity. No! Pinku! Sean could have saved Karma, but he missed the boat, missed the bucket. Sean found one, looking for another one. He gets it! Sean's
2K to the resume.
up. Oh! Add it to the resume! I'll be the reference, I don't care! Me and Sean go way back. Lovely lad. Used to captain the footy team. Always put in unpaid hours. Stayed back. Helped old ladies cross the road. Comes through in big moments for Panic. Nerves of steel. Knows when to go downstairs and bring out the C4. But he's
That's
got
not
no
where the
clue.
plant's going down.
That's not where the plant is. And now, Circular Spheres look for the post plant. River doesn't really know what to do in this position. He needs the big man Shant to come back, and Shant does get all active about it. Oh no, River!
Oh, no,
yes!
River.
Yes! Yes! Put it in the resume! Somebody give this man a job!
Oh my god, this guy's putting in the work. I'll tell you what, he really is. I was talking about you, but I was also talking about Shant as well. He's had an absolute cracker of a round. The one time.
Sorry, I'm just being told that we're getting noise complaints from the neighbors.
Oh yeah, that's fair enough.
Apparently the sound curfew is 7 p.m. here in the Melbourne CBD.
Okay.
It's currently just hit 1 a.m. and the club next door says they can't hear the music because of us. Apologies
we're
for
in
that.
the club. We are literally in the club. What can they do to stop us?
That's what I told them. And then a very large man wearing a security shirt came out and I was very scared. And so I decided I'll just stay in my lane
No,
here.
mate, that guy's got nothing on you.
Manny, you've been gassing me up all night. I'm loving this.
I feel like we need it, you know?
Yeah.
This is essential energy. Like,
it is.
To get through this game, this is essential energy.
So I was casting the Japan last rounds qualifier for last night. By
Okay.
the way, Kinetro played 99 rounds across 9
God.
maps. Yes.
Oh my God.
To not make
That
it
is
to the
What,
major.
so what, is the format 3v3s or something?
Yeah, so it's a double elim bracket, and they had to run the lower bracket playing 3 best of 3s
Holy
in the same
shit,
night.
That's a lot of rounds.
Point I'm getting at is we started the first map at about 4 p.m. Australian time, and we finished at 2 a.m., so 10-hour stream. Of course, we started the broadcast
What,
here
so
at about
did they qualify or what? I didn't
No,
actually
they,
watch.
they lost in the 99th round. They didn't even break a record and play 100 rounds of Siege in one day because they lost it by 1 round too few.
That is devastating.
But, you know, yesterday it took 10 hours. Tonight we started at about 6 p.m. Australian time. So if this game goes the distance, we could have another 3 hours left in the tank. I kind of hope so, just because I want to see as much Siege as possible. I think that this region deserves a 5th place match that is befitting of a 6 Invitational Grand Final. You would agree with me.
Got mixed review, Dev.
All I heard was overwhelming support.
Yeah. Yep.
Uh-huh. Uh-huh.
Okay. He's realist. He's on more.
He's so real.
So real.
So real. Ooh.
Oh my god, there's a C4. Uh-oh.
That's a scary
run,
nitro.
Run. He's not running.
He's baiting it.
He's staying. He's running. He's
He
staying.
wants the Monty to get aggressive.
He's running.
And
Going.
so the Monty does. Gets up nice and close.
He's going. Oh, he's pushed them all the way back into the site, and the kitchen hatch is being open. That's actually quite good for Panic.
And that might give an opportunity here for Panic to find that kill onto that player deep in the site. Real is here, always watching, like the great Shai Halud. As the thumper goes down, he approaches, looking for some prey, hungry for the sweet moisture of victory.
Ah. They've actually got a lot of room here. They could really make the execute from here on out. Yeah, and
He's
River's found a
going
pick as
deep.
well. They can definitely execute here. Can Panic.
Oh, but Karma,
that's a good
Karma
C4.
down.
Karma down.
If there's anybody you want to take down, it is Karma.
Oh, they're
What is
retaking.
this?
They're retaking.
Goof is up and about it. Good trade, though, from River himself. 10 kills on the board and hungry for more. Reelers again, aggressive. The C4 bait doesn't find anything. As he gets active, he's getting aggressive. Oh, but he's taken down in the crossfire. Pesky Pinku at it again. Physics holding on to his position. Still C4 available for some late round plant denial. But the plant not yet teased. As Panic are just waiting for a chance, waiting for the moment when they can make this work. The C4 sails on out, and it does find its mark. Big round from Physics. From the breadstick to the 3K. He's firing up again for CS, who have finally found some merit here in the second half.
Yeah, they've won a defense. That's exciting. And you know what? The scoreline, it's getting a bit closer. 4-3, and you've switched onto your defense. It's possible here. Circular Spheres. Really saw a round there for Physics, all things considered as well. He's being pressured for the whole round, like literally from the start to the end of the round by the Monty. And the Realist got really impatient. It was just like, yeah, I'm taking this duel by myself. My teammates, they aren't taking this guy down, so I will. And it was a mistake.
Defenders, protect
It's physics.
your bombs from being used by attackers.
I just got a Oh, watch the screen for a sec. What? Production said watch the screen? Oh, no.
Keep us secured.
God. Oh, God.
Is that really what we look like?
Sadly, yes.
Oh, no.
Thank you, production. I just got a DM on Twitter saying, not on Twitter, on Instagram, saying, Dev, relax, or someone is going to call Triple O. Oh, I know this guy. I met this guy in.
Oh, I met this guy.
There's this guy that I met on the street in Paran. Just randomly. Yeah, he stopped his car and he was like, hey, you're that Rainbow Six caster.
Oh, you're joking.
I think I told you about this.
Oh, yeah, you did tell me
I
about
did tell you about
this.
this.
This is your claim to fame, really.
It was quite
You've been
funny.
recognised on the streets.
Yeah, it was quite funny.
Wow, that's exciting.
Yes, that was.
So famous. I'm casting with a famous person.
Yeah. Shout out to that guy.
Okay.
I'm not going to dox him
Yeah,
because
fair enough,
obviously,
don't
yeah,
dox your
but like,
fans.
shout out to you, my dude.
Okay, there goes Panic on their attack.
I'm going to send him a joy reaction, you know, like the laughing, crying one.
Yep. So
Do
we've
that.
talked about already the impacts of emojis in our communication, our modern day communications.
What
And it's-
emoji would you use to describe Circular Sphere's current position being one map down in the series? I reckon the sweat smile.
Yes, the sweat smile.
Mhm.
Yes, absolutely.
But that could potentially turn
Pinky's gone Ella.
into the grinning face
That's
if
exciting.
Pinku can deliver on this Ella here. Karma's been a little bit average today. A little bit average in this game after 20 bomb in the first map. Okay, Owen.
How's that happened?
Pinku on the Scorpion. Down but not out. Owen will get picked up.
So there's an Ella mine on that door. So Pinku is waiting for the Ella mine to go off so he can go and swing. Whoever goes through the door. Makes sense. You play your utility, yada yada, etc. etc. Panic look pretty stalled out, all things considered, here on the sweep across the map. They really don't know how to get from cash to inside of con. So instead, they're going to think about doing other things.
Oh!
Logi hatch is not where you want to be. I'm telling you
That
what.
hatch is cursed!
The hatch is so cursed.
I mean, you got to laugh or you cry, right, Owen? This guy was taken down to 20 HP by Ella, by Pinku earlier in that round. He goes to put a breaching charge on the hatch and he gets impacted out of this universe.
Oh my god. Yeah, Logi hatch is just really not where you want to be if you're an attacker, hey? It's been absolutely lethal for the entire map.
So true, so true. Well, River himself is monstrous at the moment.
It's on the Logi hatch as
knows
well.
how to play this hatch. Karma! Oh, he's found another one, but River dropping down. Right into the waiting hands of Sprue. Shot to follow. Another stun. But these Ella mines and Goo mines will impede his path. He's walking straight into a crossfire. Sees the first. Sprue goes down. Surely another one for Sean. Gym Bedroom seems to be his bomb site on the windows. Reelers and Karma look to assist. Reelers does!
Oh, they can do it.
Karma to find the final one, surely! Panic Esports just 2 rounds away from dismissing Circular Spheres.
I just can't believe they converted that one dead, to be honest. They looked really stalled out there in the mid-round, and then it all went down on the Logi hatch.
It's all about that Logi
It's all
hatch.
about Logi control. That was all it was, really, for this side of the attack. I mean, like, yeah, there was an entry or two from, like, other places, like Con and, like, the balcony and stuff like that, but that doesn't matter, because it all lived and died on this hatch. I mean, this is one way to kick off the rounds. And then the diffuser being planted, it was actually a blessing in disguise for the attack. River picks it up, and he was just like, it's my turf now. Sent it.
Yeah, it was.
Panic 1. Exciting.
Panic 1. Ooh, whoa, we're going back down. This is like watching Tenet. Great movie, by the way. Did you know they actually crashed a real, like, Boeing aeroplane into an airport
No, they
to
didn't.
film?
Are you joking?
They did. No cap.
Oh, it's my
Google
heart.
it. I know. As an aerospace engineer, you're like, no, not that beautiful piece of machinery.
Why did they crash a plane?
They
Wait, did they
crashed
actually?
a literal plane. Yeah, Google it later.
looking this up.
Or now. They crashed a literal plane into an airport. Not like out of the sky.
No,
it was.
They didn't. Are you joking?
They did. It never left
That
the
is
ground.
so
but
what did they crash it into though?
into the airport terminal. So
No,
like
they
it was taxiing and they crashed it into the terminal and filmed it for the movie. I need to watch that movie again. You're just Googling it. I'm just going to keep talking about the
They
game.
crashed the 747 into it as well. Why did they do that?
For entertainment purposes, Mandy. You can't question Christopher Nolan. Chris knows what's up. Ooh. That's an ambitious C4 from Pesky Pinku downstairs.
I'm like quite devastated to hear about
You're
this.
still stuck on this whole 747 thing.
God.
Oh,
Sorry, yeah,
what
the
is
round's
that?
being played. I need to stop looking this up.
Yeah, Goof is
turning it
goofing
up.
around in Garage. Guess who he's taken down? Karma and River. The two big fraggers in this series so far. Sean's still up. Oh, the timing! Debated. Another big one for Goofed, but he is eventually traded on back by Reelers. Realistically here, what are the chances that Panic can convert this round in a 2v4? Not great.
Ooh, yeah, I mean, Skyscraper really bringing this one back. And Gooft has hit 10 kills as well in the map so far, so yeah, they're really starting to turn it up here. Especially on the defense. And yeah, it's left Reelers all alone. I'm just so devastated by that newfound information that you've given to me. That's quite heartbreaking, really. Oh, don't do this. Come on.
Bro.
Don't do it. Don't do this.
Bro.
It's a minute and 25 seconds left.
And also, Sprue is alive, so
Oh,
it's
come
like
on.
basically a 1v1.
Oh, come on.
I love you, Sprue. I'm sorry. You're just such
Hey,
lying
hey.
Sprue is insane!
He took that so
Oh
personally.
my god!
He took that so personally.
That was big. That was such a good play. Did you see the way that he pushed up the stairs like that?
Yes.
That was insane.
Oh, wow.
I'm sorry, like,
genius.
It's just, I do it for the content, Sprue. You have to know this. You're a great player, I'm sure
Nothing
of
personal,
it. Your KD
you know.
is probably better than mine in ranked. You know, I suck too. I mean, I suck and you don't. How can I redeem?
I feel so bad for this man. This guy's came in, he's done his debut into Pro League,
Look,
and the only thing we've done is...
Think of it like this. Like, with Jakenna out, there's no doubt that the Circular Sphere's playing environment right now will just be so much more joyful with Sprue in it. Like, so he's like a shining light. Or I guess another way you can think about it is like Jakenna is, you know, so much of this team, right? And so in order for someone to take his place, it must be a really special someone. And that's how I feel about Sprue. I think he is a very special someone.
He's doing honest work.
Honest pay for honest
He's doing
work.
honest work. I'll give him that much. He's certainly given it his all.
How do you reckon they divvy up the money, though, for him, like, subbing in this game? The prize money. Did they, like, divide it by the number of games that you've played or something? Like, does he get Jakenna's money for this game? What you reckon?
I don't know. I don't know.
Good
It's
question.
a fickle question, you know?
It is a bit of a fickle question.
Yeah.
Many things in life are fickle.
Yes. Money is one of them.
Very true. You know, what matters truly is the ephemeral, the untouchable, the ungraspable, the things that impact you without you feeling their impact upon the world. You know? The Logi hatch. He opened the Logi hatch and he didn't die.
Wow.
Big
Truly
achievement already
revolutionary.
this early in the round from Panic Esports.
Bomb located by
Oh, look at that.
One, two.
Oh!
Hey!
Big dog!
Hey!
Reelers! He's still running amok in the side.
Oh my gosh, this Twitch
Twitch is having a
immortal.
laugh. Bro, he's laughing about it. That is worth its weight in gold. Poor Sprue. However, Pinku has found another big pick as Goofed is also looking to retreat. These goo mines, the thorn in the foot. Physics almost finds a C4 pick through the floor, but doesn't quite get the timing.
Pick onto hard breach is actually quite important here, especially when they hit towards the bomb site. I mean, they can use their Hibana to open up a lot of hatches, but
Not everything.
not everything, and that's important, especially on the attack going into the basement. Now, going into the attack on the basement, even with numbers advantage, is quite hard. Now with the numbers disadvantage, and you've still got some players like hanging out in the ground floor with you, it's not great.
Well, at least we've seen a good retreat here from Circular Spheres. It does feel like maybe we're heading towards a 5-5. 5-5, difficult scoreline. 5-5 is. Panic Esports, we're up 5-3. Losing 2 rounds in a row, that's how you get to 5-5. That's not a great position to be in. Ooh, Physics gets back to site.
See, they're doing the rotate and the triple wall as well.
That's very Man Esports of them.
Yeah, that is very Man Esports of them. I just don't understand still. I think Man Esports have come up with a strat that's just like on another brain wave, really. I just don't
Hunter for you,
understand.
mate.
Yeah.
Hunter experience. You got to be the hunter or you become the hunted.
Ah.
Wait a second, who was that? Is there someone all the way in strip? Yeah, there is.
Oh dear.
How on earth did Goof get here?
Oh dear.
Well, he's looking for a flank main stairs. And he's... Oh my god, almost gets flicked on by River.
Don't do that to us,
Moving
mate.
over to the Moto hatch, though, he's surely likely to find, I believe that is Reelers down... Oh no, it's Shant's coming up from behind.
It's a reverse flank.
It is, but the flanker gets flanked on by the flankee. Now it's all up to Reelers. He goes down. Breakpoint we find ourselves at. Another big round from Pesky Pinku.
I'm kind of losing my mind, but I'll be honest, I'm absolutely losing it. Like, Panic,
Bit Delulu.
they've done really well on the defenses. I think they've only done 2 attacks or something, right?
Yes.
To be fair, they've only lost them on the basement, which has been quite hard
Yes.
to
Well,
attack.
it was...
But
It was a
still.
good first half for Panic. 4-2 on their defense, and then they won their second attack into the game. So it did look pretty good for them early on in this half, because 2 rounds deep into their attack, they'd found half of the success. But now, since then, they've lost 2 more attack rounds, and things are not looking so hot.
Yeah. Yes. Oh my god. I really just, like, had an absence of thoughts. Just...
It is
yeah,
1 o'clock in the morning right
like,
now. You're not on Gamer Hour. See,
No,
I was still
I'm
casting
not.
until
I'm
2
not.
a.m. last night.
Oh my god. You have,
So-
like, the brain juice.
I'm also drinking a brand not disclosed Protein Energize Choc Hit flavor, 35 grams, high protein. Energy, 1,690 kilojoules. That is approximately how much energy River used to get that floor bang through the Logi hatch earlier. So you have to drink a whole 500 mils of one of these for every wallbang flick you want to get.
Okay. Chemistry is not my strong suit. Damn, you've lost me.
Nothing is my strong suit.
Sorry.
My only strong suit is bullshit, Mandy, as you have discovered.
Hey! Logi hatch is open. It's been breach charged as well. That's quite brave, considering the
calamity that we have seen
yes.
around that specific bomb site.
I believe in Panic here, yeah? So they're dedicating themselves to this sweep. They've seen that they face the mirror, and they've got the things to deal with it too. That's been broken down. And they've realized, okay, we can't really enter in through the breach, so they're going to send people in the... Oh! Nutty shot!
Sheesh!
Okay, well, I mean, that's the roam clear dealt with. Hey, they didn't even need the pinch to come out in the end. And they've managed to make their way all the way into Con. This is looking good for Panic. This is looking very, very good.
Oh, come on!
Where are you going, Sprue?
That's another 1,000 kilojoules right there, mate. And now they don't have to worry about that roam. They don't have to worry about that extension. They don't have to worry about much at all. The impact trick goes off, but the damage will have been done. Pinku low HP. He has been the delivery boy, delivering circular spheres these rounds, but he's been taken down. Karma firing up. He's only got half the kills that he found on the first map, but the game's not over yet. He goes down. Goofed, shut out. Panic finally get match in series points.
That was a very quick attack, a very quick and simple attack from Panic. I like very much. I enjoy watching rounds of Rainbow Six like that. They did the sweep. It was super efficient. They got into the bomb site, and then Karma just stared into the bomb site, and he killed people.
He manifested, I tell you
Bare
what. He
eyes.
was manifesting. He was manifesting. He closed his eyes first. Before he opened them, he closed his eyes. And he saw a vision that was delivered to him of all the infinite possibilities of how that round could go down. He saw the one golden path that would allow him to move
This is
towards
too
a
much
better
thinking for
future.
me. The way I see it is like, you know that dude in The Boys?
I
What's
actually
his
haven't
name?
seen The Boys.
Homelander. Oh, no,
yeah.
you haven't seen it.
I know all the memes.
Yeah, yeah,
I
you
see
know
many
how-
Homelander memes.
You know how he's got like his laser eyes? That's
Sure.
the way that I see it. Karma
he
stared
laser
into the
eyed
bomb
him.
site, and he laser eyed them.
Wow. Why does he need Ash? Well, they should have an operator that's got laser eyes.
That would be horrible. I really hope they don't do that.
I think the next operator should have laser eyes. And their ability is that they can just like look at someone and then laser them with their laser eyes.
What are you doing, man?
It's laser eyes, man. It's laser eyes.
I'm gonna move on from that
Ah, no.
conversation.
You know.
The important thing here is that Panic are actually on series points.
That means this round right here determines one of two possible futures. One possible future, Panic Esports, 2-0. And they found the opening kill on the pesky Pinku. Poor lad. He's had a big game. But another chance.
Physics has a C4 out.
Oh
my god.
This
oh my
Logi
god.
hatch.
Don't do it again. Are you joking?
Balls of steel on Karma.
How has he been able to get away and do that?
Very brave man. The two possible ways that this game can go henceforth. Panic Esports confirm themselves 5th place in the league and win another $1,500 and another 5 SI points over 6th place. Or Circular Spheres come back from a 4v5 and push us into OT.
River has actually revolutionized the way that we play Logi Hatch now. When Logi in general, actually, you start below it and then you fall off. Like, there's so much that you can do from within that one room, and it's just, wow, both teams have realized this. It's just been incredible work, really. So here's Karma in through Cash, entering through Con, into Logi. The death room, apparently. Everything has been going down here. That has spelled out the rounds. That is brave. Oh my god.
Crosses.
That is so brave. Are you joking?
He gets in there deep. There's no joking here, Mandy. We're fully serious. Panic are locked in, focused, finding their flow state.
Japer's got this. He's in such an off angle. Oh, no,
he's taking damage.
He's run. Why have you done that? Oh no, it's because the hatch is open now. Yeah, of course.
Scared. Scared little Japer. Scared little Japer moves back towards the site. Moves back to look for a better position. Oh, Karma shot the Mirakara and shot the Bandit Battery. He's opened up a way into Logi as well.
With his teammate.
This is the determining room. Logi, it's like a gateway into another universe that determines whether or not Panic win the round. Karma, so keen, so ready, Sprues down, another one down! Only 2 players left up for Circular Spheres. The ball has been rolling, it's fallen off the cliff. Japer 1 versus 5, put in the dirt by Karma himself. Panic Esports are the champions of the 5th place match in OCE.
They've done it! They have beat Circular Spheres down in 2-0 fashion on Clubhouse. They revolutionized a whole room on the map in this matchup. We've conspired great things on the cast. They have led us into a new dimension of thinking, really.
As it was written! As it was written! They did it!
They did it!
They did it! We thought it was impossible! This team came through the open qualifiers, the last team to qualify for the league! But they did it. Circular Spheres are not the beasts that we feared a year ago.
Yep. They are not looking so circular anymore.
No. The rectangular cubes fall short. But don't panic, because we've got the desk.
Great game from Panic there.
That was, seriously, a 5th place match.
That is one of the 5th place matches I've ever seen.
It was a 5th place match.
I couldn't put it quite as eloquent as one of our old colleagues. And I mean the reference old, really emphasizing there. There's not many old colleagues that we have, so I'm sure you'll be able to figure out who this was. And the quote was, let me just quickly find it. So
Are you talking about me?
This.
No.
No, someone even older than
Prehistoric.
you. If you would believe that.
Silex?
No.
He used to cast with me.
Oh, yeah, Mr. Langiano.
Mr. Langiano, that's him.
What'd you
the
call
way
that?
What?
Mr. Langiano. Sorry.
Sorry, man. Deadpan, come on.
Yeah.
What he said was that Panic have the pleasure of not being 6th. I don't think that any of us could ever put into words what this means for Panic other than Mr. Langiano. So thank you very much for that, old friend. But we don't have to wait any longer. Great breakdown, boys. Really appreciate that.
No
We
problem.
got Shont on the line. And there's a reason why I have requested this young gentleman to join us here today. I'll stop taking the piss for a second here, mate, because you sent out a tweet before this game went live. You're hanging up the mouse and keyboard.
Yes, I am.
At the ripe young age of...
21.
Wow. That's, you know what? It's as good a time as any to hang the boots up, mate. It doesn't get much better than that. You are studying, correct?
Yes, I am.
What are you trying to do?
Engineering.
Engineering.
Something in the water.
Mandy, you can come and show your face and give a thumbs up. He's one of you little aerospace engineer here. No, not one of us.
Okay.
Get out of here.
Then he can get a real job.
Yeah, sorry, just like
Are you just like an engineer, or you like?
Like civil water.
Yeah, right. So not
engineering.
not aerospace engineer.
No.
Look, mate.
Just like dams and stuff.
Yeah. Not intergalactic.
Nah.
You know. Yeah. Okay. Cool. Just wanted to make sure. Look, mate. Without taking the piss, one thing we've been really impressed by is both you and Karma this stage. You know, we think that it's been an absolute breakout stage for both of you. So it's going to be sad to see you go. But you know, I guess how has your perspective on this stage gone? What's going through the mind?
Yeah, like it's honestly as good as we could have hoped for. Like it's amazing. We exceeded our own expectations. It seems like we exceeded a lot of other people's expectations. I mean, like, and most importantly, I've just had so much fun with the team. It's been really good.
Two-party here. Firstly, Sean, when you say you're retiring, you mean you're actually like giving it all up? You're not going to be joining, the old retired guard on Carlton's nights? Like it's none of that kind of business?
No, I'm not coming back in a week with a new team. No, I think I'm going for good.
The other one, what happens with the team? I mean, just speaking honestly about it, because your departure is quite a big one. I know there's a lot of rumors about Karma in terms of the performance he's had this stage and teams maybe wanting to pick him up. Like, what's the thought internally for the team now?
Not too sure like exactly where they want to go. They've definitely thought about what they want to do. I mean, by the sounds of it, those guys do want to stay together. But, you know, it depends where Karma goes. He's sort of been wanting to cut back playing a little bit as well, actually.
Oh, wow.
Jeez. Yeah. Yeah, so I don't know, but I'm sure they'll do well wherever they go.
Guzzler? I mean, not really too much to ask about the game itself. What about the prize money? Obviously, you got I think like $1.50
Yeah.
extra. What are you going to do with that? Is that going towards the hex stat?
Yeah, probably.
He's going to sweep that one under the rug. He doesn't have to look at it. The international viewers have absolutely no idea.
Your
what you've just
university
said
fees,
there.
I should
Yes,
say.
you know,
Yes.
unlike the US where you would be in debt for the rest of your life, you are just in debt for the rest of your life, but you don't have to worry about paying it off.
No, I pay mine off now.
Yeah, well, it's chipping away,
It's
isn't
ridiculous.
it?
Yeah, the index rates on it have gone up through the roof.
Oh, God, here we go.
And you don't even use your degree.
I don't even use my degree.
You haven't even got a real job.
Wow.
Well, no, you really don't have a real job, but we'll stop making it about us for a second. Sean, it's been an absolute pleasure to have you join us for interviews, and obviously we get to watch your team perform week in, week out, and you know, it's a little bit bittersweet that this will be your last match, but I guess it's one to end on. Would you like to say anything to the people watching at home?
Yes, of course. Well, like, thanks everyone from you guys casting to the admins to teammates, other guys we're playing against, and fans, everyone. Like, it's just been amazing. It's been a life-changing experience, even though I haven't really even gone that far, but it's still been massive impact on my life.
Yeah.
It's
Top five,
awesome.
mate. Top five.
Yeah. Top five.
Could have been worse. You could have been sixth. That's all I'm
That's it.
saying. Look, mate,
That's it.
congratulations on an incredible stage, and obviously the impact that you've had on the league. I think it's commendable. So we wish you all the best,
Good luck, Sean.
and you know, make sure
Thanks,
you get
guys.
the resumes out. We've already put the
Will
call
do.
out. We've put the hit out. If anyone is so it's engineering. If anyone's looking for an engineer intern, this is the boy, Sean. Get his DM. Sean, thank you very much for joining us, mate.
No,
Take care
thanks so
and
much,
enjoy.
guys. See ya.
If he's back for stage 2, then something's gone wrong.
I'll be worried about the dam infrastructure.
No, good bloke, and
yeah.
not the first time he's come on. Very well
Not at all.
spoken, and as you said, had a very good stage. Him and Karma. Interesting, he said Karma wants to cut back a bit.
Surely not. Karma's hot property
Karma
right
to
now.
Carlton's
Surely.
nights.
Karma's a bit.
Karma's nights.
Karma's nights. God, I hope that does not happen for everyone's sake. But again, a very commendable stage. You know, obviously I've kind of mentioned about Shont's performance there. Him and Karma have really stood out. But Panic have done incredibly well throughout the stage, and that just needs to be highlighted before we continue on with the discussion. Man, LFO through to the grand final in a 2-0. That's it. It's the granny, and it's not Championship Sunday. It's Tuesday. Fly home.
Championship Tuesday.
Yeah, there you go. Bliss are going to be competing for yet another spot in an international event.
Back to back to back
to back.
For Bliss. No, that's a different.
That's all right.
That was a
different
different
one.
product.
Different one.
That was a few years ago.
Got to rewind the clock.
That's a different organisation altogether.
Yeah, it is.
You know what's interesting is the one series here that I didn't think would go to 3 went to 3.
Yeah.
that's a good. That's an astute observation.
Thank you very much.
Not bad from you, mate. Imagine if that last game had gone to 3.
I would have probably just left. It would just be
me and Guz.
You and Guz.
Instead of the Jake and Guz show, it'd be the Rob and Guz show.
Exactly,
We'd be closing out already.
Yeah, for those unaware, of course, new episode just gone out a couple of days ago with that wonderful chat. You might know him.
1.5 hour yap with Intero.
Yeah, Parker, Intero.
Who?
Just one of the greatest casters of all time.
Oh, yeah.
And then also the some
How do
Canadian.
you interview yourself, mate?
That's what I'm saying. Yeah, and then we got a Canadian on there as well. But no.
Okay,
I'll drink to that. I'll drink to that. Grand final, of course, tomorrow, along with the third place match, Odium and Antic. Isn't that going to be a bit of a bang in third place?
Honestly, it will be.
That could be match of the day.
If both teams take it seriously, that could actually be a really good game. And unfortunately, the stakes for teams when it comes to third, fourth, and whatnot, it's not Wagyu. You know, it's more.
It's Hexstat.
Yeah, it is. It's Hexstat territory. But you know, at the very least, we'll get to start crowning someone a third place, and we can start talking about that next stage. But in terms of the SI point difference, 5 SI points. In terms of the money, it's like $3,000, I think, or something
Real question.
along those lines.
And I'm not taking the piss too much. I am a little bit, but not entirely. Have we seen enough from Bliss? If they win this match, are they a dynasty at that point?
Yep.
Are they already a dynasty?
An Oceanic dynasty?
Oceanic?
Yeah, of course,
absolutely.
100%.
I think the Oceanic dynasty, though.
I think it's the best of all time.
Yeah, I would agree with that. Are we coronating anyone in particular?
We
I
might be
think-
tomorrow night.
I think.
It might be a coronation.
I know I've said this before. I think Team Bliss, team of Australia ever, I think. I don't think there's any competition. Mainly because of the competition there was back then. There were too many teams in the mix. This is by far the most dominant team we've ever had. And I'm putting my hat in the ring for Brendo for the best player in the history of Australia.
He's got some ways
Domestically,
to go, he's got some ways to go.
Domestically, there's no one better than Brendo.
How long does he have to stay at the top, though?
Don't. Whatever you're going to say, stop talking. Otherwise, we know the expiration date begins. Just don't even talk.
Terrible.
Don't even talk.
Look, obviously, we can start wrapping up. Any final words? We can make it quick. I don't care.
Final words. Whew. You're making it sound like I'm not going to be back for tomorrow. I hope I'm back. I plan to be.
I will remember you.
Look, good work from Bliss. They had to fight, somewhat hard tonight. 3 maps in the end. They grinded it out, dominated on bank. Fully expecting them to go in tomorrow. Firm favourite. Should be winning that game.
Yeah.
And all the best to their opposition. I mean, Jeffy, can you cook up something crazy tomorrow?
Yeah, it's going to be a very interesting grand final. I'm excited for it. Hopefully, for Man LFO, they can compete just the way that we saw from Antic on that chalet. Get a little bit of something similar to that. Also, big shout out, by the way, if you're in chat right now, say something. And I'll come in chat and just give you all a big love heart at the end of this broadcast because we've got some other region on right now. I don't know really. What do they call it? ULE or something? I don't know. But you guys chose to watch the 5th place match. You guys are OGs.
In Oceania.
In Oceania. So if you're here, we love you very much.
I actually
we
heard
appreciate you.
they're giving out VIP badges if you're at the mods. So
Yeah, at the mods right now, you can get yourself a VIP, which stands for very important person, which you are, all of you who are still watching. And that's all I wanted to say. Thank you very much. Much love, as always.
Check out the Jake and Guz podcast.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well.
At Jake and Guz.
All right. EUL's on.
Cool.
See ya.
Unfold your leg. Okay.
Attackers dropping. 15 seconds. located by attackers. Drop the bomb diffuser. Attackers have recovered their diffuser. Drop it. Big Max!
I'm reloading. I'm reloading.